in a quiet corner of England, something big is about to begin. It's not just a game, it's a battle of speed, strategy, and skill. They've trained, they've waited, and now they've arrived. Welcome to the Franklin Tournament 2025 in association with PickleB. The buzz starts now. Welcome to the Franklin Tournament 2025, coming to you live from the United Kingdom in association with PickleB. Let the games begin.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the UK Franklin Pickleball Tour, proudly brought to you by PickleB in association with Skechers and Obsbot. We're here live from Gloucester at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre, and after an exciting opening day of elite competition, we're back with more top tier pickleball action, and today's schedule is packed with standout matchups. Kicking things off, it will be the mixed doubles open level, where the country's most talented mixed teams will go head to head in a fast-paced and fiercely competitive bracket. Then later on we shift gears to the men's senior open level, a category that will bring strategy, experience and high level shot making to the court. So whether you're watching from home or joining us courtside, you're in for another fantastic day of pickleball. Stay tuned right here on PickleB for all the action, highlights and expert coverage with me, Nick Obbish, joined by Simon Farr for the duration of the day. The coverage is about to get underway. The players are ready, the spectators ready, Simon and I are ready, so it is showtime. Simon, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Nick, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Gloucester. My apologies for my croaky voice this morning. I've got a bit of man flu going on, so bear with. I've stepped in for the lovely Tim Spurway, who is playing in another situation today, somewhere else. So looking forward to this one, Nick. I think it's going to be a really good morning's play. 18 plus 4-0 plus mixed doubles. And our first match is with Scott Mayo, Maisie Wise, Frank Carson and Emily Woodhouse. So this promises to be a really great match to get things going off today.
Yeah, competitive action all the way here. And as we suggested yesterday, although the tagline is very much 4-0, it's a combined bracket with our 4-5 players as well. So you can expect the standard to be high throughout. We've got Carson and Woodhouse at the top of your screen, and in the dashing pickle outfits, it's Scott Mayo, fresh after victory in the men's doubles yesterday with Maisie Wise, who also took home a silver medal in the women's doubles yesterday. And what a great start that is for the first point of the day. Carson opening up on the left hand forehand side there. All games a race to 11 in the group stages. Win by 1 point. And if I remember rightly, Simon, Wise and Mayo had a decent level of success in Swindon last time out.
They did. I can't actually remember what the final result is. I think they definitely got a silver, if not gold. I We'll have to track back and try and find that one out, actually.
Yeah, it's a nice forehand from Wise, and all of the early exchanges here are happening from the transition zone. Players looking to speed up at every opportunity. Using the X40 ball here, the Franklin X40 ball. Ball of choice for pickleball players around the globe. It's Mayo defends the speed up from Carson on this occasion, and an opportunity to thank you if you're joining us live here this morning. Don't forget to drop us a comment in the live chat. We'll be sure to interact with you throughout the day. Leave some feedback, or just let us know who you're cheering on throughout the course of the day here live from Gloucester. Yeah, it's a nice dink from Mayo, just catches the sideline. And Simon, it's highly unusual to see two players in the same team both playing left-handed.
Yeah, that is, you're right, really, really rare. They're stacking as well, so it's quite there we go.
ATP from Scott Mayo in the first game of the day. Showtime here in the early stages. Live from Gloucester, and just when you wanted Mayo to lighten up proceedings on what is a fairly dark morning here on the Gloucestershire Plains, it's the ATP from Mayo that just brings light to us all, Simon.
Oh, I almost stole your thunder then, Nick. I could see it was on. I almost stole your thunder. I'm glad I didn't. You did it way more justice than I can. And as always the case, you have an amazing shot and you dink a simple one into the net. Classic.
Yeah, nice play there from Emily Woodhouse. Got stuck in the transition zone slightly, but managed to stay cool, calm and collected. Maisie Wise defends two speed ups, but just back to up from the kitchen line, Simon.
Yeah, it's a classic, isn't it? You want to stay put on that kitchen line rather than back it up, because then you're off balance and you get caught out, as she did on that occasion.
Nice drive from Carson. And Frank Carson doing a great job of defending here on the baseline, but Mayo shamelessly punches that volley into the midriff of Woodhouse. Tattoos with the X40 ball. Emily Woodhouse, a great component for developing younger players in the game, responsible for bringing some of the teenage players through from Royal Berkshire, where she plays as a member. great to see, Simon, people bringing youngsters into the game.
Absolutely, and big shout out to David O'Brien, who runs the group at DL Royal Berkshire. Dave is an unsung hero. There's a load of work behind the scenes, and has really pushed pickleball in that club. That's a great lead. They got 4 lovely pickleball courts that are just delightful to play on. So yeah, big shout out to David O'Brien.
Yeah, it's nice depth on the return there, and as Tracy Matthews and Helen Waters remarked in their gold medal interview yesterday about serves, returns and thirds, tongue-in-cheek, very much the priority, especially in the early stages of the competition, Simon. Just looking to secure those basics and get yourself into the rally with a good serve, a deep return and an accurate third.
Absolutely, and that just settles the nerves a little bit as well. This has been a great example of that. Good return, good third in, and then they're all at the net.
A little bit of luck there for Carson, utilising the Franklin net tape to gain the advantage over Wise, and it's a competitive start to day 2 here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. And that's a lovely speed up from Wise. Woodhouse in the mid-court position, caught unaware. Great serve. And that ball's just called wide. Carson not sure about that. But Wise and Mayo definitely offer their finger, and in pickleball it's the call of the team who've received the last ball. On the opposite side of the net. So a slender lead here for Wise and Mayo. And that's a lovely forehand from Wise. Cross court on the diagonal, looping topspin that just comes inside the baseline beautifully. And just when Wise and Mayo needed it, Wise delivers.
There's not much to choose between these two sides, I don't think, Nick. It's just a question of a point here and there, really.
Yeah, that's Aaron on the double-handed backhand by Carson. So 2-point difference here. Unreturned serve by Mayo. Made that a 1-point difference. And for all the quality individual play here, this is as tight as it gets, and that's been called in by Wise, so we're tied at 8-8. Race to 11. How significant is that side out? Ball in hand of Wise and Mayo. Just an incorrect call of score there, so we restart. We're at 8-8 here. And that ball finds its way into the commentary box. So the first scoring opportunity for Wise and Mayo's defended by Carson and Woodhouse. Can Mayo trouble the scoreboard here? The answer's no. It's a non-scoring side out, Simon Farr.
Yeah, at this level, you've got to try and score a point at least on, 2 of your serves. But yeah, great defence from Woodhouse and Carson.
Great defence, Carson. That one's not coming back though, and for all the defensive scrambling work of Carson, Mayo gets the opportunity to attack with full force. So 8-8, second scoring opportunity this time for Carson and Woodhouse. Great third.
Yeah.
And the lob goes in from Maisie Wise. Woodhouse can't believe it. Carson puffs his cheeks out. Another non-scoring side out, Simon.
Oh, this is quality, isn't it? I mean, just can't hold, you're just holding my breath watching these points. So, there's nerves, there's the bright lights, the commentary. It's all going on here. And they've all 4 players want every single point here, fighting for their to get a slight head start.
Yeah, it's great attacking play from Wise on the diagonal. Saw Carson was unbalanced. So at the 5th time of asking, we've got a scoring point.
That's a great scramble.
Ball's called wide as well, so great rescue from Mayo. Game points. Match points.
Maisie want that one back. That was game point then, definitely.
Opportunity knocked here for Carson and Woodhouse. Woodhouse just caught in no man's land again. Would like to see those feet planted at the kitchen line. Yeah, lovely backhand roll from Mayo. Again, Carson impressing in defence. But it's Mayo with the finishing power. Second match point. And there it is. Mayo and Wise get the job done at the second time of asking. And that was a highly competitive encounter for the first game of the day. Wise and Mayo will be pleased to get over the line. Carson and Woodhouse put on a great show, but ultimately just come up narrowly short. Coming up next, we take our first look at Rob Akery and Tracy Matthews, both medal winners from yesterday. They'll be taking on Chris Beaumont and Barbara Kappa. We'll be back after this short break.
Here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is gonna take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to Gloucester here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. And our second game of the day is upon us. Thank you to those pickleball fans joining in from all over the world. Drop us a comment in the live chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Interact with us here at PickleB. We'd love to hear from you. Who are you supporting? Who are you following? What club are you from? We'll look to give you a shout out on the live stream today. But coming up next, we continue with our mixed doubles action at 4-0 plus in our open age category. And we've got the returning Rob Akery and Tracy Matthews, gold and silver medalists yesterday in the gender doubles. Tracy Matthews taking away gold with her partner Helen Waters. Rob Akery taking away silver with his partner Oliver Jones. They're taking on Chris Beaumont and Barbara Kappa at the top of your screen. First look at all four players today, Simon.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one, actually. I was playing quite a bit yesterday, so I didn't see much of Matthews and Akery. I would imagine they are favourites for this game, though, just on their pedigree. But we'll see. Be interesting to see how they get on.
I've watched Barbara Kappa a fair bit, and I can tell you that her hands in particular, touch and finesse around the kitchen line, are exemplary. Not quite known for her power as we saw on that shot, but in terms of touch, finesse, ball placement and accuracy, she's one of the best I've seen just like Tracy Matthews, he's one of the best I've seen at being able to put away pop-up volleys. So a strong start here for Acrylic and Matthews.
You also feel they got the advantage because they were playing the show court yesterday, I imagine. So they're a bit more used to the bigger court, the pro net, commentary, lights, and whatever else. So this will be the first outing for Beaumont and Kappa.
That ball goes wide on the easy overhead from Beaumont. Great touch from Kappa initially at the net. Yeah, Kappa just moving Matthews out of position there. And there we see the touch from Kappa once more. Those are the soft touch hands. The ball just goes wide from Matthews. Beaumont just calling the correct score there before sending the ball long. So, competitive early exchanges.
Just a quick nod to our technical director, Colin. He's handed the reins over temporarily to Mr. Steve Beale. So bear with us if the camera angle seems a bit weird or there's something weird going on with stuff. He's learning, bless him.
Steve Beale has got a history of breaking everything he touches. Very well astute at tournament directorship, but when it comes to the technical side of productions, things very much turn to dust when Beale's around. So just bear with us if all of a sudden we switch to an advert or something like that mid-rally. We can see the technical director, Colin Moore, is chewing his fingernails in the background. But back to the action here. Matthews with ball in hand. Yeah, the initial pop-up comes from Beaumont, and Acrylic makes no mistake there. Yeah, this time Kappa looks for the cushion volley back into the kitchen and just catches the top of the net. It's interesting, Simon, that both Beaumont and Kappa are electing for that slice return against two opponents who are highly skilled in utilising the top spin part of their drive.
Yeah, I think, and also it gives them, the idea is to give them a little more time to get to the kitchen, which they're doing very well. So it's an interesting tactic. Oh, that's a great reach.
Yeah, Tracy Matthews with an unbelievable reset there. And it's Matthews and Acrylic who get to 6 first here at the change of ends. And you've got to say, Simon, it all looks fairly comfortable for them at the minute.
Yeah, I think so. Like I said at the start, I felt that they probably had the edge just on their history of yesterday and also knowledge of the show court as well. So And in fairness to Beaumont and Kappa, they've done well to get 3 points, but it feels now that Acri and Matthews are kind of on a roll. And interesting, again, we talk about momentum. The change of ends, a slight pause in play. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going now with the change of ends.
Yeah. So Matthews with ball in hand, Kappa receiving. ATP defended by Beaumont. Great defence by Beaumont. Matthews went for the ATP. Just lacked a little bit of power in the drive on the ATP there, Matthews, but good defences by Beaumont. And a nice backhand push, but Beaumont was in the kitchen.
Yeah, we're going to hopefully not going to get a repeat of yesterday where people don't see that red line. So, yeah, he wasn't aware he was, to be fair.
It's a great third by Beaumont, but the cross-court response by Acri is exceptional on the backhand side. Take a look at this on the replay provided by Steve Beale. Straight back to the live action. Great directorship by Steve Beale here in the technical box.
He might have found his calling, Nick. He might have found his actual calling.
Is there no end to the talents of Steve Beale?
Well, hopefully he's going to make a nice cup of tea now, Nick.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, Beaumont runs around the backhand, looks to play the forehand dink with a little bit more power, and that tactic works for him nicely there. Good footwork from Beaumont. And once again, just feel that Kappa and Beaumont have just settled into things here on the show court, Simon.
Yeah, you feel like the nerves have gone now and they're actually playing their own game. So that was a really smart play there.
Yeah, there's another fault there with the footwork from Kappa and Beaumont at the kitchen line. Yeah, the slice return from Acri just catches Beaumont out slightly, but he gets a little bit of luck off the net tape. Acri can't readjust in time, so gap closes once more here. Net tape comes into play again, and once more Beaumont's in the kitchen.
It's definitely advantage to Acri and Waters from their matches yesterday because they knew about this kitchen problem.
Yeah, Matthews caught in the transition zone there. Just not able to rescue on the double-handed backhand side, so just got a little bit edgy, a little bit nervous here for Matthews and Acri as Kappa and Beaumont have settled into their stride. Yeah, the return of serve was a problem in that rally. Allowed Matthews and Acri to get to the kitchen line early. And that's definitely not what you want to do, Simon.
No, I don't know. That's a really poor shot from Chris, and he'll watch that back and he won't be happy with that because, yeah, it definitely brings them into the kitchen. That's not what you want to do. You want to keep them on the back foot. Sorry about the language there, folks, if you heard that. So just a bit of frustration from Chris Beaumont.
That lob just goes long from Matthews, so side out. Opportunity for Kappa and Beaumont here. Acrylic tries to slice that ball back into the kitchen line, so just close the gap once more. Was down to 2, went up to 4, back to 3 here. And that ball just goes wide as well. Big play on the third shot by Beaumont. Yeah, Kappa comes in, great anticipation by Kappa, just sends the volley long, so Acrylic and Matthews here, looking to get the job done. Match point, and there it is. Pushing nicely back behind Beaumont. Rob Ackery and Tracy Matthews get over the line. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to Kappa and Beaumont, who both showed moments of excellence there, but it is Ackery and Matthews who get off to a winning start here on the show court. Coming up next, we get our first look at Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien as they take on Sophie Burton and Matthew Hazelhurst. We'll be back after this short break.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the PickleBall Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Rifles it up diagonally, pushing through the ball, generates a lot of top spin, but this time it's out.
Said Nick, it is a lot of work, but that work really pays off because the English, the power side. So though that team that's able to get that first,
Self, our technical director, who continues to advance the production here every single time.
Serve. And a really fast at the net.
Yeah, and that's Harry of your body when you're playing a shot in pickleball. It was Mark Johnson and Stephen at this stage of the game. That is putting on an absolute show here. Narrow victory in the semi-final. Mayo and Oak are straight back onto court, taking on the partnership of Oliver.
Oh, and
and we can see win.
That one.
Open age category men's 4-0 plus final. That just catches the top.
To make a little bit of a comeback.
The standard here in this final has been a rude awakening thus far to the ground. Great base, great foundation. Promotes the opportunity for him to play that shot, and it's loving his time on the show court here.
Oh, and that.
Back to the action here. Oh!
Yes. And they're making Mayo and Oki win them. And a good start straight away. And you can see
Great hands again.
they can finish a bit stronger here, give themselves some confidence going in.
Expecting that one to go in, I don't think, Tim.
Yeah, he said nice top spin. So clearly felt that
Match point, Johnson and Stephen. And the net.
lovely backhand roll when he's
Welcome back to Gloucestershire. We're ready for our third game of the day here, featuring Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien. Looking bright in orange this morning. They'll be taking on Sophie Burton and Matthew Hazelhurst at the bottom of your screen. An opportunity for me to say good morning to James Carroll, who's connecting with us on the live chats on the PickleB YouTube channel. Good morning, James. Also, hello to regular top player Darren Cornish. We had a comment earlier about other games being scheduled on the show court at a lower level, perhaps. And we can tell you that we've got some 3.0 action scheduled later on, because as you'll see on the PickleB website, PickleB create events for all players here in the UK at all levels. We're happy to showcase that here on the live stream. That level of inclusivity for all and opportunities for all, not restricted by age or standard. Returning to the commentary booth, joining me to watch this one is Simon Farr. Simon, interesting matchup ahead here.
Yeah, this should be a good one. I don't know much about Burton and Hazelhurst, but obviously Dan O'Brien and Shannon Lowe, PickleB regulars, normally do well in this event. I know Dan got a bronze yesterday in men's. Not sure what happened to Chanel actually, but yeah, not knowing the background of Burton and Hazelhurst, I don't know how to call this one, Nick. Do you?
Now, I'd imagine Dan O'Brien and Chanel Lowe would be favourites here. Chanel Lowe also picked up a bronze yesterday in the gender doubles. But we saw Hazelhurst on the centre court. Apologies for the slight loss in pictures there. Technical director working hard behind the scenes to get us back live with you. And whilst we just try and catch up with this one, we'll let you know the score. And we're on 0-3, we believe. Yeah, great power from Hazelhurst, as we saw yesterday when he's at the kitchen line and that ball's above the height of the net. Very much got the ability to put that ball away at the first time of asking. That's nice from Burton, who goes one way and plays a winner the opposite way. O'Brien and Lowe caught in the transition zone. That's a pop-up from O'Brien. So Burton and Hazelhurst have started incredibly well here, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't put a foot wrong, really. I think Dan O'Brien and Chanel Lowe will probably be a little bit worried about the quality of their opposition, and they're just playing consistent, solid pickleball at the moment. Commentator's curse as soon as I say that, Nick. One goes straight into the net.
Yeah, just 2 overs in a row there from Burton, but prior to those exchanges, looking very comfortable here on the show court, and it's Hazelhurst and Burton who've amassed a 4-point lead. Yeah, Hazelhurst once again showing his athleticism, particularly with that ball in the air.
Yeah, you can feel a little bit of frustration from O'Brien and Lowe. I think that lob from Dan O'Brien then was born out of frustration because they're both very good at the net.
That ball catches Dan O'Brien a metre behind the baseline. And unlike table tennis, in pickleball, you lose that point. Yeah, this is wild at the minute from Dan O'Brien and Chanel Lowe, who can't find a rhythm.
No, because what's happening is that Kapler and Burton and Hazelhurst are dominating the net. So they've had Dan O'Brien and Chanel Lowe, they've had five or six non-scoring side outs, and they just can't get into the net.
Once again, Hazelhurst is deadly at the kitchen line. Clearly got a racket sport background with great hand-eye coordination. And he's dominating Dan O'Brien and Chanel Lowe at the minute. Supported by Burton, Sophie Burton, who continues to oppress here on the show court. O'Brien over the moon there to get off the duck egg, Simon.
Yeah, he's so happy to get a point on the board. They hopefully start to roll a bit now, because when you're stuck on zero, it can feel like a long way forward.
Yeah, and as you saw yesterday, Simon, you played for quite a large proportion of the day yesterday. Momentum is a big thing in pickleball.
Yeah, 100%. We had one game where we were 8-3 down, and we managed to get it back to 8-all, and you could see the opposition was starting to get very, very worried when it drew level. They eventually won, but the point is the momentum does carry a big thing.
It's Hazelhurst that's causing all of the problems and executing the winning exchanges here. I think I'd like to see O'Brien and Lowe. Possibly targeting the less experienced Sophie Burton a little bit more, Simon. It seems that they haven't got a clear strategy that they're executing at this point in time.
Yeah, they feel like they're kind of rabbit in the headlights sort of thing, that they're just a bit shocked at how the game started out and how good this pairing is. So it feels that Hazelhurst is taking a lot of the court as well. So yeah, you're right. They need to think about changing their strategy or even starting a strategy, because it doesn't feel like they've got anything going at the moment.
Yeah, we know Hazelhurst is from Torvayan Pickleball Club in South Wales, home of Mark Johnson. He was in action yesterday in our men's doubles, but it's our first look at Sophie Burton, and I've been impressed with her consistency in particular. A rare error there from Hazelhurst, and as Simon alluded to previously, a commentator's curse perhaps, but we move on. So can Lowe and O'Brien just erase this 5-point advantage that Burton and Hazelhurst have amassed? Yeah, and that's better from Dan O'Brien. Focused and intent on playing diagonally to Burton. A skill set that he's been practicing a lot off court. And all of a sudden, Chanel Lowe comes alive too. So 2 points in a row, and O'Brien and Lowe are out of bed, Simon Farr.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see the quality now with Lowe and O'Brien. So Dan O'Brien, great tactician. That dinking exchange and point on point one was absolutely brilliant to see him just pushing Sophie Burton around the court a little bit, and then her frustration to drive it into the net.
Swing and a miss from Matthew Hazelhurst. Strike one, young man. Strike one. 3 points in a row. Lowe and O'Brien.
It feels like they're on charge now.
That ball's called long by O'Brien. And that gap has closed significantly. And the strategy is clear. The intent is clear from O'Brien and Lowe. And they've surmounted a comeback here. It's a 1 point game. 5-6. And look at the positioning from Sophie Burton. She's now occupying the centre of the court. It's Hazelhurst on the wing as Burton takes centre stage and punishes O'Brien and Lowe. Pop up from O'Brien. Not capitalised by Hazelhurst, and the reason it's not capitalised upon Simon Farr is because they were stuck mid-court.
Yeah, just not in the right position at the right time for that one. And you just feel, well, makes up for that volley then.
Yeah, quicker movement through the transition zone, and if you're an up-and-coming pickleball player, court coverage and court positioning crucial in relation to your shot selection and success. Great reactions by Hazelhurst. Low looks to go straight down the line, and Hazelhurst just punches the backhand volley with great speed to the feet of O'Brien. Yeah, you can just see Dan O'Brien moving back from the kitchen line. Every time Hazelhurst looking to strike there, O'Brien takes a step back. Got to stay on the kitchen line to be successful.
Yeah, absolutely. Unusual for Dan because he's such a great tactician, but I wonder if it's that kitchen problem again where they see that red line and he's just backing off a little bit. That could be part of it. Great reset.
Yeah, it's a lovely drop by Burton. There's the pop-up, not capitalised upon. Pop-up again, 2 pop-ups in a row by Burton. The first one's missed, the second one's punished by O'Brien.
It's a test of nerves and passion now. 5-10.
Yeah, great control by Burton and Hazelhurst once more at the kitchen line, and it all looks very comfortable there for them. And Dan O'Brien's got a real strong drive. I'd like to see him utilising that a little bit more regularly in the mixed doubles version of the game, Simon.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, he hasn't hit that many drives. Just trying to... They're not going to beat them with these kind of drop shots at the moment, the net.
The ball was there. It was popped up by O'Brien, but Hazelhurst couldn't take advantage. So, Arlo and O'Brien about to start another comeback. Yeah, it was another pop-up from O'Brien. So, Burton and Hazelhurst here can get the job done.
Another non-scoring side out there, and that's the frustration for O'Brien and Lowe.
That's better from O'Brien. Keeps that ball deep to the baseline. Hazelhurst can't reset. Third match point here. And once again, opportunity knocks for O'Brien and Lowe. Dan O'Brien tries to call a timeout. There are no timeouts, so just explains to them they need to restart the action here. Again, it's all very comfortable for Burton and Hazelhurst on the opposite side of the net.
Yeah, their third shot drops from O'Brien and Lowe just aren't good enough, and that's the long and short of it. Unfortunately, is that it's very easy for Sophie Burt just goes long for Burton and Hazelhurst just to push the ball back and keep Lowe and O'Brien pinned to the baseline.
That ball's just called out by Hazelhurst. Sorry, by Lowe and O'Brien. So gap's now 3 on the second serve. Make that 2.
I wonder how important that mini timeout will be, Nick.
Yeah, the unofficial mini timeout. And it's a mistake by Hazelhurst. And 3 points in a row for Lowe and O'Brien.
You wonder how crucial this will be in the later stages, as we've talked about before. Oh, it's 9. Look, it's on there. That's...
And there's an error. So we're at 10-9 here. Change a ball. Franklin X40 possibly cracked. Checked by both teams. So 4th match point for Burton and Hazelhurst. And the serve goes wide. The pressure's on. It's tense. It's nervous.
Wants to make a mistake here. Great addition. They just do not want to make a mistake here.
Great dink from Chanel Lowe. 5 match points have been and gone, Simon.
You can see, you just see 2 shots before then. Chanel Lowe started to dominate the dinking and push the partners around, or opposition around, sorry. 9-10.
And that goes long. We're tied at 10 all. And after having 5 match points, Sophie Burton and Matthew Hazelhurst now face match points against them. That ball just catches the baseline. O'Brien can't rescue. Second match point here for O'Brien and Lowe. And 2 match points have gone now for O'Brien and Lowe. Look at the silky footwork, by the way, of Dan O'Brien. So, 6 match point for Burton and Hazelhurst. And that's gone as well. And sometimes, Simon, the most difficult point to win is that last one.
Getting over the finish line can be incredibly difficult in pickleball, especially when it's 10 all. Playing quality opposition, you just know one mistake and the point's gone. That's why we love the 11 win by 1 format. You get to these situations 10 all and it is tense.
7th match point here. And they get the job done. Burton and Hazelhurst get over the line at the 7th time of asking. Great resilience by Lowe and O'Brien, but it's Burton and Hazelhurst who finally, at the 7th time of asking, get the match sealed. congratulations to them, commiserations to Lowe and O'Brien. And if you're joining us live at home now, we'll leave you with a home screen briefly while we reset a server to avoid losing you for the upcoming game that will feature Lewis Oak and Nia Rogers against Sophie Burton and Matthew Hazelhurst once more. So don't go anywhere, because we will be back right after we've done a little bit of technical work in the background.
What number? 1 or 2? Yeah.
Welcome back to Gloucester. Thank you for your patience during that short interruption. We're good to go live with all the action for the rest of the day. And after narrowly getting over the line a few moments ago, Burton and Hazelhurst are back. At this time, they're taking on the formidable partnership of Oak and Rogers. And Oak, fresh after his gold medal yesterday in the men's doubles. Rogers, her silver medal in the women's doubles, will be hoping to build upon their medal haul later today. Great defence from Burton. That ball's called wide by Burton, and straight away we can see that there's a significant change in tempo in this game as opposed to our previous game, with Oak and Rogers firing on all cylinders and Hazelhurst and Burton responding at the minute. That lob goes long from Hazelhurst as well. Rogers just getting a little bit too tall on that dink. Again, if you're playing for the first time or looking to develop and progress through the game, really looking to bend your knees as much as possible when you're keeping that ball in the kitchen, get low to the ground when you're dinking. So Burton and Hazelhurst get off the mark here, but then Burton just sends that serve wide. And Simon Farr, the tempo in this game a little bit faster than the previous.
Oh, what a shot, yeah, 100%. Just had a quick chat with Dan O'Brien on the way for a toilet break, and they really were struggling to know what to do against this pairing of Burton and Hazelhurst. So it'll be interesting to see how Oakey and Rogers get on now.
again, I just think one of the different dimensions in this game is not only playing the ball at a faster speed, but in between points, minimum time, and the tempo of the match is a lot quicker as well, which means the momentum of the team in the ascendancy remains. Whereas in the previous match, O'Brien and Lowe were quite slow, measured and calculated at times, and sometimes when you're winning points, you want to restart the next exchange as quickly as you can, which is what we see Rogers and Oki doing here. And blinking, you'll miss it, because already we've got a change of ends. Rogers and Oki have got to 6, and their foot's down flat to the floor here, Simon.
Yeah, 100%. And the other thing as well, you're playing two very young players in Oki and Rogers, and they don't want to hang around. They haven't got perhaps the experience of O'Brien and Lowe, where they think more about the game, whereas these youngsters are just at it from the get-go. It's great to see as well.
Cross court, into out, dink from Rogers just goes wide. So it's a 4-point difference here. Burton and Hazelhurst need to claw this back if they can. But the ferocity of the shots that are just coming back are completely different to the ferocity they faced in the previous encounter.
Yeah, you just saw that backhand roll then from Lewis Oki, just quality right at the feet of his opponent. Oh,
it's a net tickle, and the tickle lasted longer than a second. It's Hazelhurst who sees the funny side of that tickle. ATP attempt from Hazelhurst just goes wide, so a non-score on the second opportunity there. Yeah, great exchange at the kitchen line. Hazelhurst goes toe-to-toe with Oak. But it's Hazelhurst who branches out that big forehand and manages to put the ball back into a tricky position for Rogers.
great deep return. Non-scoring side out.
Yeah, nice power from Oak, dominating the centre line as a left-hander. Both forehands down the middle for Oak and Rogers.
It's another net tickle, Nick.
Another net tickle goes in the favour of Burton and Hazelhurst, and they love it. They absolutely love the use of the net.
These things tend to come back and even themselves out, but it's 2-0 for a net tickle at the moment.
There's just one or two errors that are creeping into the game of Oak and Rogers here. And meanwhile, Burton and Hazelhurst have upped their levels of consistency until that point. Just worked their way back into this match to make it more competitive than what it was in the first half, that's for sure. But look at the footwork from Oak. Renowned for dancing across in front of his partner and punishing. Great footwork, great execution on the volley. Dominant male play here in the mixed doubles from Oak. And once again, it's all action, explosive stuff from Lewis Oak.
Yeah, it's like Oak's woken up and said, do you know what? I'm tired of this, just dawdling along, change of ends, let's go for it. And before you know it, match point.
And Burton and Hazelhurst put a dent into the lead of Oak and Rogers here.
You feel they've got to score some points on this side out.
Oak winds up, and then at the very last second switches to touch and finesse, just finds the net tape. No. 3 times in a row. Tickle him, tickle him, tickle him. It's Burton and Hazelhurst who own the Franklin net here.
We talk about this time and time again, but momentum is an amazing thing. So you felt that Oakey and Rogers had this match virtually won, and here we now back at 7-10.
So more match points here for Oak and Rogers. Can they get over the line? Not just yet. The return is nice from Hazelhurst. And again, Oak just causes a little bit of confusion. So, as we saw earlier on this morning, that last point, the most difficult to garner. And all of a sudden, Simon, your predictions of this just become a little bit tighter have come true.
Yeah, I think the Oakley and Rogers have been, hang on, we were 10-4 ups.
Oh, it was taxi for Oak. But Burton just put it slightly wide. More use of the net tape here. And this time, the fortune does not lie with Burton. So, is it now for Oak and Rogers? Yes, it is. That goes long, and a spirited Burton and Hazelhurst do go down, but they go down with the Franklin X40 in their back pocket. It's Oak and Rogers who celebrate victory here. They'll be pleased to finally get the job done. When we return, we'll have another match in our mixed doubles category. The returning Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien taking on Chris Beaumont and Barbara Kappa. We'll be back after this short break.
here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle, stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction, great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving, has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is gonna take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the PickleB Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Great hands again. Here in Gloucester on the UK Franklin Tour. Great defensive. Welcome back to Gloucester here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre for the Franklin UK Pickleball Tour, powered by PickleB in association with Skechers and Obspot. We're just about ready for our next mixed doubles game of the day in the 4-0 plus category at open age level, featuring the returning Chris Beaumont and Barbara Kappa. They're going to be taking on Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien. Just waiting for the arrival of Dan O'Brien. So while we do, there's an opportunity here for me just to talk about the Franklin UK Tour. This is the 6 event players amass ranking points depending on how many events they enter and then where they finish during the competition stages as well. 1,000 points up for grabs for winners at gold medal level. We've already been to Dorset, Cardiff, Hampshire, Basingstoke, Wiltshire. We've got this event in Gloucester, and then the Franklin UK Tour next event is Cardiff. PickleB have got an event on in Southend down in Essex. That's still availability there for players to enter. But there's a men's, women's and mixed category to the Franklin UK Tour, and it's Lofthouse who sits top of the tree for the men. Jen Hewitt sitting top of the tree for the women. And Claire Burgoyne, who cemented her place yesterday at top of the league in the mixed doubles with a win with Nathan Hill. She extends her lead at the top of the mixed division. So all 4 players here will be looking for ranking points over the 14 Series Tour, and we're just about ready to get underway here. It'll be Kappa and Beaumont at the bottom of your screen, Lowe and O'Brien at the top, and Simon Farr's been coaching O'Brien after their last performance, so let's see what's going to change here, Simon.
It'll be interesting to see if he does take well, it's our advice, Nick, wasn't it? We both agreed on the same thing, so it's a dual coaching responsibility. Obviously no favourites here with commentary.
And again, I'll just repeat what I said earlier about Barbara Kappa. She's got this succinct ability of being able to put the ball exactly where she wants it. Big serve from Beaumont, just goes wide. Tries to open up at the start.
Oh yeah, that'll be a gentleman quickening, wouldn't it? So he's just serving long there. That's a lovely slice return from Kappa. Lowe not sure what to do with that at all.
Yeah, and that slice return just aids the forehand drive of Lowe. And sometimes when the ball's moving backwards with the backspin, it becomes a lot easier for the returning player to apply their topspin, and it comes back with twice the amount of topspin that would have been put on a flat ball.
Also, Beaumont was still moving when he took that volley as well, so he wasn't set.
And he's in the kitchen line again, but the ball's bouncing, so that's fine on that occasion.
Yeah, he's definitely struggling with that kitchen area, isn't he? But it's the same for everyone. They change at 6, so both sides have got to deal with that issue.
But also, just think yellow, Simon. I remarked on commentary yesterday that players in the UK are very much used to playing in leisure centres where there's a multitude of markings. Great action here, great defences by Kappa, but from volleyball lines to netball lines to football lines to basketball lines to badminton lines, and players will be used to that in the UK, so there's only really one distinguishing line to worry about here. Shouldn't have that much of an impact. Ball on court here. So we'll replay the point. Am I right in thinking, Simon, that PickleB are looking to invest in a rollout court in the future? Is that aspirational and something on the horizon?
We have a plan. It's just trying to execute the plan at the moment. So I can't say too much, but watch this space. Let's say that. I don't want to promise something that we can't deliver.
Exciting news, nevertheless. Simon Farr, Steve Beale, always looking for advancements at each and every event. Yeah, patience personified there from Beaumont. And I just feel that if Lowe and O'Brien are going to be successful, just trying to work out the score here. Always helpful when players shout the score before their serve, especially in matches that are not officiated by a referee.
Well, it's actually the law is that you should always shout your score before you play your point. It's amazing at this level the number of players that don't do that.
Just causes, or has the potential to cause confusion, but we're back underway. And that's nice from Chanel. Lowe and advancing Beaumont on the drive. Lowe defends and manages to keep that ball in play. So we are tied at 2-2. That's a side out. Serve goes wide from O'Brien, and Dan O'Brien just looks a little bit more subdued than normal here, Simon.
Yeah, I think he's just having a bad day at the office. That's all I can say, because, you know, we've watched and commentated on him a number of times, and as we all know when we play sport, sometimes it's just not going your way. That one did, though.
A nice drive from Lowe. Beaumont was set nicely on the split step at the kitchen line. Just tries to do too much with the defensive volley. Yeah, and the winning shot there from Beaumont is nice. He recognised that Lowe was off balance and just put the ball back in her direction, aiming at the outside hip of Lowe. Nice placement there from Beaumont.
It does show that it's not always about power. If you put the ball in the right place, you don't have to do much else, really. It's an interesting feature, Nick, that Barbara Kappa has not called the score once. In theory, the opposing team could call a fault on that, couldn't they?
Yeah, entirely within their rights.
And as I say, at this level, it's inexcusable, really.
And there we go. Chanel Lowe not calling the score either. It's an unreturned serve from Kappa. And again, some of these players will be used to playing at the level where there is a referee, but we don't utilise referees in any PickleB events as it currently stands, so expectation is on them to call the score here. It also helps with us in the commentary box, who are sometimes distracted by other technical components that we have to monitor over here, and just to report accurately back to viewers at home what's happening. It's crucial, really. And again, we see some confusion from the players here, and this all stems from not calling the score out.
having taken a number of intro sessions over the years, it's one of the things that we talk about a lot is you must call the score.
Yeah, great adjustment by Lowe. It's Beaumont who catches the net tape, but Lowe manages to readjust. Third shot from Kappa goes into the net. It was a mid-court return. It was there to be driven. Just didn't quite get the height. So tight exchanges here back and forth.
It's quite an edgy game, this, Nick, isn't it? No one seems to have really settled at all. Maybe because of the confusion of the scoring, I don't know, but no one's dominating at the moment.
Nice defences by Kappa once more. The speed up by Lowe. That ball goes long once more. So Beaumont and Kappa level this game up at 5-5. And it's been back and forth without any real rhythm so far, Simon.
Yeah, there's been no momentum and say no sort of runner points. It's been very bitty. Maybe, just maybe, Beaumont and Kappa can get on a bit of a run now.
Yeah, well played. Chris Beaumont executes the speed up. Low, nice in defence to begin with. But again, without repeating ourselves, Simon, I think sometimes the flow of the game is interrupted when players have to stop continuously to ask each other if they've got the score right, if they're positioning right, particularly in mixed doubles where we see more players stacking. And it's got the potential to cause just momentum breakers that has an impact on their own flow, on their own ability to execute each point and gain a momentum.
Yep, and that's again why we say that you call the score out before you play your point. You know exactly, you're all agreeing on the same page.
So, very much back under action here. Second opportunity to score. It's Beaumont and Kappa in the ascendancy. Won the last 3 points in this game, so they go into the lead for the first time. Lob just goes long from Kappa.
Comms are just getting a bit of stick from Dan O'Brien there. Viewers can't see at home. We have Steve Bill stood behind the scenes holding up a piece of paper saying, "Shout the score."
Third shot miss by O'Brien. So we're tied at 6-6 and it feels like it's anybody's game if they can grab the ball by the horns. What a rescue that is, by the way. Nice cover from Lowe, who just sends that ball long.
I don't know if the folks at home saw that, but Dan O'Brien showing his ambidextrous with his right hand as well as his left. I played squash with a guy who used to be able to do that. Really confusing.
Nice from Kappa again, and you just feel when Kappa's involved in these exchanges, Beaumont and Kappa end up winning the point. So
I wonder if we can have another 10-10 thriller, Nick. Feels like we might be able to.
Kappa tries to put the ball back into the kitchen. I just feel there, though, Simon, the attack was a possibility for Beaumont on low, who was stranded at the kitchen line as O'Brien was on the baseline, and Beaumont put the ball back towards the baseline to O'Brien when the better opportunity might have been targeting the body of Lowe.
Yeah, when a pair split like that, you really want to go for the person close to the net, really.
What a great shot by Dan O'Brien, and does that inspire any confidence, a little bit of energy for O'Brien to go on the attack now? The in-to-in left-hand forehand drive, and that's what he's got in his locker, Dan O'Brien. We've not seen it today. Great reset.
Dan was saying earlier, I talked to him about his drives, and he says when you missed a few, you lose a bit of confidence. But, you know, I think you just got to hit more of those.
And reset after reset for Lowe and O'Brien, but ultimately the persistence in the attack from Beaumont and Kappa win that exchange. So it remains tight as you like here. Great cover.
What a reset.
Oh, yet again. The scramble defence by Lowe and O'Brien. Keeping that ball in play. The reset's brilliant. Then just pop the ball into the kitchen, Chanel Lowe. You've done the hard work.
Yeah.
Focus on the easy work.
Thank you, Colin, for the replay. That's quality. Well, Chris Beaumont's very expressive, isn't he, Nick, in his admonitions to himself?
Yeah, playing with enthusiasm. Yeah, that's nice put away by Chanel Lowe. Beaumont tries the lob while Chanel's mid-court, and Lowe's just able to take that out the air, pluck it out the air, and put it into a difficult position. Great rescue. And that ball goes wide. The lob from O'Brien was nice. The rescue from Beaumont nicer.
Another thriller, Nick, isn't it? 7-all again. Not much to choose.
Well, we're stuck at 7-7 here and have been for a short while.
That's great defence.
That one's not coming back. Kappa manages to find the space, but the defence from Lowe once again. And O'Brien is absolutely exceptional. Another non-scoring side out.
For those of you who think that pickleball isn't a sport, just watch that last point. They were running all over the place.
Yeah, there's no chance of a speed up there. That ball is at ankle height as Lowe tries to target the body of Beaumont, catches the net. Slender lead, Kappa and Beaumont. Ball's called long. So, that slender lead is now a 2-point lead. Great reset. Ball was there for the Ernie. Chanel Lowe didn't read it. Ball's there for the Ernie once more. Patient exchange here.
Great hands, great hands.
And that's just one pop-up too many. Great defences once more by Lowe. And you've got to say one of the highlights of her game is her defensive capabilities. But it's game point here for Beaumont and Kappa. Nice placement from O'Brien. Second match point here, Beaumont and Kappa. In what's been a back and forth, topsy-turvy game. Opportunity knocks for O'Brien and Lowe. 3 points the difference, but it's a game that's win by one. We saw them surmount a comeback earlier on today, but ultimately with no end product. Can that be different today? Again, it's just too aerial on the advance to the kitchen line by Lowe. That ball goes long by O'Brien. So here we go. Third match point for Beaumont and Kappa. Can they get the job done at the third time of asking? That serve goes wildly wide and long.
That's the pressure of match point shown on Chris Beaumont's serve there.
Fourth match point. Great reset from Kappa. That lob goes long as well, so 4 match points have come and gone. The ball just goes short, so O'Brien and Lowe are continuing to scramble in defence here, but not really making any inroads, Simon.
No, and he still persists with these third shots or fifth shots or seventh shot drops in, but I don't want him to start driving the ball because they're not getting any success with that at all.
But there's a freebie. It's an unreturned serve, and it's 8-10 now. 8-10-2. 2 points required to level this game up. Make that 9-10, and Beaumont and Kappa, who've had 4 match points here, are up against possibly the most resilient duo in the building. They're definitely getting their money's worth, that's for sure. And that ball catches the baseline, and we've been asking for it all day, and finally Dan O'Brien delivers on the drive. We're tied at 10-10. They've saved 4 match points, and now they've got the opportunity to clinch the match themselves.
He's got to drive the next one, Nick, hasn't he?
Third shot drive, got to be. Leaves it for Chanel O'Brien. Chanel Lowe, sorry.
Defense. Defense. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Angles galore. Scramble once more from Lowe and O'Brien. Great accuracy from Kappa and Beaumont, who save a match point themselves. So, 5th match point coming up for Beaumont and Kappa. Great reset from Kappa, and there it is. They get the job done. Beaumont and Kappa get over the line at the 5th time of asking. Commiserations once more to O'Brien and Lowe, who are showing unreal resilience, grit and determination today without getting over the line. Beaumont and Kappa march on, as do we, because coming up next, we've got Rob Akery and Tracy Matthews taking on Frank Carson and Emily Woodhouse after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. The action continues here live with PickleB. We'll be back in a few moments. Time. That one's not times, and sometimes when you're winning points, you want to restart the next exchange as quick. Wine.
Be happy with that because, yeah, it definitely brings them into the kitchen. That's not what you want to do. You want to keep them on the back foot.
Dominant male play here in the mixed doubles from Oak. And once again,
Oakley and Rogers, hang on, we were 10 fall-ups.
Great reset from Kappa, and there it is. They get the job. That one's not with no end product. Can that be different today? And Frank Carson doing
play. That's quality. It's another net tickle, Nick.
Yeah, playing with enthusiasm. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, great exchange at the kit. Match point, and there it is. Is it now for Oak and Rogers? Yes, it is. That go. Akery and Matthews here, looking to get the job done. That ball goes. Just worked their way back into this match to make it more competitive than what it was in the first half, that's for sure. But look at the footwork.
What a reset.
Oh!
Yeah.
And the lob goes in. The previous encounter.
Yeah, you just saw that backhand roll there from Lewis Oakey. Just quality right at the feet of his opponent. Oh.
And that's a...
they're stacking as well, so it's quite... There we go.
ATP from... Net tape comes into play again, and once more Beaumont's in the kitchen. Yeah, the return of serve was the problem. E2 here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. And that's a lovely... No. 3 times. Welcome back to the Oxtalls Tennis Centre here from Gloucester. We're continuing with our mixed doubles action here at 4-0 level and above. There's Acrylic and Matthews at the bottom of your screen. Take on Carson and Woodhouse. Frank Carson gets us underway. That's a great dinking exchange. I think it may have been called wide, actually. Was called wide, and that's a bit of a surprise to Acrylic and Matthews, and a bit of a surprise to me as well. That's a lovely topspin forehand roll by Carson in the mid-court. So, electric start here for Carson and Woodhouse. Simon?
Yeah, always tricky when there's a difficult line call. As you know in pickleball, it's down to the side that's playing the ball. On their side of the court, they call the in and out ball. Always tricky when it's a tight call. Just trying something new at the moment where you can see who's actually serving. It does require me to press another button, so bear with. For those of you that know me, I'm not that bright.
Yeah, Simon Farr doing a great job keeping the scoreboard ticking over here. Again, just looking to enhance the visuals for viewers at home. Thank you for joining us live here from Gloucester for PickleB. Nice defences by Carson. Just powers that ball into Matthews. Just catches her on the jaw, actually. And that'll be sore. That ball catches the top edge of Carson's paddle.
Finally, we have a female that calls the score. Well done, Emily.
Carson just misjudges that. Wasn't sure whether to leave it or not, so Matthews and Acrylic will look to square this game up. Yeah, great footwork from Carson, who not only puts that ball into a tough area for Acrylic to rescue, but manages to avoid putting his feet in the non-volley zone. So, right start here by Carson and Woodhouse. And whilst Matthews and Acrylic may have been favourites to win this game, it's Carson and Woodhouse very much in the ascendancy, or were in the ascendancy.
I could feel you just said, coming into the commentator's curse there, Nick, where they feel like they've started the fastest and then Frank drives it long. Oh, what a reset that was. Wow.
Yeah, great athleticism by Carson. Rotating mid-court.
Well done, Tracy Matthews, for calling the score. Makes my life a lot easier. Defense.
of Acrylic. All action across the kitchen line. Fast-paced, isn't it, Simon? There's no looking to get to the kitchen line and dink an exchange here. It's all about speed-ups and drives.
Yeah, I don't know how long that X40 ball's going to last, the way they're hitting it at the moment.
Quite unusually for Tracy Matthews. On that third shot, she just teased that ball up into the air, almost encouraging Woodhouse to keep her and a partner back. It's a strange tactic. Wow, what a third shot by Carson, who absolutely rips that left-handed forehand. This game is littered at the minute with moments of brilliance and then absolute errors.
Yeah, I mean, there's no excuse for this level, and you know the standard of play that these guys can play out. Those third shot drives should be coming over the net. You know, it's just easy points for the opposition. Easy for us to set in commentary booth, obviously. Emily Woodhouse will want that volley back.
I just catch. Oh, that ball's called long as well. I had a lot of top spin on that lob.
Wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that one, Nick.
So Acrylic and Matthews are on a bit of a roll here. Managed to get themselves into the lead. There's a big space there. Carson did not unwind, and Acrylic just needed to put that ball into the gap. Caught the top of the net. Miscommunication there from Carson and Woodhouse.
Again, a third shot miss.
Yeah, it's a third shot miss by Carson, and just may rue those opportunities as we get towards the latter stages of this encounter. I think the advice I'd have for all four players at the minute, Simon, would be there's nothing wrong with traditional old-fashioned pickleball of just popping that ball into the kitchen line.
Yeah, because the drives aren't working, are they? So actually, go back to what you knew and learned the first start of pickleball. Just get up to the net and play a dinking game.
And there we go. As we see, Matthews just keeps that ball nice and tight in areas where Carson can't attack, and that strategy pays off for her on that particular exchange. Mid-court miss by Acrylic. Just got the feeling if Acre and Matthews can find a little bit of consistency here, then they've got the potential to run away with this. But at the moment, it's very much back and forth with exchanges that end with individual players just making errors, as we saw there from Frank Carson. So change of ends here. Acre and Matthews have a 2-point lead. It's Carson and Woodhouse with it all to do. And if I was in the corner of Carson and Woodhouse coaching them right now, Simon, I'd be encouraging them to keep that ball into defensive positions in the non-volley zone, establish themselves at the kitchen line and construct a rally from there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they cope on this side out, because they're now at the tricky end with the kitchens and confusing people. So this is probably now the time to start thinking about dinking rather than volleying from the kitchen line.
Just see another unforced error there. So Acre and Matthews have got the ascendancy here. It's a 3-point lead. Great rescue from Carson. That ball just goes wide, and look at the frustration from Tracy Matthews, who's absolutely livid with herself. She knows that ball was there to be put away cleanly. Just sends that ball wide and presents an opportunity for Carson and Woodhouse to erase the 3-point advantage. Nice speed up from Matthews for Carson, unaware. Second scoring opportunity. Crucial exchange here in the context of this game.
Yeah, they want to get at least a couple of points on the board on this side out of theirs. Not to be.
I like the intent, though, from Woodhouse and Carson in those last couple of exchanges. Seems to have had a discussion at the change of ends and are keen to try to establish themselves at the kitchen line, as opposed to fighting fire with fire. Yeah, great angle on the smash. Woodhouse imploring Carson to leave it, but I think Carson was right. That ball was bouncing in and just finds a real tight angle there on the smash. Carson's backing up. Carson's backing up. Stay solid at that kitchen line. Stay strong. Keep your feet planted. Defend the onslaught would be my advice. 4-point difference now. Carson backing up again. Look, Carson's backing up again. And a miscommunication. All stems from court positioning and court placement. So Acre and Matthews have extended their lead. Race to 11, win by 1 here. That ball just goes long from an exuberant Matthews on the drive. Simon Farr, it's now or never for Carson and Woodhouse.
Absolutely, they're a 5-point deficit here. They've got to start scoring on their side out. Sorry, just want to click a button. But you're right, Nick. They have changed strategies and they're at the kitchen line now. Oh, it's a miss hit. Gets away with it. Oh, it's a missed return as well. These are just cheap points they're giving away.
Yeah, unforced error there on the unreturned serve. Unforgivable at this level. What was a 5-point lead's now 3-point, but the Franklin net just helps out Ackery and Matthews there. Second scoring opportunity. This would really put pressure on Ackery and Matthews if Carson and Woodhouse can trouble the scoreboard. Woodhouse just misjudges the reset. 2 points required for victory.
Yeah, I think that ball just caught the tape then. It just skid when it catches the tape.
Again, the execution's not great from Carson, but I like the intent. The strategic output has increased since the change of ends.
Game point.
Yeah, they'll face a second match point here, Carson and Woodhouse. So second opportunity for Acrylic and Matthews to get over the line. That goes wide, so Carson and Woodhouse do defend 2 match points. And it is last chance saloon. Can Carson and Woodhouse cause some damage to the scoreboard?
Feels quite tense at Woodhouse and Carson now. You know they've probably got to score points on this side out. Wow. Missed return as well. Easy points.
Carson, who was electric in the first half of this game, just missed 1 or 2 balls that he would expect to make. And it's the third match point wasted by Tracy Matthews. So, match point number 4. And the story of the day here in Gloucester is it's difficult to get over the line. Match point number 4, Tracy Matthews. And there it is. The 4th time of asking. Tracy Matthews and Rob Acrylic get the job done. They'll be looking to advance into the knockout stages of our competition here on the Franklin UK Tour. Carson and Woodhouse will rue missed opportunities. Coming up next, we've got our final league game in our 18 plus mixed doubles, featuring Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise. They take on Lewis Oak and Nye Rogers in what's scheduled to be an absolute classic here from the Oxdales Tennis Centre. Stay with us, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for Carbon Abrasion Surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to Gloucester here for PickleB on the Franklin UK Tour, powered by Skechers and Obspot. We're pleased to be reaching the culminating stages of our mixed doubles group games featuring Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise taking on Lewis Oak and Nia Rogers. And it's very much a change in circumstance for all four of these players, where Oak and Mayo, who teamed up with each other yesterday to win gold, take each other on, as did Wise and Rogers to get silver. They take each other on, so the dynamics changed for all four players, and whilst I expect it to be friendly, competition will be fierce. Mayo and Wise have won all of their games so far today, where Rogers and Oak have lost one. So arguably the pressure's on Oak and Rogers a little bit more, looking to secure a spot in the knockout stages of our 4-0 plus division. And there we see the forehander of Oak again. Joining me in the comms booth is Simon Farr. And Simon, four top players on show here, two top teams.
Absolutely, and this will be a quality match to watch, I think, and commentate on. Already we're seeing some top level play. Interesting to know who Lewis Oak and Nia Rogers lost to, Nick. Do you know who that was?
So I was halfway through a drink there, Simon, if you asked me a question.
Sorry, I was watching the game, Nick, and I wasn't looking at you. I do apologise. Do you know who Lewis Oak and Nia Rogers lost to?
Yeah, they lost to Rob Akery
Oh, okay.
and Tracy Matthews earlier on the outer courts. Got Mayo just misses out on the ATP, and that's a lovely third shot drop with a lot of top spin. Mayo tries to counteract the top spin by applying backspin, just misjudges it. And again, the forehand from Oak down the centre, just dominating, and Wise and Mayo will need to keep that ball away from the centre, particularly on the diagonal from Wise to Oak.
Yeah, and already we see with the partnership of Oak and Rogers how quickly they play their points. You watch the previous games, people will spend, a minute or so bouncing the ball. They're straight into the point. You can quite put your opponents off quite a bit because the points just are over so quickly.
Wise just struggling with a grip on her paddle. Just towels herself down.
For those of you who remember Swindon, Maisie and Scott were using a barrier as a towel. So some of the comments on YouTube was, can you get her a towel, please? Guess what? I bought a towel for her this week.
You ask, Simon Farr delivers. Once again, the accuracy on the third shot is perfect.
Yeah, this is the quality of Lewis Oak. His third shots are absolutely nailed on.
Opportunity here for Wise and Mayo to trouble the scoreboard then. It's all been about Rogers and Oak so far. And that's not coming back either. Mayo frustrated with himself. Hits his outer thigh with his paddle and then resets. Players just discussing with themselves if Wise was in the kitchen there, but ultimately the point goes to Wise and Mayo and they're on the board.
The tricky one, they're asking us if they were in the kitchen, and without going to replay, it's really up to them to decide. You don't want to have to start influencing the game from commentary.
When we turn serve from Oak, so 2 points in a row here for Mayo and Wise. Wise just reaching forward rather than playing that ball upwards.
Yeah, she's unbalanced as well, wouldn't she? So there's a rush shot as well.
Yeah, nice strategy from Wise and Mayo, looking to isolate Oak on that occasion, freeze him out of the game. And we have a change of ends at 6. Oakham Rogers in command as it currently stands. Mayo and Wise not totally out of this encounter though, Simon.
No, we just saw then they had a run of a couple of points and they can certainly compete. It just you think Oakham Rogers have just got the slight upper hand. Again, it's the quickness of the points that how they play. If you watch Scott, it takes quite a while to serve. Maisie not so much, but Oakley and Rogers are just straight into the point, and that can be really disconcerting for players who like a bit of time to get themselves set.
Great defence from Wise, who stays strong against the speed up. Yeah, it was the right decision from Mayo and Wise to start creeping forward because the drop from Mayo was good enough. But the response from Rogers, clever, just puts it right at the feet of Wise. Makes it difficult for her to return.
Oh, lovely angle by Lewis Oak there. Right on the money.
Yeah, classic example of not trying to overhit the overhead. Instead, place it with accuracy. What a shot by Lewis Oak, who not for the first time today delivers by encroaching across onto his partner's side and putting that forehand down the line. It really is a beautiful play, Simon.
Yeah, he's got great talent, Lewis Oakey, isn't he? I think he's just going to get better and better. You know, he's a young man that's come through, loves the game, wants to learn more and more, helps us out with ops now. Lovely young man. Fussy eater though, Nick.
There you go. An interesting fact about Lewis Oak, a fussy eater.
We were trying to book a restaurant last night and we had to go through like 5 menus to find something he liked. And then we went to the restaurant, the dish he ordered wasn't available, which was very amusing.
ATP defended by Maisie Wise, and she's absolutely delighted with that. So, cucumber only for Oak, is it?
And he ordered fish and chips, and we all ordered burgers because it was a really good burger place. He had good. His logic was actually quite smart. Was that he thought because everyone ordered burgers, it was going to take a long time, but they came out and said there's no fish and chips, so he had to have a burger. Yeah, most amusing.
Well, clearly last night's supplement has aided his pickleball play today. Great defence by Rogers, and that ball goes long from Mayo. And not for the first time in this game, Mayo remains a frustrated character. Resets behind the baseline.
What a forehand this young man's got. Too good.
It's just immense. And Mayo and Wise were doing everything they could to get forward then. Great reset from Wise. But Oki hits the backhand, then hits the forehand just gorgeously.
I don't know what his background is, Nick. Does he know? Has he got a racket experience?
Yeah, he's a tennis player.
Was he? Okay.
As a youngster.
A lovely third again from Lewis Oakey.
Actually played tennis since the age of 7, Lewis Oak. So
Well, that'll be it then.
Started off at a very young age.
Oh, what a point that was. What a point. Great hustle by Scott Mayo.
Yeah, as we can see on the replay, sensational stuff by Mayo, who rescues the drop nicely.
Lewis Oakey just admonished himself there, saying it was the wrong shot, and it was. Ball was below his feet. It was not a time to by his feet. It was not a time to try and drive it.
Change of tempo by Nia Rogers. It was very much back and forth, and then Rogers decided to take some pace off, wing wise forward. And that just drew the error. Speaking of errors, there's a service error by Lewis Oak.
I think it was Nia's serve actually, Nick. A smart play from him at the previous point, just trying to get Maisie back in, and paid off. And they'll be frustrated with that. Another another non-scoring side out. Easy for me to say. Or not. Quality third shot from Maisie Wise. Calls the pop-up. Scott Mayo puts it away.
Yeah.
Classic Pickleball.
Great anticipation by Scott Mayo there. Recognised the quality of Maisie Wise's third shot and prepared himself nicely for the fifth. Court positioning crucial, able just to put that volley away. So great teamwork from the partnership of Wise and Mayo. And once again, Mayo and Wise just putting a bit of pressure here on Oakey and Rogers, and what looked rather comfortable all of a sudden starting to look slightly less certain.
I think it's the quality of their shots as well. They seem to...
Got to keep it off the Oak forehand.
yeah.
Easier said than done though. Got to keep it off the Oak forehand. The next 4 shots that follow that line: forehand, forehand, forehand. Touch just lets Oak down that time around. So difference is 3 here.
You see how Maisie and Scott slow the game down when they're at their end. I think that might be quite frustrating for Nia Rogers and Lewis Oak. They just want to get on with it. Great fetch by Maisie.
ATP from Scott Mayo. Showtime here live from Gloucester. And just when they needed it most, Scott Mayo comes up with the big play. Is that about to inspire a comeback of significant proportions here? But as always, Simon Farr, the very next point, the team who create the showtime moment lose the points.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, and you're on a high from that last point, and then you just miss the simple return.
Oh, great hands. Nia Rogers executes the defence from the speed up, then goes on the attack herself. And look at the power for such a slight young lady. Match point here. Great pickup.
Oh,
what
great pickup.
a pickup from Rogers. And whilst it looked comfortable at first, it was Mayo and Wise who were putting the pressure on. Oak and Rogers ultimately get over the line, though. We haven't seen the last of those two teams, because coming up later we will have some semi-final action in our mixed doubles. But when we return after a short break, I'll be catching up with a few players and talking to them about their morning on interview. So don't go anywhere, because we'll have some exciting interviews coming up with you before the action gets back underway with some semi-finals after this short break. And sometimes when you're winning points, you want to restart the next exchange as quick. Match point, and there it is. What a shot. No. 3 times in a row. Tickle him. Hey, Korean Matthews here, looking to get the job done. And a nice backhand. Just work their way back into this match to make it more competitive than what it was in the first half, that's for sure. But look at the footwork. Oh, great hand with no end product. Can that be different today? Welcome back to Gloucester at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. I'm pleased to say that I'm joined with one of the players we've seen on the show court this morning, Chris Beaumont. And Chris, I believe you've just had some good news that you and Barbara Capper are advancing through to the latter stages.
Yeah, we seem to have sneaked through today, Nick, which is quite pleasing, obviously. Yeah, 4th place, but we're going to play the best team in the group so far, so we'll see what we do in the semis.
Yeah, and with the standard being combined at 4-5 and 4-0 level, there's been a mixture of standard there for you to get stuck into. How have you found it?
Generally, I mean, it's hard to say that it was that mix of standard, because a lot of the games have been so really close. I think the 2 guys that have come top, you can see that they are just that little bit above, but the games against them have been close anyway, so who knows? It's first to 11, isn't it? So anything can happen in this next one.
Well, we wish you all the best this afternoon. And Chris, if I can just touch base on a few other projects that you've got running. The World Pickleball magazine podcast. You're on issue 4 or 5 now?
Yeah, just about to launch issue 5, the June magazine. So yeah, 4 in so far. It's been great fun putting it together, having some really interesting conversations with people all over the world. I think we get quite sort of set on where we are with pickleball, but when you hear what they're doing in Brazil, what they're doing in Japan, what they're doing all over the place, it's great fun. The podcast, doing that with Gordon Watson, who was the commentator at the World Pickleball League in Mumbai. He's a great guy. He knows so much stuff, and he's an Aussie, so there's a good bit of banter on there as well.
Yeah, no, I've taken a listen to that myself and very much highly recommend that. And Chris, Pure Pickleball, talk to us about the developments with Pure Pickleball, because I've seen some news releases that Pure Pickleball will be entering a PPL Premier team.
Yes, well, I've apparently got 2 fingers left which I can put into pickleball pies, and one of those is Colin and I, who runs Pure Pickleball with me. We're entering a team in the Premier League this season. Been lucky enough that I've got some interesting stuff on Sam Basford, so I've been able to blackmail him into being our head coach for the season, which is good. And we're looking forward to the draft tomorrow to see how we do and whether we can get our picks in line for that as well. So yeah, it's exciting times with all these things going on.
Fantastic, but you've still got time to be a regular player at these PickleB events. How crucial are the PickleB events for you, Chris?
I mean, this is where you get to play and play in proper competition. We all do our rec stuff, which is cool and everything, but the difference between that and then actually playing when there's pressure, even sticking a camera on, it just changes how you feel about the game. So the opportunity to come and do this at our level is fantastic, because it gives us that opportunity to test ourselves and push ourselves up to try and catch some of those top guys who are a lot younger and a lot better than some of us on it. So,
and we've remarked in commentary today that there is a difference between some of the outer courts and the show court. Does that pressure show with players?
It's really weird, actually, because when you break it down to its simplest form, we don't really know the cameras are there, yet we do. The fact that it's a court with a bit more space doesn't make a great deal of difference, but it's just that little bit in your mind going, oh, that smash I've just hit wide, that's now on camera and will be there for a while. So it does add that little bit of pressure. I think all of us would say that we've not played like we might normally play in those, and I think it'll be whoever deals with that best now in the last 4 will be the ones that get that over the line. So,
well, who knows? We might see you on the show court again this afternoon. We thank you for joining us, Chris, and wish you all the best of luck for the tournament.
Thank you, Nick. Cheers. Thanks, mate.
That was Chris Beaumont joining us here live from the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. We're going to cut to a short break, and when we return, we'll be back with more mixed doubles action as the semi-finals get underway here live from Gloucester. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Without a technical director, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, encounter numerous challenges, including poor technology decisions, inefficiencies, and costly errors. Teams may lack direction, leading to delays and accumulating technical debt. Without strategic oversight, SMEs risk falling behind competitors and missing out on growth opportunities. To address these challenges, ICTO offers a fractional technical director service. This approach provides high-level technical leadership without the financial burden of a full-time hire. Startups and SMEs benefit from strategic guidance on software architecture, product development, and technology roadmaps while maintaining manageable expenses. Our extensive experience enables companies to avoid potential pitfalls and accelerate their growth. An ICTO fractional director brings scalable technology strategies and enhances team development without disrupting daily operations. By evaluating technology stacks, streamlining processes, and mentoring in-house teams, we improve efficiency and long-term stability. Our external perspective helps identify issues that internal teams may overlook. ICTO provides flexibility and agility, which are essential for navigating rapidly evolving markets. Companies can adjust our involvement based on project requirements, funding rounds, or significant strategic shifts. With our expert guidance, businesses make informed technical decisions, mitigate risks, and maintain their competitiveness. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Diadem began with a goal to develop a better tennis string, then a better racket, then a better ball. But it's transformed into a story beyond our wildest dreams. Out of our passion for racket sports grew a desire to innovate and redefine the game. Then came Pickleball, a phenomenon that ignited our purpose. Shaping the industry became our mission, but it led to so much more. Diadem isn't just about redefining sports equipment, it's about empowering you, our players, to lead healthier lives, form friendships that transcend borders and backgrounds, and to get out and play. Pickleball enables us to do what we do best, innovate. But Diadem inspires much more because it's not about the brand, it's about the individuals who bring it to life. Our success isn't tallied in paddles and rackets sold, but in smiles brought to players' faces and the relentless pursuit of improvement. At Diadem, our
welcome back to Gloucester for the UK Franklin Tour. We're already underway here. Mayo and Wise taking on Beaumont and Kappa in the semi-final. Number one. Mayo and Wise going through as group winners. That ball's cracked. Taking on Kappa and Beaumont at the moment. I can see on court 2 it's Rogers and Oak taking on Akery and Matthews as well. So those are the 4 semi-finalists. But we're going to focus on this one here with Mayo Wise, Kappa and Beaumont. Race to 11, win by 1, and Simon Farr joins me for this semi-final.
Yeah, this should be interesting, Nick. I think you've got to say that it's probably Maisie and Scott are favourites. Certainly have them from top of the group. Kappa and Beaumont in at number 4. Non-scoring side out there for Maisie and Scott. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. I missed the interview with Chris, Nick. Was that revealing?
Yeah, Beaumont was pleased to get through from this morning. Happy to be in the semi-final. Described this game as a race to 11, so anybody could win. Talked a little bit about his being the editor-in-chief for the World Pickleball magazine and Pure Pickleball having a team in the PPL for season 3, the England Premier Pickleball League as well. So no, it was good to catch up with Chris Beaumont. PickleB here, bringing you all of the news at tournaments as well, interviewing the right people, making sure spectators are kept up to date with developments of pickleball here in the UK. That's a great drop by Mayo. Mayo describing himself as world class there, Simon.
Well, you know, we do love Scott and we love his enthusiasm, his wit, his bizarre comments sometimes. World class? What do you think, Nick?
Oh, that's world class. It's an Ernie, and look at the footwork from Scott Mayo, who's putting on an absolute show here. Blink and you'll miss him because he dances around the kitchen and pierces that volley right back at Chris Beaumont. I think he enjoyed that, Simon.
Oh, 100%. He does love to put a show on, bless him. As you can see, wearing his skort. We've discussed it before, but for those of you who wonder what a skort is, it's a cross between a skirt and a short. Obviously designed for a woman, but Scott is not afraid to embrace his feminine side.
Teapot time for Kappa, who just puts her hands on her hips after missing that overhead. That's a nice speed up from Wise down the gap in between the space of Beaumont and Kappa, and it's a fast start for Mayo and Wise. Moonball serve. And everything they touch turns to gold. Everything they hit turns to a winning exchange. And Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise have been fast out of the blocks here. It's Kappa and Beaumont who've got it all to do at the change of ends.
Yeah, I think a bit like we said about with Lewis Oakey and Nia Rogers, they've started off really quickly here, Maisie and Scott. And Chris Beaumont and Barbara Kappa are just dazed by how they suddenly love 6 down. It'll be interesting to see what the change of ends does. This is the one that this is the end Chris struggles with, that on his own line.
Nice control by Mayo. Just positions that dink back behind Beaumont. Beaumont just needed to go middle of the court rather than looking on the diagonal. But it's great placement from Mayo. Moonball serve once more. Ball was called good by Wise. Told Mayo to leave it. Said no. But then it landed in. So opportunity for Beaumont and Kappa to get on the board here. 7-zip down. And with a little bit of a tickle from the net tape, that's exactly what they do. And Beaumont describes it as a turning point. Let's see. So good from Maisie Wise as they unwind and get to the sides they want to play on. Wise goes back cross court diagonally. In the kitchen from Kappa, who steps in to play a volley. So appears that it's just Kappa and Beaumont have been caught out by that non-volley zone today.
It would seem so. I did comment on that with all the other games they've played. Everyone seems to have coped with it pretty well. So must be just something in their psyche. They just can't quite get their head around that line.
That ball just goes long from Mayo. Second scoring opportunity here at 7-1, and Mayo and Wise will be well versed in trying to keep their foot down here and get over the line to 11 as quick as they can.
Another great third drop, but yeah.
That's a pop-up by Kappa, who looks to speed up rather than keeping the ball in the kitchen. And it's bread and butter for Mayo.
And that was caused by a great third in, so that she was instantly under pressure from the third, then the fifth, and a pop-up on the 7th shot. That's another quality third in.
Just goes long from Kappa as well. Maisie Wise on that third shot today has been so successful, Simon.
Yeah, when you're watching it here in our commentary position, you see the quality so much clearer. Literally, it's dipping over the net. It's actually hitting that red line, which is perfect position for your third shot in. And each time...
Once again, Ernie Scott Mayo dances down to the comms area, and he anticipates that play so well. Look at the slow motion here. Papa just feeds it back up. Look at the early anticipation, steps around the kitchen, and boom! Plants that volley right back into his opponent's side of the court. Great play, Scott Mayo. Great anticipation.
And also great directorship from our technical man, Colin.
Colin Moore, one of the best in the game. Great reactions from Maisie Wise. Not the second time of asking, though. And the 2 points Beaumont and Kappa have won have been as a result of the nets, the Franklin nets. That's legitimate, though. Wise misses that, just catches her on the wrist. Nice speed up from Kappa, nice drive. Aiming at the torso of Maisie Wise. So, 2 points in a row. A lot of work to do, but 1 point at a time, Beaumont and Kappa will be telling themselves.
Yeah, they've got nothing to lose now, really, Nick, have they? So they may as well just go for everything.
Kappa's reaching, a foot's also in the kitchen once more. So, second match point here for Mayo and Wise as they look to advance through to the final in their quest for a gold medal. Great third again from Wise. Kappa not able to cushion that ball, and it is Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo who advance into the final here. Kappa and Beaumont will go in search of a bronze medal. But Scott Mayo could become double decorated this weekend and decorated with gold. Maisie Wise could become double decorated after a silver yesterday. She goes for gold today. We'll be back with more news from the other semi-final featuring Matthews, Acrylic, Rogers and Oak after this short break. Don't go anywhere. To trouble the scoreboard then. It's all been about Rogers and Oak so far. And that's not coming back either. And that's a...
Oakley and Rogers have been, hang on, we were 10-4 ups.
Yeah, and the win... So good for... Oak wine. The great third by Beaumont, but the cross-court response. Acre and Matthews here, looking to get the job done. Yeah, great exchange at the kit. Yeah, great angle on it.
Right. That's by Maisie.
ATP from the previous encounter.
Yeah, you just saw that backhand roll then from Lewis Oakey. Just quality right at the feet of his opponent. Oh.
E2 here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. And that's a lovely... And everything they took. Great reset from Kappa, and there it is. They get the job. Oh, great hand. Just work their way back into this match to make it more competitive than what it was in the first half, that's for sure. But look at the footwork with no end product. Can that be different today? No. 3 times in a row. Tickle him.
What do you think, Nick?
Oh, that's world class. It's an Ernie, and look at the. That ball goes. Yeah, playing with enthusiasm. Yeah, that's nice.
They're stacking as well, so it's quite. Here we go.
ATP from. Net tape comes into play again, and once more, Beaumont's in the kitchen. Oh, Simon.
Yeah, always tricky when there's a difficult line call. As you know, in pickleball, it's down to the. It's another net tickle, Nick.
Yeah. And the lob goes in. And a nice backhand times. And sometimes when you're winning points, you want to restart the next exchange as quick.
And we all ordered burgers because it was a really good burger place. His logic was actually quite smart, was it? He thought,
is it now for Oak and Rogers? Welcome back to Gloucester at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. As you can see, there are games going on all around the arena here, but we're focusing on one, and that is the 18 plus mixed 4-0 and above final, featuring Lewis Oak, Nia Rogers taking on Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo. It's Wise and Mayo at the top of your screen, Oak and Rogers at the bottom. And a reminder for all viewers, there's a change of format here. We'll be playing the best of 3 games. First to 11 win by 1. It's Oak with ball in hand, serving to Wise. And it was Oak and Rogers who came through their semi-final against Matthews and Akery, 11-3. So comfortable semi-final victories for both teams. What a backhand volley by Scott Mayo. It's impressive. Oak leaves the space as he unwinds the stack. Mayo takes advantage of it. Lob goes in from Maisie Wise, and as we often know, the fall of you in pickleball sometimes not helpful. Equivalent of an indirect free kick in football. You tends to lose you the point in pickleball. Simon Farr joins me again for this final, the gold medal match. The dynamics that we mentioned earlier of our men's doubles winners being split and taking each other on, and our women's silver medalists being split, taking each other on. And it was Oak and Rogers who got the better of the group stages. Simon, what's your expectations for the final?
I want a 3-setter, Nick, if I can. I think it's possible. I think both sides are going to have some peaks and troughs. Just a question of who holds their nerve. Who's the most consistent? He comes up with the best strategy. Great third again from Maisie, but Nia holds that really well.
Oh! ATP from Lewis Oak. It's showtime here in the final. Live from the Oxtor Tennis Centre. That ball catches Maisie Wise on the legs.
Scott Mayer won't be happy that he's been outshone by Lewis Oak. All good. Change of ends. Oh, not out.
Yeah, ball's called out eventually. One of them called it out, one of them called it in. So they went with the out call eventually. Nice hands by Nia Rogers. Not for the first time today. Her reaction speed at that kitchen line is exemplary, Simon.
Yeah, great partner to have. It's almost like playing another guy sometimes with her hand speed. So I think this is a really partnership that's going to blossom between Lewis Oak and Nia Rogers. They both seem to get on well and certainly play a lovely style of pickleball. So Mayo and Wise have a 1 point lead. Doesn't feel like there's much to choose between either side at the moment. Scott Mayo doing a jig there, not sure what that's about.
Just seems slightly edgy at the beginning stages of this final, Simon. Both teams will be wanting to secure victory here. And as a result, just 1 or 2 errors in the early stages of the gold medal match. Speed up again from Rogers, who wasn't best placed for the pop-up, but manages to get away with it anyway.
As you said earlier, Nick, she's such a slight thing, Nia Rogers, but the power, I don't know where it comes from. She can really put that ball back hard, and you're playing against someone like Maisie Wise with her stature. It's impressive.
That's 2 times in a row that Wise has managed to go cross court on the diagonal and get success back behind Lewis Oak. Wise and Mayo can't get forward, and it's great control from Oak. Baseline success for Mayo and Wise, but ultimately they're not going to win points from back there, Simon.
No, and it's great to see an old head on some young shoulders there with Lewis Oak. Didn't try to smash the hell out of the ball, just placed it in the right place. No chance for Maisie Wise. Good speed up from Maisie there.
3 times so far in this final, Maisie Wise has got the better of Lewis Oak, targeting him on that occasion with a speed up. Things remain tight here.
You feel like the player is a bit tight as well, Nick, don't you? They're just struggling with the occasion, maybe?
Yeah, quite possibly. The words that were about to come out of my mouth were great patience from both players until Maisie Wise chooses to speed up from an impossible position.
It's so easy here in comms, commentating on that sort of thing. In that situation, you just get a rush of blood to the head and think, I'm going to get rid of this thinking point and try and win it in one shot. I'd say the percentage chance of ever happening, 100 to 1 minimum.
And if I was going to attempt that shot, Simon, I think I'd do it on a serve of myself or my partner as opposed to my opponents, because you're not giving away a point when you're taking that level of risk. That goes long as well. Again, it's a speed up from an impossible position, and these chances that Mayo and Wise are taking are all on their opponent's serve.
It's a really good point, actually, Nick. I hadn't thought of that, but yeah, it's you're giving points away in theory, aren't you? So it's not something you'd advise if you were trying to coach a team, that try and take those speed ups when they're not going to lose a point.
Great angle by Rogers. Defence again by Wise and Mayo on the baseline. But not so long back, we were at 3-3. Those misdemeanors by Wise and Mayo mean we're now at 3-7 on second serve. The pressure's on Wise. The pressure is on Mayo. Yeah, great defence by Wise. This time it was Rogers attempting to speed up. Wise stood tall.
But that was the right shot for Rogers to play then, just didn't execute it.
Okay, electing to stick with the into-in forehand there as opposed to the into-out, and it pays off for him. That's textbook. Near Rogers, that's about the best pickleball we've seen today. The third shot drop, the fifth on the reset, the seventh on the attack. Classic pickleball, top quality pickleball from Near Rogers.
Maisie Wise gets a net tickle. I think that's the first one of this match, isn't it, Nick?
It's amazing, Simon, how many players get the net tickle, and it's the ticklers who find the funny side of it.
It's the old sorry, not sorry.
Four-point gap here to worry about for Mayo and Wise.
It's another tickle.
Once again, it's Wise who's doing all the tickling of the net. And apart from that mid-game momentary lapse of concentration for Wise and Mayo, there's not a lot in this, Simon.
No, it feels like it's just a question of who makes the most And
I just wonder, when they were looking to hit balls from unlikely positions, that would have cost them this first game, because other than those 2 or 3 points, this game would be equal right now. We would be drawing.
Well, they'd actually been in the lead now, wouldn't they? Because now they're at 6-8. So they'd probably be nearer 10 if the point had been played out. Oh.
And is it Rogers and Oak's turn to get tight here?
Feels like there's been a momentum shift in the last few points. Maisie and Scott are on a bit of a roll.
Look at the return from Oak. Great rescue.
Great reset. And again. What a recovery from Scott Mayo. What a point! What a point!
What a point here! Live from Gloucester, the resetting ability from Rogers and Oak. But it's Wise who puts the finishing touch after the scramble defence of Mayo. Great action here. Live for PickleB on the Franklin UK Tour. And that levels things up at 8-8 in the first game of the gold medal match.
That's the point of the weekend so far, by far. Although, actually, I wasn't commentating yesterday, Nick, so I might be prejudging that.
Not far from it, Simon. You're quite right, but that error from Mayo just punches the ball long, so Okie in the ascendancy there. And that is what it's all about. Ouch. After all the work to get back into this first game, it's game point for Oak and Rogers. And there it is. Oak and Rogers surrender the lead at 8-all, but win the next 3 points to secure the first game of our gold medal match. And whilst Oak and Rogers looked in control for the majority of that first game, in the latter stages we saw the quality of Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise. And I can expect, or we can expect, Simon, for the standard to continue to improve into this second game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, well, that was quality first game. Literally 3 points in it. You were quite right, Nick, in what you said about Maisie and Scott giving away points with those crazy speed-ups when it wasn't their serve. Probably something we'll talk to them about going forward, to think about that. Be interesting to see what happens in the second, whether they'll learn from that. And now whether Ania Rogers and Lewis Oak can maintain the momentum and go and win the second set. Often, sometimes with these, we have a change of ends, bit of a reset, and then the side that's just lost tends to win the second one. As I said at the beginning, I want this to be a three-setter. I'm sure the people at home want it to be a three-setter, and I'm sure you'll do as well, Nick.
Yeah, without doubt, some of the best pickleball we've seen all day, and we don't want this to stop. Wise and Mayo will need to win this second game if we are to go to a third, whilst Oak and Rogers will be looking to get over the line and get the gold medal around their necks as quickly as possible. An opportunity to thank our viewers who are joining us around the world. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe as you join us here live on the Franklin UK Tour, powered by Skechers and OBSBot in association with ICTO for PickleB. Wendy Wise joins us on the live chat. Good afternoon, Wendy. Thanks for the feedback about the commentary. Got everything crossed for Maisie and Scott. Stephen Malloy as well joins us. Thanks very much, Stephen. Really appreciate your feedback on the commentary. If you're watching us live, drop us a comment in the box as we continue with the action here. Mayo and Wise will need a good start here. All players remarking about the Franklin net here, suggesting that the south side of the arena is the arena to be on as opposed to the north side. Great defences, Mayo. Great angle by Lewis Oak. Plays the into out overhead smash. It was Wise and Mayo who were backing up. Oak and Rogers can't believe it. The ball pretty much sits on top of the net and then rolls back onto their own side of the court. Great return by Wise. And a great interview with Maisie Wise yesterday. If you've not watched that, have a look back at day one on the PickleB YouTube channel. Maisie Wise, a great ambassador for the sport. Great hands battle, and that just goes wide. So Wise and Mayo do get off the mark. Oh. Look at the forehand swing of Nia Rogers, and it just highlights it's all about timing, Simon, sometimes.
That was perfect, wasn't it? Literally at both their feet, down the middle, hit with power and precision. Beautiful to watch.
Mayo frustrated with himself. One reset too many from the mid four, and Simon was there, very controlled in their ability to reset. I'd like to see them advance, put pressure on the volleying capabilities of Wise and Mayo there.
It's a good point, Nick. I think they should try a few more drives actually, and just, as you say, test the volleying skills of Maisie and Wise. I'm sorry, Maisie and Wise. Wise and Mayo.
All on court, so we'll replay the point. Top tier stuff here though on the show court. More bottom tier than top tier from Mayo there though. Puts that ball into the net. We all make mistakes occasionally.
Yeah.
Look at the roll. Look at the control. The paddle starts below the height of the ball, extends up and finishes above the height of the ball. Generates a top spin. Nice control. Patience here. Great change of direction. Great change of direction by Mayo. It was rescued by Oak. And then Wise with the unforced error. But patience from Nia Rogers just wins that exchange. And the pressure's on Wise and Mayo here. Critical stages of the game, Simon Farr.
Absolutely. You just saw Lewis step in there and take that forehand right down the middle. Maisie just got the edge to it, but feels like they're starting to take control of this match now. I think Mayo and Wise are probably thinking, what else can we do here?
That ball just goes wide, and Oki with the out call just denies Rogers the ATP, Simon.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw Scott then, but he was trying to fake out, I think, and that actually confused his think. So as much of a showman as Scott is, we love that. Maybe just play a simple pickleball sometimes.
Nice deep return. Yeah, it's better control from Wise and Mayo, who, if they're able to show that level of patience for the rest of this game, will give themselves an opportunity of getting back into it. The speed up comes from an unlikely position. The ball's below the height of the knee there, and even with Oak's ability to generate topspin, it's not getting up and down from that position. Crucial for Mayo and Wise to trouble the scoreboard here.
It's another great placement by Lewis Oki. And instant to your point earlier, Nick, is actually Lewis chose to speed up on his own serve. So he didn't lose a point, just lost the side out. Wonder how important that'll be going forward.
Yeah, great observations here from Simon Farr. That ball's called out, so there we go. Mayo's relieved with that point. It's been a long time coming. Can they build upon it? Not now. Third shot hits the net. Mayo and Wise are under pressure.
Lovely third again from Lewis Oki. Great retrieve by Scott Mayo as well.
Ball's just called long. Mayo was sharp in his defensive reactions. That ball just misses the baseline, and it's Rogers and Oak. Great pickleball from all four players. It was Mayo and Wise that were sent from the kitchen line to the baseline, but managed to get their way back to the non-volley zone and execute the winning shots. Frustration once again from Scott Mayo is etched all over his face and in his tone.
He's incredibly hard on himself, Scott, and he always wants the best and be able to play the best. Sometimes he just goes a bit wrong.
It's another point though, Simon. They're just gnawing away at the advantage that Oak and Rogers have amassed here. That forehand is an absolute weapon. A weapon of mass destruction. You have to keep it out of the centre of the court. Left-handed Oak just dominant on that forehand down the centre. Got to keep that ball out wide if you're Wise or Mayo. Got to keep that ball in court if you're Mayo and Wise.
And here's Scott's frustration then. Just play simple pickleball, man. And feel that Rogers and Oak are running away with this now. At 8-3.
Yeah, it's 3 points required for the gold medal here.
Oh, what a great pick-up.
Maisie Wise kicks her paddle away, accidentally. Yeah, Maisie Wise rescues that because they were slow to unwind the stack there. Looking to get Maisie Wise back on the forehand side following the return. The third from Oak was great, but Wise manages to rescue and scramble. That's a freebie. It's an absolute freebie, Simon Farr.
Now, what is it you say, Nick? Serves, thirds, returns?
Serves, returns and thirds, but it doesn't matter about the order, don't worry.
I did that deliberately, you know.
2 points in a row. Momentum swinger. Is it a game changer? Stay tuned to find out here. Live with PickleB on the UK Franklin Tour.
I think part of the charm of Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo's partnership is how much fun they have. They're always having a bit of a laugh and a joke, and even if they make him...
Great backhand volley by Nia Rogers. Let's take a look at this again. Ensures that paddle's out in front of her body. The contact point is executed beautifully just to pierce the partnership of Wise and Mayo. A little bit of patience from Mayo, who encourages himself to do what he does best and do it well. Just talking to himself there. 2 points the difference now. 3 points in a row. Wise and Mayo. That ball was going long.
Yeah, it was.
That ball was going long, Scott Mayo. Maisie Wise sends her frustration and her wide eyes into the commentary box. Wow. That ball was going long too. Nia Rogers, who again shows the same level of frustration. This is crucial. This exchange is absolutely crucial in the context of the whole championship.
You've got to keep their heads in the game.
And it was a pop-up. Scott Mayo is responsible for the pop-up. Tried to defend against the onslaught that followed, but wasn't able to. 3 point lead once more. 2 points for victory here. Rogers and Oak. Wow. A rare error on the forehand of Oak. Will that be costly? Here we go. Maisie Wise, ball in hand. Utilising all of her experience here just to compose herself. That ball goes just wide. Got to trouble the scoreboard now, Simon Farr.
Yeah, 100%. I don't see them coming back after this one. I think they've got to score at least 2 and put some more pressure back on the Oki and Rogers partnership.
They can't get a good reset. And the forehand of Rogers is just too strong when she's established at the kitchen line. 2 points for gold. It's 2 points for the ranking. Enhancing 1,000 points. And great defence, great scramble from Scott Mayo, who describes his defensive skills as masterful. That's huge, absolutely huge. And Mayo references his ability to put backspin on the ball. Makes it difficult for Rogers. 2 non-scoring side-outs in a row. Both teams fail to score and capitalise.
You can feel the tension from both sets of players. They know how close this is.
Oh, Rogers got away with one. It was last-ditch reactions only that kept that ball in play. And Wise and Mayo have had their chances, and that was another. That ball was popped up. Has Wise got the ability just to take that away from her memory bank now and focus on this return? Yes, she has.
I'm surprised Nia Rogers decided to go against Scott Mayo again on his backhand. I don't think she's won an exchange like this yet. This spot is very good. There's one there. Change of direction, Lewis Oki. Oak.
Speed up from Wise just goes long. So it is match point, championship point, gold medal point here for Rogers and Oak. That just catches the net. Pape, second championship point here on the UK Franklin Tour, live from Gloucester. Lewis Oak, Nia Rogers. Space back behind Oki if Mayo fancies it. The speed up again is untimely. The championship goes to Nia Rogers and Lewis Oak, who managed to furnish out a first-class display here in the final of our open age mixed doubles 4-0 and above contest. Congratulations to Oak and Rogers. Commiserations to a very spirited Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise. We'll be presenting them with their medals shortly and catching up for a quick word with our winners and runners-up right after this short break.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the Viper Core Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Welcome back to Gloucester here at the Oxals Tennis Centre. And as Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo congratulate each other on their silver medal, let's reflect on what ultimately was a thoroughly entertaining final. Hopefully enjoyable to play in as it was for us to watch.
Yeah, I don't think we played our best in that game. It's a little bit disappointing, but yeah, I think it was still fun. It felt like proper pickleball. We had some really good rallies, I thought. Can't win them all, right?
No, you can't. And there didn't seem to be much in the final. When we were commentating, there were just one or two moments of potential lapses in concentration or over-ambitious shots that just changed the flow of the game. Particularly in that first game, you were tied, Scott, at 3-3, and then a couple of speed-ups from unlikely positions from both of you just changed the momentum, and then you felt like you were always trying to claw back the lead that Oak and Rogers had amassed.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time we just have to remind ourselves to go back to that basic pickleball fundamentals, and I think we saw that in the second set, especially towards the end. We were trying to get into some patterns, and I think we were getting some success. Definitely both just reflecting they're not at our best, but what we are proud of is that since we've been playing together a few more times now, I think we're starting to raise our B and C games up a little bit more, so we're still getting to these points even with not sort of playing our best pickleball. And that's, again, no disrespect, they're unbelievable players, deserved winners, but I think I'm proud of us that we're just up in our levels even if we're not competing at our best. So I'm very proud of Maisie for sticking by me as well during some chaotic times, I'll give her that much.
No, you were both ultra impressive, and it looked to me that there wasn't a single strategy for you guys. It was a case of playing each ball as it come. But when you look to deploy an opportunity to get to the kitchen line and engage in some of those cross-court dinking exchanges, you were getting the better of it. So is it a case of reflecting on a game plan and potentially sticking to that and discussing it a little bit more during the course of a game of how you might look to change and think about deploying some of your skill sets?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely. I'm not, like, my biggest weakness in the game is I don't understand tactics. Most of my shots, it's fortunate if it goes where I want it to go, and if it doesn't go where I want it to go, chances are that's the actual, they're not expecting it either, and it kind of works out. So yeah, I think if I start to understand tactics more, and like we say things like, oh yeah, we should do this, and then we don't do it.
Well, listen, ultimately, you're both double decorated this weekend with 2 silver medals for you, Maisie, a gold and a silver for you, Scott. You provided us with an unbelievable level of entertainment there throughout the course of the 2 days. So thank you very much for that. Congratulations to you both, and we look forward to seeing more of you in action in the near future.
Thank you very much for everything that you do as well, Nick. It's amazing to watch back and listen to back as well. I'm sure lots of people sit at home after and reflect on their games, and maybe that's what we can do. We can go back, FaceTime or sit together and actually try and work out some strategies, and we'll bring them back for the next time, and we'll let you know what we did.
Thanks for that, Scott. The one word that you should be reflecting on is impressive, because that's what you both were this weekend. Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise, thank you for your time. Thank you very much. And very sweaty hands, as usual, in these interviews. And I'm just going to bring in our gold medal winners now, Lewis Oak and Nia Rogers, who were absolutely impressive throughout the whole of that final. In fact, they've been impressive throughout the whole of the day today. Lewis, you must be overjoyed.
Yeah, I am very pleased to get gold there. I thought we were absolutely solid. We didn't make too many errors, and our game plan worked very well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And Nia, your reactions in particular at the net on the forehand side, your timing in hitting those shots so crisp was just obvious for all to see. Congratulations to you. Equally, you must be impressed with how you performed there in the final.
Yeah, I'm very happy. Go with gold. Good.
And so you should be, because just a little word on your opponents, Lewis, Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise. Tough competitors who played some great stuff themselves in the final there.
Always. They always play so good. It's not the first time we've played them. We've had quite a few battles against them, and it's always close, always long rallies, and it's always really good games.
Well, the word from me is thank you, because you provided us with an enormous amount of entertainment, lots of top-tier pickleball on show, an enormous amount of skill as well. You're well deserving of the gold medals, double decorated as well this weekend, both of you. So congratulations to you. We look forward to seeing more of you in action in the near future.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
That was Nia Rogers and Lewis Oakey, fresh after their success in the gold medal match here live from Gloucester. But the action doesn't stop there, because we're about to get underway in our men's division at senior level. So I'm going to cross straight over to Simon Farr in the comms booth, who's going to introduce the players and preview the next game as we get underway here with more live top-tier action from the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. Over to you, Simon.
Thank you, Nick, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our men's 50 plus 3.0 final. We have Tim Partridge and Graham Young against Peter Preston and Chris Hill. Now, for those of you that don't know these players, Tim Partridge is wearing a black t-shirt, Graham Young is wearing a baseball cap, Peter Preston is wearing the green shirt, and Chris Hill is wearing the purple short. So without further ado, we'll get the games underway, and we look forward to seeing what kind of level we've got in this 50 plus 3.0 final. Just as a matter of interest, Peter Preston is 71 years old, and that's the gentleman in the green t-shirt. So he did ask if there was any favours for a handicap or not. I said absolutely not. And there we see, interestingly, our first point, speed up, as you said before, an impossible shot when it's below your knees and at your ankles. So, non-scoring side out, 0-0. It'll be interesting how both sets of players cope with the added pressure of the show court with cameras and commentary. Tried to make them all feel as relaxed as possible, but you could see in their faces the fear of the cameras.
Yeah, great opportunity for all four players here, Simon. Looking forward to this one equally.
A nervous start. 2 or 3 non-scoring side outs.
That's a top edge there from Pete Preston.
No one in the slips for that one.
So Graham Young with ball in hand here, serving to Pete Preston. That's a lovely third shot drive from Young. And great defences as well. Graham Young highlighting vast array of talent here in all facets of the game on that particular point alone.
Watching Young delighted with a 4-0 lead at the beginning. As soon as I say that, he puts it long.
So it's Tim Partridge and Graham Young who've started at a rate of knots here. And again, Partridge just consistently keeping that ball in his opponent's side of the court. Ball goes long though, so Pete Preston and Chris Hill will feel a little bit more relaxed now, getting their first point of this final.
Always a sigh of relief when you get the 0 out of the way.
That's nice from Graham Young though. Again, these 4 players will be new to me, so it's always enjoyable looking at new talent. Great an opportunity for players on the show court here. Chris Hill trying to rescue, but the lob was nice from Tim Partridge.
Just proving that men of seniors years can run back and rescue a lob, Nick. It's nice to see.
Yeah, impressive athleticism from all 4 players here so far, but not surprised at all, Simon. All 4 players would have had to get through their group stages earlier on today. Preston Hill just take an opportunity just to talk to each other there briefly. And the first immediate observation from me, Simon, if they're going to claw their way back into this final, is they need to make their opponents play on the third shot.
Yeah, it's an error there. It's just not, you're not going to win a final by hitting balls out. You've got to make them play that one more shot. It feels like Partridge and Young have settled much quicker into this competition.
It's ambitious from Graham Young, but I like the intent, I like the ambition. Slightly reckless, but we can forgive that.
They have got a 5-point cushion, but you don't want to be giving away too many points like that, as we found out with the Mayo and Wise match.
Nice slice return, puts plenty of backspin on it. Again, PickleB just highlighting here, Simon, that it really is pickleball events for everybody of all ages and abilities, and we're not afraid to showcase that on the live stream either. There's a platform here for everybody in pickleball here in the UK, an opportunity to celebrate all levels of the game, grassroots right through to pro level, and we're more than pleased that we've got this final on the live stream. If you're watching from home, drop us a comment, leave us a little bit of feedback.
It's interesting talking to our technical director, Colin, this morning. We had a lot of requests yesterday for people to see the lower level matches on the stream. So it's something that maybe we'll think about going forward, if that brings more awareness to the sport, gets more viewers.
There's a bit of a comeback here for Pete Preston and Chris Hill. Look at the control from Graham Young, though. I'm not too sure where Graham Young is from, but it looks like an incredibly talented player standing out here, that's for sure, on the show court. Again, we watched a couple of games yesterday on the show court. They were 3.5 level, Simon, and this is 3-0, and it just amazes me. Once again, look at the footwork from Young getting through the transition zone there. It just amazes me, the talent, and just shows the progress of pickleball here in the UK, the advancements and developments, and Partridge and Young do get over the line first in that game, just highlighting the standard. I mean, 12 months ago, 24 months ago, if you would have said to me that this was a 3-0 level, I would have said it's more akin to a 4-0 level, and these players are just demonstrating how deep talent goes here across all divisions.
Absolutely. When I played yesterday in 18 plus 3.5, and obviously I'm not an 18 plus player, but I just stepped in to help out. But even though, I watched the end of that final last night, and that was a 4-0 final all day long, wasn't it? And yet they're playing
easily.
in the 3-5.
Yeah.
And I'm delighted to say I actually I think we got 6 or 7 points against the final winners, Nick. So I was quite chuffed with that, with two old geezers playing in an 18 plus bracket.
Yeah, small margin. It's definitely difficult when you're playing down a level. But look at that from Pete Preston. We saw the finesse on the previous point from Chris Hill. Look at the power on the backhand from Pete Preston. It's all action here live from the Oxtor Tennis Centre on the UK Franklin Tour. Ranking points available for all players at all levels. Yeah, Young frustrated with himself there. Hits himself with his paddle. Got an interesting grip. Graham Young, more akin to a table tennis grip. Keep an eye on that as this game continues. Holding his paddle right at the top of the shaft with his forefinger and thumb covering the base of the paddle. So a comfortable first game for Partridge and Young, but it's Hill and Preston who are putting the pressure on here. Must win this second game, don't forget, Hill and Preston. Slightly errant third again.
I think you're just seeing a bit of equality there, Nick, is that there's a very deep return that caught the baseline, and we know it's skids, and some of these players are not used to that happening when ball has hit that deep.
Once again, Graham Young just targeting Chris Hill on the third shot. Net tickle, hands go up in apology. The short time ago, Partridge and Young were 3-0 down. They've quickly got it back to 3-3. And we talked about momentum on the live stream earlier today, Simon, and you can definitely see the impact of that here right now, from 0-3 to 4-3 up, 4 points in a row. Excuse me.
Great recovery.
Nice placement, nice hands from Graham Young. Partridge gets himself to the kitchen line and Youngs completes the job.
That's 5 points in a row now. They really feel they're on the roll.
That ball's going in. And it's a lovely shot by Tim Partridge. The lob went in, rescued nicely by Chris Hill, but once again placed into an impossible position. So 6 points in a row, Simon Farr. And all of a sudden, we're polishing the gold medals.
It's another lovely touch.
Yeah, and he's in the kitchen. Tim Partridge is in the kitchen. So, yeah, all four players are now aware that they'll just lose that exchange.
I think Maisie Wise, fresh off of her silver medal, is going to do a little bit of kitchen refereeing for us.
Second opportunity to score here for Chris Hill and arrest the momentum that Partridge and Young have amassed. That's a lovely dink by Peter Preston. Partridge tries the ATP. That would have been nice at 3-0 level.
Gift to serve that goes into the net.
Ball just goes long from Peter Preston, so it's Tim Partridge here with ball in hand, 3 point lead. Right, let's see, what can Chris Hill and Peter Preston do? Great deep serve. Partridge is stuck. Oh, what a great rally. Well played, Chris Hill. Just punishes the loose dink of Graham Young. Nice return. Catches the baseline. Great drive, Chris Hill. Great exchange, and that's 2 points in a row for Hill and Preston.
Feels like it's been another momentum shift there, and that Preston. Oh, he serves out.
Ouch. Simon Farr just putting the curse on Chris Hill there. Second scoring opportunity. Peter Preston, ball in hand. Moonball return. Tight affair in the second game here. Must win second game for Hill and Preston. Great rescue by Young. Young goes aerial again. This time it's Partridge on the rescue. And they managed to win the point. Great exchange here. Young and Partridge working incredibly well as a partnership. Both taking it in turns to rescue the ball. Before Partridge goes down the middle. And hey, diddle, it's 3 points for victory.
Slight confusion of the score there. It's actually 8-6, not 9-6. What a great point that last point was, though.
That ball just goes wide. Second scoring opportunity here. Two points from the gold medal now here for Graham Young and Tim Partridge. It's Chris Hill and Peter Preston who are on the back foot. Ball catches the sideline. Ball goes wide from Chris Hill. And we've got championship points in our 50-plus men's 3-0 final. Graham Young, Tim Partridge, gold medal awaits. And there it is. Congratulations to Tim Partridge and Graham Young. They defeat Chris Hill in Peter Preston convincingly, 11-5, 11-6. They take away the gold medal. It's Preston and Hill who walk away from Gloucester with silver. A thoroughly entertaining encounter. Young and Partridge just too strong on the day. Success belongs to them. Congratulations. We'll be back with more action here live from Gloucester after this short break. To just work their way back into this match to make it more competitive than what it was in the first half, that's for sure. But look at the footwork.
What a reset.
Oh! Rogers have amassed here. That forehand. Poison Mayo can't get forward with no end product. Can that be different today? Match point, and there it is. What a shot to trouble the scoreboard then. It's all been about Rogers and Oak so far. And that's not coming back either.
Yeah, great defence. How much fun they have. They're always having a bit of a laugh and a joke, and even if they make them...
Great reset from Kappa, and there it is. They get the job.
I'd be happy with that because, yeah, it definitely brings them into the kitchen. And that's not what you want to do. You want to keep them on the back foot. Defense. Defense. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah.
Look at the roll. Look at the control. And a nice backhand.
But no, it holds that really well.
Oh. ATP. And everything they took Yeah, the return of serve was a problem.
Right. Match by Maisie.
ATP from... That ball goes... Yeah, great angle on the... And Frank Carson doing... Oh, great hand
over the net. It's actually hitting that red line, which is perfect position for your third shot in. And each time,
once again,
no,
3 times in a row, tickle him.
Yeah, when a pair split like that, you really want to go for the person close to the net, really.
What a times, and sometimes when you're winning points, you want to restart the next exchange as quick as Simon.
Yeah, always tricky when there's a difficult line call. As you know in pickleball, it's down to the...
That's huge. And that's a... Yeah, and the win. Oak wine. That one's not.
And we all ordered burgers because it was a really good burger place. He had good. His logic was actually quite smart. Was that he thought,
That tape comes into play again, and once more Beaumont's in the kitchen. Space back behind Oki if Mayo fancies it. The speed up again is A2 here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. And that's a lovely
play. That's quality.
Look at the fall. Is it now for Oakham Rogers? Welcome back to Gloucestershire. Live from the Oxtal Tennis Centre for the Franklin UK Tour. Powered by PickleB in association with Skechers, HubSpot and ICTO. And what a feast we have for you now, because our attention draws to the mixed 3.5 level at open age, and it's a Bristol Pickleball Club affair. Jack Cullum at the bottom of your screen takes on his future brother-in-law Adam Ford. Adam Ford, who was in action last night with his brother Tom securing gold for the second time this year at 3.5 level after gold in Cardiff. He's partnering up with Alice Lamb. And then Jack Cullum's partner, Jasmine Sakpoba, is playing in her first ever pickleball tournament. And her first game just happens to be on the live stream. So Jasmine, we thank you for playing our sport. We welcome you to the live stream and we wish you all the very best of luck here. Bound to be nervous, Simon, but great to see new faces to the sport. Former badminton player, I believe. Great to have her on court here. I think she runs fitness classes for a living. hence the strapping on her knee. Possibly carrying a slight injury in her first tournament, but great to see new faces.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially female faces. It's something that sport does struggle with. For all of its inclusivity and welcomingness, we always could do with more female players. So great, as Nick says, to see someone joining our fantastic sport. And I just hope that knee holds up. She looks like she's moving well there, though, to be fair.
Yeah, definitely. And look at the speed up bomb, Adam Ford. Scheduled to be a classic, this one. And everybody from Bristol, I'm sure, is tuning in and watching. And what a great family the Fords are. Kiara's in action here, I believe, today. Adam and Tom playing last night. I haven't seen Toby so far. The patriarch of the family. I haven't seen Toby here today, but I'm sure he's knocking around somewhere. Alice Lamb's a county badminton player in her own right, Simon, so her hand-eye coordination should transfer nicely to pickleball, and she's actually been playing for quite a while, Alice Lamb. She played in the English Nationals, I believe, last year.
Yeah, and already you can see her touch at the kitchen line. It's nice and gets away with a put up then.
Yeah, Cullen would want that one back. Great to see new players here on the live stream. Great to see new players to the game of pickleball, and once again, PickleB just highlighting inclusivity of these events. But let me tell you this, Simon, I watched Adam Ford for the first time last night. And after success in Cardiff at 3.5 level, success last night at 3.5 level, this boy needs to be playing at 4.0 or above.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a conversation we'll have at some point. Some of these players don't know what they should be going in at, but the golden rule really is if you're medaling, and certainly gold medaling at the category you're in, you move up a division. So you can forgive one win, think that could have been a fluke, but two wins now, especially golds, no, it's time to go and play 4.0. And that's fine. I'm sure he'll be fine with that.
Sure he will do, because he's definitely got the ability, as has his brother Tom. But it's his brother-in-law, or future brother-in-law, with ball in hand at the minute. That ball's nicely put away by Ford. So you can very much see the difference in styles between the two teams here. Inexperience versus experience, but nevertheless, great to see Cullum and Sakpoba on court. They'll be doing their very best to make this as competitive as possible. Tough start though, tough start. Great drop. You understand why it'll be nervous beginnings here for Sakpoba and Cullum, Simon?
Yeah, I think it's a tricky one, isn't it? I think if your first tournament then to be put straight onto show court, but I think they're doing fine. It's just a couple of mistakes. And you say, if this is her first tournament, she's going to learn a lot from it.
Yeah, change of ends here. Adam Ford and Alice Lamb in control. And Adam Ford was absolutely exhausted last night at the end of the men's doubles action. What a great way to end day one with a 3.5 gold medal. And something tells me that Ford and Lamb quite possibly looking to medal again here today.
Good to see that Adam got the memo about Skechers footwear.
Yeah, Skechers, one of our sponsors here, the footwear of choice for pickleball players, not just here in the UK but around the world as well. Skechers just set their sights on the market in the Philippines, teaming up with the Philippine Pickleball Federation over there. But it's the Franklin X40 that's flying for Adam Ford. Blink and you'll miss it, because this boy hits the ball hard when he opens up his shoulders. And Toby Ford has got to take all the credit for developing all of these children. Tom, Adam, Kiara, all quality pickleball players, which clearly means Toby's a superstar.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? To see young people coming into the sport, it's fantastic. Again, it gets rid of that the aura that it's only for old people. I had the pleasure of playing with two young boys yesterday, Jack Fennell and his partner, and they're about 14 years of age. Absolutely great to play against them. They embraced the game and we had a great game with them. So yeah, bringing the youth into the sport is just fantastic.
Yeah, well played, Jasmine Sakpoba. That's what she's here for. First tournament, first game, punches the volley down behind Adam Ford. Congratulations to you, Sakpoba. Brilliant play. Jack Cullen, ball in hand. And that return just goes long. So after a nervous start, Cullen and Sakpoba here have forced their way into this game, amassing a couple of points, which is great for them. A nice confidence builder. But ultimately, Lamb and Ford, with all of their experience, just proving too strong here. They'll be looking to get over the line. 2 points required. Serve goes long, though, by Lamb. And the drive goes long as well by Ford. So Cullen sends his serve long as well. Let's see what Sakpoba can do, as a colleague here in the comms box, Simon Farr, just tucks into a lemsip.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm struggling at the moment. So I just felt the need for some legal drugs from the chemist.
What a warrior, Simon Farr. That takes Ford and Lamb to 10, though. This is game point. I'll be looking for greater consistency as the day goes on, but ultimately the Battle of Bristol is about to be won by Ford and Lamb. And it's won right there. Congratulations to Adam Ford and Alice Lamb. Commiserations to Jack Fulham, the future brother-in-law of Ford. Congratulations to Jasmine Sakpoba, who gets her first game of her first tournament under her belt. Watch out for progress from that young lady, I'm sure. Ford and Lamb march on. So do we, because coming up after a short break, I'm going to interview Tim Partridge and Graham Young, our gold medal winners at 3-0 level. In fact, I'm going to catch up with the silver medalists as well. So join us after this short break. Welcome back to Gloucester here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre, and I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Peter Preston and Chris Hill after a fantastic performance here today in our men's 3-0 senior division, managing to come away from Gloucester with a silver medal. Chris, if I can start with you, you must be pleased with your efforts today.
More shocked than pleased. This is my first tournament.
Chris Hill's first tournament. Well, Chris, looking on from the commentary box there, we never would have thought that. So to walk away with a silver medal, I'm sure you'll be back for more soon, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And Pete, just tell us whereabout you're from. Where do you play your pickleball?
Play at Lee and Martland Hill Pickleball clubs. Yeah.
So you're a long way from home.
A long way from home, but it's worth the travel.
You must be a lover of pickleball, Peter.
I'm a convert. I used to be badminton and I've come over to this side, so I'm really enjoying it, yeah.
Yeah, I thought there were some transferable skills there, that's for sure. Now, after meddling at this level, can we expect to see you in a 3.5 level soon?
I would think so, yeah, definitely, yeah.
Well, congratulations to you both. It was absolutely enthralling to watch you here on the show court, and we wish you all the very best of luck in the future.
Thank you very much. Cheers, thanks.
That was Pete Preston and Chris Hill, our silver medalists. Gives me the opportunity just to invite, for a few words now, our winners, Tim Partridge and Graham Young. Graham, congratulations. That was mightily impressive.
Thank you very much. It was very enjoyable. Yeah, we were very nervous, I must admit, playing the final on the show court, but it worked out for us. We made fewer mistakes in the final, so yeah, we were lucky, I think.
Definitely not lucky. It was more about talent than luck, because Tim, you played some very controlled stuff at times, managed to work well together as a partnership as well. You must be overjoyed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's our first tournament as well, and first time we played together, so it's in a tournament. So yeah, absolutely great fun, really good fun, and we enjoyed the day. It was great. Some lovely people as well we met as well.
So to walk away from your first tournament together with a gold medal, can I presume that this partnership will be staying together?
I'd like to think so, yeah, if you can put up with me.
And Graham, where are you from? Where do you play your pickleball? Where are you based?
David Lloyd in Gloucester, and that's I'm from Stroud.
Up from Stroud, playing in Gloucester. Well, we thought you were absolutely fantastic. Definitely worthy of 3.5, possibly 4.0 level rather than 3.0. You put on a great show for us here live from Gloucester. So congratulations to you both, and we look forward to seeing more of you in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
That was Tim Partridge and Graham Young. And stepping in next, we've got bronze medalists who are unfamiliar to me because we didn't quite catch them on show court, so we'll allow them to introduce themselves.
Okay, my name's Robert Hans. I'm from Bolton, Manchester.
Robert Hans, long way from home, down south here from Bolton, and we've got
John Morgan from Bolton, Manchester.
And John Morgan from Bolton as well. So you've both travelled a long way to play pickleball here today.
Yeah, it's been a great tournament. Well worth a trip. We love these tournaments. You get together, you get to play different people, and when you get a medal, it's like the bee's knees.
Yeah, and we didn't manage to catch the action. So just talk us through what the score was in that bronze medal match.
We won 11-3, 11-3.
So comfortable.
Yeah, it was good. It's a tough game, though. They played hard. They played well. The score didn't actually reflect the actual game itself because there were some long rallies. It was good. Yeah.
And are you regular partners together?
Twice we played in tournaments. Last tournament we did well, but obviously not as well as today.
And then yesterday we played in the mixed doubles, and my wife and I won the gold, and Rob and his partner won the silver.
So double decorated this weekend. Yeah. It's very much well worth the journey, I'm sure. And Bolton's home to the English Nationals as it currently stands. What's the scene like in Bolton in relation to pickleball? Are there lots of clubs popping up and lots of opportunities to play, new players coming into the game?
Yes, there is. Yeah, we have a Northwest Doubles League up there. It's very popular, very difficult to get on and get game. The game is certainly expanding up in Bolton and the Northwest.
And Markland Hill Club, where we go, is just members are just rolling in. Yeah, it's really popular.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for joining me. Congratulations on your double medals this weekend. We look forward to seeing more of you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
There we go. All of our medalists at 3-0 level. Once again, highlighting that PickleB care about players up and down the country here at all levels and all abilities, providing pickleball events for all. Those players are part of the UK Franklin Tour as well and will have amassed points for their end of year ranking too. And coming up next, we switch to a different code once more. It's our over 50s men's bracket at 4-0 and above level. I can see the players warming up on court, so stay with us as we cross over to Simon Farr in the commentary box to introduce the players for our next game here live from the Oxhalls Tennis Centre.
Thank you, Nick, and welcome back to court action at Oxhalls Tennis Centre. We are now playing a round robin match with Paul Chard and Mark Johnson versus, just my phone has just decided to lock up on me, just bear with me, Brett Gee and Gary Long. And for those viewers that don't know the players, Mark Johnson white shorts, Paul Chard in a black t-shirt, black shorts. They're on the right hand side of the court as I'm looking at it. And then Brett Gee and Gary Long. Brett is wearing the orange trainers and Gary Long is wearing a black headband. Hopefully that's enough description for you all to understand who the players are. For those viewers at home, don't forget to like, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and come say hello in the chat box and give you a shout out on comms. Big thank you to our sponsors, Franklin Pickleball and the X40 ball, Skechers, footwear of choice, Ozbot, our amazing cameras that are doing the stream, and also the financial services of IXCTO. So, we're just waiting for the players to get underway. Quick discussion at the net and hopefully all looks quite jovial.
Yeah, and we can expect this bracket to be highly competitive, Simon Farr. We've got Chris Freilink and Rupert Robinson in the draw as well. Paul Chard and Mark Johnson medalled last time out in Swindon. So a high standard of player here this afternoon. We've got Mark Johnson and Paul Chard at the bottom of your screen. Brett G and Gary Long at the top. And Chard has ball in hand. It'll be Long who's receiving. Race to 11. Win by 1. And return serve to begin with. Paul Chard also of Bristol Pickleball Club. So Bristol are well represented here this weekend, Simon. Great rescue from Johnson. Sorry to interrupt.
No,
Simon.
no,
Yeah,
it's
Bristol well represented this weekend.
Absolutely. Well, Bristol's not too far away. My hometown, you know that, Nick. I was born in Bristol.
Oh, I didn't know that at all,
there you go.
Simon. Well,
but yeah, obviously it's short up the motorway. Big shout out to all those Bristol players, a really big club. Sharon and Andy Unwin are big organisers in that area.
That's nice from Chard. Mark Johnson here from Porthayen. That's where his home club is. Multi-decorated, also captain of the Welsh team at the European Championships last year. Sure, he'll have aspirations of being in Rome in September. And the racket background of Mark Johnson is unreal. He's represented Wales at senior level for squash, represented England at senior level for Rackleton, and also represented Great Britain as well at that level. Is the captain of Torvian Pickleball Club. He's just taken up paddle tennis as well, so very athletic. Forgive the South Walian pronunciation, Torvine, I'm led to believe. Thanks to Colin Moore, our technical director, just correcting me in the ear there.
That man doesn't miss a trick, does he, Nick?
Not at all. Yeah, it's a strong start here for Chard and Johnson, who are already 4-0 up.
Yeah, without knowing the other two players, I don't want to say too much at the start, but with Chard and Johnson's pedigree, you felt they'd probably be the favourite for this match.
Yeah, it all looks rather comfortable as well at the minute. Brett G and Gary Long got it all to do. Nice deep return though. Look at the ability from Johnson, who threads the eye of a needle. Goes down the middle, and all of Johnson's class and experience is showing here. It's all rather comfortable, but Brett G and Gary Long just need to keep going, Simon. Keep going.
Yeah,
Focus on those basics.
You got to feel for them, haven't you? Just come up onto show court and they've come against probably one of the strongest pairings in the group. So yeah, you just got to keep playing the game they know. There you go.
Yeah, that's nice from G. That'll give him a little bit of confidence. Let's see if Long and G can get on the board here. Not quite at that opportunity. And once again, it's important to note to viewers at home that the 4.5 and the 4.0 level here is combined, so it's a 4.0 plus. And you have to say that Chard and Johnson would definitely be playing at the 4.5 plus level, and Gian Long at the 4.0 level.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a tricky one because when we design these competitions, we don't know who's going to enter. And yeah, if the categories aren't big enough to make one division work, then we collapse them down. That's exactly what's happened here. And it is a shame sometimes you do get a bit of a mismatch, but the players tend to learn from it. I think they'd rather have the games than not, so obviously it's much easier to arrange a collapsed division where it's combined 4.0 and 4.5 than to have none. And eventually what will happen in the competition is they'll play people at their own level, because with PickleB events we make sure you get a minimum of 6 games, and towards the end of your day you'll be playing people of a similar ability.
That's a great shot from Gary Long, who just repeats what Mark Johnson did to him a few moments back. Threads the eye of the needle, splits the partnership of Chard and Johnson. So an opportunity for them to score here. That ball's just called out. And just returning to the organisation of these events, Simon, is that a reflection on the amount of players who've entered? And they are on the board. 1.4 G and Long, congratulations to them. Is it a reflection of the amount of players who have entered at 3.0 and 3.5 level that means these tournaments become full slightly quicker?
No, it's about the division size, really. So we tend to find at the moment that the 3.0 and 3.5 divisions are the busiest. So you'll have 4 groups sometimes in those divisions. Whereas, and also it depends on the external event. So we know that the Paris Open is on this weekend, and there's a lot of our 4.5 players that would be playing here are playing in Paris, for example. So then that narrows the field. So, there probably just weren't that many 4.5 players to make that division big enough to actually get competitive games. So, we didn't know that. We booked this venue back in, September, October last year. So the Paris Open wasn't really on our radar back then, But hey, we'll remember those that went to Paris, and we won't pick on them when they come back, will we?
Well, you referenced that, Simon, and I think it's worth highlighting here that some of those players who have gone to Paris to play, and congratulations to them, have played at 4.5 level over in Paris as opposed to the pro level, and have won gold medals. But actually, that's a great lob from Mark Johnson. Look at the control and finesse. But actually, when they play over in these events, the same players are not necessarily winning medals, so it would suggest to me that the standard ultimately is a lot higher in these PickleB events than it has been in Paris at 4.5 level this weekend. And Jamie Champion, for example, is a classic example of that, who's won gold at 4.5 level but perhaps struggled to win gold medals in the PickleB event this year.
Yeah, 100%. The quality of play has just grown and grown and grown. And, since we started, the 4.5 players that have come up through the ranks, the likes of James Lofthouse was playing at 3.5, then went to 4.0, then to 4.5. And also some of the other players that were in and around are now attending as well. So the 4.5 plus level quality of standard and play is just insane. And it's just getting stronger and stronger. And you actually remarked on the fact that even the 3.0 and the 3.5 categories, it's still a really high quality of play. And I think that part of that is the competition. The more competition they come to, the more they get used to the surroundings, the nerves, the noise, the people, and it's just an experience. So it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And as we were talking through that, I hope the players don't mind. It's success for Johnson and Chard, who were not really out of second gear there, but congratulations to Gian Long, who managed to get himself a point. We'll be back with more action, more competitive action here live from Gloucester after a short break. That's a... What a shot. A2 here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. And that's a lovely...
Be happy with that because, yeah, it definitely brings them into the kitchen. That's not what you want to do. You want to keep them on the back foot.
Oh. Yeah, great exchange at the kit. It's a great third by Beaumont, but the cross-court response
over the net. It's actually hitting that red line, which is perfect position for your third shot in. And each time,
once again, the net, the Franklin net. That's legitimate though. Get away with it anyway.
As you said earlier, Nick, she's such a slight thing, Nia Rogers, but the power, I don't know where it comes from.
Match point, and there it is.
Oakley and Rogers have been like, hang on, we were 10-4 ups. Play, that's quality.
To trouble the scoreboard then. It's all been about Rogers and Oak so far. And that's not coming back either. The previous encounter.
Yeah, you just saw that backhand roll then from Lewis Oakey, just quality right at the feet of his opponent. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, and the win. Yeah, playing with enthusiasm. Yeah, that's nice. No. 3 times in a row. Tickle him.
They're stacking as well, so it's quite... There we go.
ATP from...
What a reset.
Oh! That one's not... Poison Mayo can't get forward. Akery and Matthews here, looking to get the job done. And everything they took.
Oh, what a point that was. Yeah, when a pair split like that, you really want to go for the person close to the net, really. What a... But Nia holds that really well.
Oh! ATP. Yeah, great angle on the... And a nice backhand. Is it now? Welcome back to Gloucester here at the Oxtal Tennis Centre. We're back with more action and we switch to our mixed 3.5 level featuring John Axford and Megan Abbott at the bottom of your screen. They're taking on Paul McMahon and Alia Unku at the top of your screen. So, action is fierce, fast. and competitive here. That ball just goes long from Megan Abbott. Megan Abbott of Torquay Tennis Club. Participated in a few beginner tournaments, she described to me earlier. Just wants to get some tournament experience. Nice drive from Paul McMahon. Megan Abbott, an indoor rowing double champion, also a sprinter and a shot putter. Athlete for Barnsley, through for Yorkshire on multiple occasions. Her partner John, also from Torquay. He's a PGA golf professional, John Axford. And he just wants to develop in the sport of pickleball. Something different to just golf, he describes. Man here from Gloucester Bombers, who was on the show court last night, just narrowly taking home the silver medal. Keen table tennis player and played football for the last 20 years. Very much keen to play any sport going. Paul McMahon. And things are just very comfortable for him and his partner at the minute. And Leah Unku just getting confused with the kitchen lines there. So reset here. So, side out. Man and Unku with scoring opportunities here. And again, Simon, there's just a big difference in experience here in relation to time spent on a pickleball court. Paul McMahon been playing for well over 12 months and has medalled at a variety of levels in a variety of tournaments, as opposed to Axford and Abbott.
Sorry, Nick, you caught me mid-cough there. Yeah, absolutely. I think the it's a combination of inexperience of the game, but also of being in a tournament, because there's nerves, the noise, and lots of other stuff going on that you're just not used to in normal rec play.
So 2 serves in a row go long from Axford and Abbott. They'll be frustrated with that. Ball going long from McMahon, but not able to reset.
Those long serves have got normally down just the nerves and a bit of too much adrenaline, aren't they? It's just they're not used to this environment.
And there's another serve that just goes wide. So all players just slightly unsettled here after the change of ends. That ball was also going long. McMahon plays it. Abbott not able to reset. That's a lovely dink by McMahon. Just sends that ball cross court with a little bit of topspin on it. And the net tape just helped McMahon and Unku out there.
Did you say McMahon's a table tennis player, Nick?
Yeah, he's got some experience playing table tennis. Soccer mainly for the last 20 years, but has played table tennis.
Just the way he's gripped his paddle, he's got his full finger on there.
Yeah, he's another player who likes to put his finger on top of the at the base of the paddle, I should say, and yeah, it's a transferable grip from the sport of table tennis to pickleball. Not one we'd recommend for pickleball, but it's clearly working for him at the minute.
I'm just thinking that backhand dink, it might be a problem when you're running cross court, maybe, I don't know.
Axford and Abbott just struggling to keep this ball in play at the minute, and again we mentioned it a few games back, just executing those basics are critical. Serves, returns and thirds. That's nice from Aliyah Unku, who sends that ball back towards Axford. Return goes long from Abbott. So that brings up game point for McMahon and Unku here. And that is it. It's all over. Aliyah Unku and Paul McMahon get the job done. Megan Abbott and John Axford, I'm sure, will be back for more later on. And congratulations to McMahon and Unku. They get over the line in what ultimately was an impressive performance. And coming up next, we welcome Rupert Robinson and Chris Freilink onto the show court as they take on Andrew Fennell and Paul Gauge. We'll be back after this short break.
Here with with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion. CAS paddle stands for Carbon Abrasion Surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is gonna take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
Back to Gloucester here for PickleB on the Franklin UK Tour in association with Skechers. HubSpot and ICTO were proud to be able to continue with our live coverage here as day 2 continues. And we're back with our senior men's category at 4-0 and above, and the hot favourites are on centre court. It's Frylink, it's Robinson, it's showtime, because these are two of the top players in the country at senior men's division. They're taking on Paul Gauge and Andrew Fennell, and this is going to be tough for Fennell and Gauge, because Frylink and Robinson have a back catalogue of success after success at the highest levels of the game. Simon Farr, tough ass for Fennell and Gauge here.
This is again one of those mismatches with a 4-0 and a 4-5, collapsed division. I think
that's nice from Fennell, though.
Yeah, rare mistake from Frylink. Already he's stepped into the kitchen. I've already warned the players about that kitchen line, so it'll be interesting how they cope on this side. Oh, and it's nice to see they're off the board, Fennell and Gauge. And they'll actually probably appreciate playing this game. They've got nothing to lose whatsoever. They're playing players of a higher standard, so be good experience for them.
Yeah, Frylink and Robinson will have aspirations of success.
Yeah, Rupert's in the kitchen
at the English Open, that's for sure.
Sorry about that, folks. Just a bit of confusion with the kitchen line again. I think we've got it sorted now. That's a great serve by Rupert Robinson then.
Yeah. Former tennis player. In fact, still think he plays tennis and swings a racket on the tennis court. And his forehand drive is definitely an asset.
This is the thing when you go from a 4-0 to a 4-5. It just everything comes back that much quicker, that much harder. I'm just not used to it at that 4-0 level.
And look at the forehand drive from Freilink as well. Just sends that straight down the middle of Fenor and Gouge. And they know, they're aware that this level is possibly slightly above them. And it'll be a great opportunity here just to test themselves against the likes of Freilink and Robinson. They'll take a lot from it, but ultimately there's a gulf, Simon Farr.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, this is great about this sport, is that you have a level for a reason. Is that, you know, if you look at the actual description of what a 4-0 player can do to what a 4-5 can do, it's a big difference. And then actually when it comes into practice, I've had the mispleasure of playing against this pairing, and it wasn't pleasant for me, I've got to be honest.
No, and I'm sure their victim count is in its hundreds, because Freilink and Robinson are just all quality and consistently all quality as well. Ball goes long from Gouge, and try as they may, Fenor and Gouge are just up against it here.
Look at that serve, right on the baseline.
Depth on the serve, and that's it. Freilink and Robinson seal the deal. They'll take the experience of playing on the show court with them, especially after getting confused with the kitchen line in the first half of that game. Fenor and Gouge will move on to more competitive stuff, and we'll also be back with more action after this short break.
Here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is gonna take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the PickleBall Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to Gloucester. We're about to get underway here in our 50-plus men's 4-0 division. Chard and Johnson taking on Cornish and Puttick. And we've got a US Open champion on court here. Ray Puttick won the US Open 3.5 65 plus 2024 US Open, a table tennis ETTA level 3 coach, badminton level 2 coach, the Lawn Tennis Association level 3 coach, and a county player at veteran level 4 tennis and badminton. If it's your first look at Ray Puttick, you're looking at one of the superstars of UK sport. His partner in Darren Cornish, whose development and progress in the sport of pickleball is a story all by itself, because he continues to make inroads at these tournaments, playing out of Wells, Cheddar, well decorated at this level, especially in the last 12 months, Darren Cornish. Also a squash player and a tennis player. Pickleball coach in his own right as well. Got a brother who owns a pickleball facility near Dallas, Simon.
Really? Didn't know that. Okay. Sounds like you should be someone I should make friends with.
Darren Cornish's brother is watching. Simon and I are looking for a little trip out to Dallas.
My nephew's just finished university at the TCU in Dallas, so if I'd known that before, I'd have made a trip.
And this won't be straightforward for Chard and Johnson. We saw them comfortably dispatch G and Long 11-1 earlier on. This will be a different kettle of fish, but still expected them to win this game. Because although it's 50+ level, when you've got a player on court who's above the age of 65, it really does make a difference, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, I found that yesterday playing 18+, is that, you know, younger people just move quicker and they've got faster reactions, they think quicker, and so as good as Ray is at 65+, you know, the youth of Mark Johnson and Paul Chard will show.
Let me tell you this, if I'm looking half as athletic and have half the ability as Ray Puttick as he does at his age, when I'm in the 65+ category, I'll be over the moon.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and that's what I love about this sport, that, you know, at any age you can still compete to a level, and it's great to see someone of Ray's senior years competing here this weekend. We actually know a bit about his eating habits as well. Turned up bizarrely, I met Nick for breakfast on Saturday morning, and he doesn't have a full English. Just so you know.
No full English.
No full English, no. Doesn't do any favours at all, apparently. Oh, you want that one back?
Yeah, the ball was there for Cornish on the backhand roll, just not able to execute. So it's Chard and Johnson who enforce the change of ends here. Cornish and Puttick with it all to do. They're a good partnership, aren't they, Chard and Johnson, Simon?
I think they complement each other really well, and obviously that it's become quite a regular partnership now. And obviously they keep winning medals, no reason to change it. Very good leave.
Nice speed up from Puttick there. Just catches Johnson unaware.
We commented on this before, that they're both very cool customers, Chard and Johnson. You never really... That's a great put away.
And it's easy to forget that Mark Johnson's also in the 60+ category, Simon.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. If we had some comments on the YouTube channel, because I was saying that, I think Paul Chard might be close to the 60 as well, isn't he?
Not entirely sure. I might have some inside info, though. If you give me a second to have a look. Maybe somebody can help us out at home with that. How old is Paul Chard? That's the question. Mr. Dominic joins us on the live chat again, as does Lynn Watts, who's advocating for a 60+ category, Simon.
Okay, that's another competition. I'll tell you what, we'll get this point out of the way.
She wants an 18, a 40 and a 60. And the English Open, there's an over 35 and there will be an over 60, I believe. But for PickleB events, Simon, the challenges there are players who are available to fulfill the group.
Yeah, it's a whole other level. It needs more courts, better facilities, all I'm going to say is that we're doing the Welsh Open, and there's 60+ categories there.
There we go. You heard it here first. PickleB, who are responsible for the tournament organisation of the Welsh Open. There will be a 60+ category. So there you go, Lynn Watts. We look forward to seeing you in that. Presuming, of course, you do meet the criteria.
I think there's actually 70+ categories for the Welsh Open as well.
Anyway, back to the action here, because once again we're just talking slightly over Chard and Johnson, and the reason we're doing that is because they're making things look incredibly comfortable. But there you see the quality of Darren Cornish. When given the office, the man produces. See him stepping across there, looking to poach from putt-up, but leaves the gap behind, and the wily Mark Johnson exploits the space that's left behind. Second scoring opportunity here, 4-point difference. So match points coming up for the free sweating Chard and the cool Mark Johnson. That ball goes out. I like the return from Cornish. It's high looping, which means he got time to get to the kitchen line. Just thinking about his positioning on court, sacrificing speed to give himself an extra second. Puttock's in the kitchen there. So that is the end of the game for Puttock and Cornish. Commiserations to them. Congratulations to Chard and Johnson in what was another comfortable victory. And the next time they're on show court, I promise not to talk over the top of their stellar performances, because Chard and Johnson are finding it very comfortable at the minute here on the show court. Commiserations, Cornish and Puttock. We'll be back with more live action after this short break. The net, the Franklin net. That's legitimate though. Great defences, Mayo. Great angle. Oh, great hand. What a shot. Yeah, the return of serve was a problem. That one's not with no end product. Can that be different today? Yeah. Look at the roll. Welcome back to Gloucester, where I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Ray Puttock after his performance on the show court here. Ray, perhaps not the result you were looking for there.
Definitely not, but knowing that Paul and Mark played well, they're ranked both higher than me, so I'm the lowest ranked player I think on the court, probably in the whole competition, the 4-0, but great experience, loved it from that point of view. The one thing I didn't like was the lines. So
yeah, no, we noticed one or two kitchen areas there, Ray, but I wanted to grab an opportunity to just discuss with you your vast array of sporting backgrounds, highly qualified in relation to coaching a variety of sports, and you're well decorated in relation to pickleball as well. What is it about pickleball that just brings you back over and over again?
Basically, it's my background in table tennis, badminton and tennis, having the coaching experience in all of those. Pickleball felt a natural sort of enhancement of that, and came into it very quick. Qualified as a pickleball coach fairly quickly within a year and a bit, and it just seems to suit my game, but not quite at that pace.
And have you utilised that coaching badge to its fullest? Have you managed to bring a whole wealth of new players into the game?
Definitely our own club. We started off with virtually nothing. We've now got over 50, 60 players in a small town of 10,000 occupants, so that's good. We're sort of ranked second in the sort of East Devon area behind Exeter, but above Torbay, and they've got populations 150,000. So I think that shows that the coaching side of it is bringing our players on.
Yeah, 100%. And Ray, I also know you managed to win a gold medal at the US Open in 2024. Silver medal a medal nevertheless. What was that experience like?
That was incredible. To play outside on 60 open courts, watch the top players who just were fantastic. Their hand speeds were amazing. But it was the crowd that were interesting. They weren't quiet like the British crowds. They were loud. The Americans liked cheering during a point. So it was quite biased. And my poor dear wife was my sheer supporter. And I heard a lone shout from her of, "Nice one, Ray," and that was it. Compared to the Americans' families cheering and every time they got a point. But it was great fun.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, it was great fun chatting to you as well, Ray. Thanks for all that you do, bringing players on board here for Pickleball in the UK. And we look forward to seeing you in action again, possibly later on today, if not during more events later on this season.
Definitely so. Yeah, enjoyed that. Thanks ever so much.
That was Ray Puttick joining us here for a few words on the live stream here for PickleB. Icons like Ray continue to grow the sport of pickleball here in the UK, and it's always worthwhile catching a few words to utilise the experience and recognise everything that volunteers like Ray do behind the scenes. We'll be back with more action here live from Gloucester after this short break. And everything they took.
Right, that's quality.
Yeah, the return of serve was a problem. 3 times in a row. Tickle him.
Yeah, when a pair split like that, you really want to go for the person close to the net, really.
What a... And a nice backhand. Wise and Mayo. That ball was going long.
Yeah, it was.
That ball was going with no end product. Can that be different today? Yeah, and the win. Net tape comes into play again, and once more Beaumont's in the kitchen.
What a reset!
Oh!
And towards the end of your day, you'll be playing people of a similar ability.
Just work their way back into this match to make it more competitive than what it was in the first half, that's for sure. But look at the footway too here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. And that's a lovely... Hey, Korean Matthews here, looking to get the job done.
Defense! Defense! Oh my goodness! Wow! It's how much fun they have. They're always having a bit of a laugh and a joke, and even if they make him...
Great. Space back behind Oki if Mayo fancies it. The speed up again is get away with it anyway.
As you said earlier, Nick, she's such a slight thing, Nia Rogers, but the power, I don't know where it comes from. Over the net, it's actually hitting that red line, which is perfect position for your third shot in. And each time...
Once again.
Yeah, great angle on the... Maisie and Scott were using a barrier as a towel. So, some of the comments on you...
Oh. Yeah, playing with enthusiasm. Yeah, that Sniden called it in. So they went with the out call eventually. Nice hands by the previous encounter.
Yeah, you just saw that backhand roll then from Lewis Oki. Just quality right at the feet of his opponent. Oh. And it also depends on the external event. So we know that the Paris Open is on this weekend, and there's a lot of R4-5 players.
What a shot.
And we all ordered burgers because it was a really good burger place. He had good, his logic was actually quite smart, was it? He thought...
Great reset from Kappa, and there it is. They get the job. And again, Simon, dominant male play here in the mixed doubles from Oak. And once again...
Oh, what a point that was.
Great defences, Mayo. Great angle. Welcome back to Gloucester here. Live for the UK Franklin Pickleball Tour. I'm Nick Hobbish, joined by Simon Farr. We've got a great game coming up here. It's very much Oxford against Bristol, where Mark Pullen and the American Siobhan Sullivan will be taking on Matthew Rolls and Charlie Walkley. Walkley about to receive serve here. Siobhan with ball in hand, representing Oxon Pickleball Club. And the first point goes to Sullivan and Pullen. Sullivan just telling you earlier, Simon, that she's returning to the US after 4 years over here in the UK, and she hopes to continue to play pickleball back home.
Yeah, I hope she does. Yeah, she didn't say why. She just says just time. So I don't know what time means, but yeah, I think she's enjoyed her time in the UK for the 4 years she's been here. And then she said it's time to get home.
This is Siobhan's last tournament, I believe. So congratulations to you, Siobhan. Let's see if you can seal it with a victory. Matthew Rolls of Bristol Pickleball Club, an avid cricket player at village level, as is Charlie Walkley, actually play a lot of recreational cricket. Great reset from Pullen. Great put away by Walkley. And once again, for 3.5 level, the standard is high.
That's great to see, and I think hopefully they're all settled now on the show court.
Yeah, Siobhan was remarking earlier that just get very nervous before matches. That's nicely played by Charlie Walkley there, straight through the middle of Pullen and Sullivan. Thank you to those people who have joined in with the live chat, just confirming the ages for us of Johnson and Chard. Paul Chard at 63, impressive, just as impressive so. There were 3 players on court in our previous game, all above the age of 60, Simon.
Yeah, thank you for that, viewers. I actually went on Facebook and worked out Paul was 63, but then forgot to mention it when we came back on comms. So yes, very impressive athleticism, attitude towards the game for their 60-plus years. Great volley.
Mark Pullen, actually a type 1 diabetic, Simon, and he's eager to shed light on the struggles it is for players with type 1 diabetes to compete for hours and manage that. That's something that everybody can appreciate, but it does add a layer of difficulty and can impact on your focus and energy levels, I'm sure. So it's great to see Pullen competing here, even given that diagnosis and having to maintain his blood sugar levels and manage that illness. I'm sure without Pickleball it'd be much worse, but he continues to learn about that at every tournament. So important to mention here, congratulations to Mark Pullen, and definitely worthwhile highlighting the cause.
Yeah, Mark's a regular to the PickleB event, so he's obviously managing it well. I didn't know that about him, actually, so it just shows the quality of the man that he doesn't bring it up at all.
So Rolls and Walkley off to a strong start here, and it's Pullen and Sullivan who've got it all to do, the pair from Abingdon. That's nice from Pullen though, just puts that ball into the kitchen, and Walkley just sends the ball long.
Oh, Mark will want that one back. That was popped up. Unfortunately, he's just caught the net. Net tape just working in the favour of Rolls and Walkley there. That ball just goes long. Sullivan puts her finger up to indicate that it was out. So second scoring opportunity here for Rolls and Walkley. Great return from Sullivan. Nice hands from Pullen as well. And that will inspire confidence for Sullivan and Pullen when they get themselves to the kitchen line and establish themselves at the kitchen line. They're very much got the ability to put that ball away. That's a nice angle from Charlie Walkley.
Yeah, great hands on the defence by Sullivan. Yeah, nice drive by Rolls, who just catches Pullen in the midriff, so the players will change ends, and you can see that all 4 players enjoying their time on the show court here, Simon.
Yeah, I think they've warmed up to it well to it. I think Rolls and Walkley have probably taken the lead purely through better play, less mistakes. So it'll be interesting to see now a change of ends, how that changes their momentum. Great deep return there.
Yeah, that's nice, smart Pullen. Stands strong in defence and then's able to reset the ball into the kitchen. Great action here. So a 3-point difference here. Can Pullen and Sullivan claw that back? Yeah, nice control by Rolls. And it's Rolls and Wakely who are quickly moving away here. Great defence, Sullivan. Great defence from Pullen as well. That ball was coming at a rate of knots, but the reactions from Sullivan, impressive in defending the onslaught by Rolls. That's popped up by Pullen though, nicely put away by Walkley and Rolls. 2 points from victory here then for Rolls and Walkley. Drop serve. Great reset into the kitchen by Walkley, and it's their consistency that are winning the exchanges at the minute. Takes us to match point for Walkley and Rolls. Great hands battle. Sullivan over the moon to win that point. Pullen securing victory on that particular exchange with a backhand punch.
We feel Pullen and Sullivan have got to get on a bit of a points roll now. 3-10 down. Got it all to do.
Nice rescue from Walkley. She left that for Rolls. Sullivan just hits that ball long and apologises for any foul and abusive language you may have heard on court.
You could say she's done a Beaumont, Nick.
Sometimes frustration gets the better of players. And that was going out of court. Pullen gets away with one. Walkley should have left one. Ultimately, it's one more point. Sullivan just catches her breath. And that's another point.
Yeah, that's what we want to see now as them get on to a bit of a point roll. See if they can put some pressure back onto Rolls and Walkley.
Yeah, Pullen covering for Sullivan, left the space unoccupied. Rolls puts the X40 there, so second match point here for Rolls and Walkley. That lob's going in. Oh, just goes long, narrowly. Fortunately for Sullivan and Pullen. Third match point, Rolls, Walkley. And that catches the body of Pullen. So congratulations to Matthew Rolls and Charlie Walkley. Commiserations to Siobhan Sullivan and Mark Pullen. Great action here at the 3-5 mixed doubles level, and we'll be back with more to come shortly as Nathan Hill, Ian Marshall, Brian Saunders and Andrew Unwin find their way to the show court. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back with more after this short break.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the PickleBall Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
to Gloucester here for PickleB on the UK Franklin Tour. Event number 6 from the Oxtalls Tennis Centre in association with Skechers, ICTO and OBSBOT. We've got another game from our 50 plus men's 4-0 division featuring our mixed gold medalist from yesterday, Nathan Hill, his partner Ian Marshall. They're taking on Brian Saunders and Andrew Unwin. And Hill and Marshall, Simon, you'd expect huge favourites for this one.
Yeah, again, this is one of those mismatches really where Nathan Hill and Ian Marshall are 4-5 players. Andrew Unwin and Brian Saunders 4-0. So it'll be interesting how they get on. But yeah, you're right. It's definitely Hill and Marshall are favourites for this one.
Opportunity to thank Mr. Dominic 152 who's joined us on the live chat. Really appreciate your feedback on the commentary. He's trying to find 4-0 men's doubles partners in the South Links East Mids region. So reach out to Mr. Dominic 152 if you're a male playing at that level. Dan O'Brien's also on stream here, encouraging Brian Saunders. Let's go, Brian Saunders, he says. And Marcic was supporting Mark Pullen in our previous game. But back to the action here. Hill and Marshall, clear favourites, but Andrew Unwin and Brian Saunders not without ability in their own right, and Matrix-like, Neo-like Andrew Unwin in avoiding that ball there. The attack from Marshall, who went head hunting. Andrew Unwin says, not on my watch. Speed up from Hill to Saunders there. Just catches Saunders unaware. So Hill and Marshall, strong start. They'll have aspirations of medaling here this afternoon, Simon, and without wishing to place any pressure on players at all, I would expect Marshall, Hill, Friley, Robinson final perhaps, which will be a classic for viewers at home, but lots of hard work to do to get there beforehand.
Yeah, I think that's my pick as well for the final. You have got Paul Child and Mark Johnson in the mix as well, but I think those two pairings are just be a bit too strong, but we'll see. The great thing with Pickleball is the game can change.
Now, a particular challenge here for Nathan Hill, and I'm sure he won't mind me remarking on this, is that he's actually colourblind, so it's very much having to consider the depth of the court dimensions here as opposed to the colour of the lines when playing down this bottom end in particular. Andrew Unwin just not able to get out the way of the speed up from Hill. Hill just sending that one to long. Brian Saunders representing Swindon Pickleball Club here. Another player at the 60 plus age category. Again, he's decorated at the US Open. Also winning medals at the English Open in 2023 and 2024 at 65 plus level. Former football player and table tennis champion. And Unwin just slips and falls into the kitchen. And we just need to have a check on his ankle there. Unwin's quite synonymous for spending time on the floor, but on that occasion it's a definite slip as opposed to him diving around, so we hope he's okay.
That looks quite painful. He's hobbling a little bit, so I hope that does.
Yeah, we'll give him an opportunity for a timeout here and just make sure he's okay.
He struggles with his back as well, Andrew Unwin. He's always stretching and he likes this back-to-back format. He stiffens up quite easily when he's out of, if the game's, 20 minutes apart. So he does like the back-to-back format we run here. But he does seem to be struggling with that at the moment.
Yeah, well, as Andrew recovers, I was talking about Brian Saunders, who's the founder of Swindon Pickleball Club. He's built that up from scratch to over 220 players. Brand ambassador in the US as well, and spent a lot of time coaching in schools, local tennis clubs to help develop the game of pickleball. And he'll tell you himself, you're never too old to play competitive pickleball. Somebody else who's got a property over in America, Brian Saunders. There'll be another good friend to us, Simon, I think. He's got a place in Naples, Florida. 10 minutes away from the largest pickleball facility in the world.
Why are you telling me this now, Nick? I would have made friends a lot sooner if I'd known.
Yeah, me too. Also chairman of a homeless charity here in Swindon, and Brian Saunders, an absolute icon. No wonder he's got lots of support down here in Gloucester. Anyway, back to the game, because Andrew Unwin is okay. We're pleased to report, back on court. Just moving slightly gingerly, but okay to carry on nevertheless. Fast hands from Saunders and Unwin. Yeah, that's nice from Ian Marshall on the forehand. Just utilises top spin to get the ball up and down from an unlikely position. And that's a lovely third shot drop by Saunders. So for all of Hill's and Marshall's dominance, Saunders and Unwin are plugging away here. But that's not coming back. And once again, Unwin's on the floor. Back up, though, I'm pleased to report, he's absolutely fine. Saunders and Unwin are making this competitive, Simon.
They are, and I think as you just said, they're plugging away. So again, what we said and always say in pickleball is that it's never over till it's over. And I think probably a little bit of pressure on Hill and Marshall because
that's lovely from Brian Saunders. The inter-out forehand dink back behind Nathan Hill. So more than plugging away, making it competitive, that's for sure.
Sometimes when you're favourite to win the game, that adds its own pressure as well. So they'll be wary.
Need to keep troubling the scoreboard though. Winning exchanges when it's not your serve is just not enough. You've got to win points on your serve at this level. Yeah, and that's a body shot from Ian Marshall. Great hands by Unwin initially, but the persistence of Marshall more than equipped at dealing with whatever came back to him there. Ambidextrous from Marshall, left hand, right hand. Switched hands mid-rally.
It's an impressive skill, that, Nick, isn't it? I don't think my brain could cope with that.
No, incredibly challenging. That's a great lob. That is a great lob from Ian Marshall. Not a shot you see deployed all too often, but with lots of topspin and perfect placement, that was irretrievable for Andrew Unwin.
Yeah, and as we thought, Nick, they are starting to run away with it now. It felt at 6-3. If they scored a few more points, they might have pushed them a bit, but
that's going out, Andrew Unwin, but he plays it, so Hill and Marshall have just put their foot on the pedal here. And that's it. Hill and Marshall get the job done against an impressive Brian Saunders and Andrew Unwin. Only amassed 3 points, but tended to do all of their best work on the serve of Marshall and Hill. Brian Saunders continues to be an inspiration to many, not just here in the UK, but over in the US as well. I'm going to try and catch up with Brian Saunders later on today, if I can. Clearly a role model for many, but congratulations to Hill and Marshall. They march on, as do we. You can already see that the 4 players next on the show court are warming up. So we'll be back after a very, very short break. So, action about to get underway here on the show court in our mixed 3-5 level. And it's Jake Matthews and Liz McRae up against the impressive Alice Lamb and Adam Ford. Jake Matthews heavily involved here on the ops team for PickleB. An absolute top guy from the South Coast. Playing out of David Lloyd, Southampton. Used to play rugby when he was younger, Jake Matthews. Not got a great deal of background experience in racket sport. First came across pickleball in Hawaii. And the rest is history. He's made great strides in the game over the past 12 months. Came away with a 3-0 bronze at the English Open last year. And we're hoping to build upon that this year. His partner, Liz McRae. And we saw Alice Lamb and Adam Ford on court earlier, and Toby is in the arena. Clearly not playing this weekend. You can see him watching on avidly. The top of your screen in the red top. We get Kiara and Tom Ford also in this division. Brother and sister partnership. And that catches McRae on the foot. It's all about aggression from Adam Ford. Yeah, nice placement from Matthews. Ford just tries to do a little bit too much with the cross-court passing shot, so second scoring opportunity for Ford and Lamb. And score they do.
Tweener, what a tweener by Ford there. Great shot. Ends up winning the point as well. Fantastic.
Hot dog alert here in Gloucester.
Scott Mayer may have a rival for Showtime on courts 1.
That ball possibly going out from Lamb, but McRae elects to volley it, so non-scoring side out there. Matthews elects to leave that ball, but it bounces comfortably in. apologies for the slight loss in pictures there. We are back live now. Slight malfunction with a piece of equipment that's just overheating. As the action warms up, so does a particular piece of equipment that's causing us a problem, so thanks for your patience. But we're back live now, and it's Ford and Lamb in the ascendancy. 7-3 up. Make that 8-3. So an opportunity here for McRae and Matthews just to arrest the momentum of Ford and Lamb, see if they can get back into this one, but really difficult because the defences of Lamb are on point. And there's nothing sheepish about this performance from Ford and Lamb. And return serve by Matthews. So 2 points for victory here for Ford and Lamb.
You feel that Matthews and McRae have to score from this side out. Oh. Slight miscommunication there.
Nice serve by McRae.
They can get 2 or 3 points together here. That will help their cause.
So all very comfortable at the minute for Ford and Lamb, but I want to get the job done without too much fuss here. But again, 2 missed thirds and what was fairly comfortable all of a sudden could become quite challenging with a run of a couple of points here.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Phil, if they got a couple more points on the board and the pressure's back on Ford and Lamb. Good defence. Oh, unlucky. Great placement.
Yeah, nice volley from Ford, just dominant on the centre line there of the court. So a non-scoring side out for Matthews and McRae. Let's see if Lamb and Ford can get a third in this time around. Body bag. Matthews is tagged. Tattoo time. X40 to the chest. Brings up match point for Ford and Lamb. And there it is. Adam Ford and Alice Lamb get over the line. Commiserations to Matthews and McRae. We're going to go to a blank screen while we reset here, and we'll be back with more action shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few short moments. Holland. That's huge. Yeah, great angle on the bunders, and Unwin are plugging away here. But that's not coming back. And once again, look at the 42 here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. And that's a lovely times, and sometimes when you're winning points you want to restart the next exchange as quick as no, it holds that really well. Oh, 80. Yeah, the return serve was across, and it also depends on the external event. So we know that the Paris Open is on this weekend, and there's a lot of R4-5 players that has played table tennis. The way he grips his paddle, he's got his forefinger on there. Yeah, there's another. So now let's. Thank you to viewers at home for your patience. We're back here live in Gloucester at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre for the Franklin UK Tour. On behalf of PickleB, powered by Skechers ICTO and HobsBots, and we've got McCarthy and Perez up against Gwilym and Scott here. It's McCarthy with ball in hand, and his partner James Perez. And we've got Stuart Gwilym and Martin Scott at the top of your screen. Martin Scott with ball in hand. Stuart Gwilym stacking on the backhand side there. It's our 50 plus men's division. That's a body bag. Kev McCarthy's tagged by the X40. Stuart Gwilym just powering that ball into him. Of course, these players all know each other very well. Martin Scott and Kev McCarthy, both from Glenelg Gwent Pickleball Club. As is Stuart Gwilym as well. So 3 out of the 4 players here from Glenelg Gwent. James Perez spent some time over there, but from Bristol Pickleball Club, I think that's a nice drop from Perez. Yeah, James Perez from Bristol Pickleball Club, but all 4 of these players will have played Dragon League Pickleball, which I know Kev McCarthy is an organiser of. And no doubt played against each other previously as well. So they'll be aware of each other's games. And Simon, when you're playing familiar faces and you're aware of their style, that just goes along, and you're aware of their style and technique, is that more challenging?
I think it varies, to be honest, Nick. It depends on the game as well. So Yeah, they do. They will know each other, but I think they'll play different tactics. So I don't know much about William and Scott, but obviously James and Kev are quite regular partners now, so they'll feel confident that they can win this game, I think, because they know their partnership, they know each other's games. They've also played on the show court yesterday, so that's going to help them today, I think. I had a quick chat with the players beforehand about this kitchen line problem, and both Kevin and James were aware of what happened yesterday, so yeah, let's see how this plays out. It'll be very interesting, I think. Wow.
Kev McCarthy does fall foul of the kitchen line, but it's Stuart Quillam who absolutely opens up on the forehand volley. Sends that ball at tremendous speed into McCarthy.
William and Scott are definitely playing a power game here, and it feels like they're targeting McCarthy slightly as well. There we go again.
So a change of ends here, and after a sprightly start for McCarthy and Perez, it's William and Scott in the ascendancy as a result of power, it seems. Third shot drives and speed ups coming to fruition here on the show court.
Our first stinking battle of the day in this game.
Great hands, James Perez, and McCarthy just puts that ball out of play. Great defences and resetting there from James Perez. Second server. Ball on court, so we're going to replay the point. Martin Scott just remarking to himself that was the wrong shot, and you have to agree. Really difficult to play that ball in the straight line after it's come from the diagonal quarter and speed up. That's a pop-up though from McCarthy. That ball's too aerial, and Perez was there, but just not able to keep the ball in play.
Hands battle.
Yeah, the persistence from Gwilym and Scott pays off. Once again, cannot fail to be impressed with the defences of James Perez, though. Yeah, just a little bit too aerial again by McCarthy, and both players backing up, and Gwilym and Scott are on top here. Was that a swing and a miss, or was that left, Simon?
I think that was a lead. Yeah, I think it's a lead, yeah. Oh, just catch the baseline.
Quite remarkable rally, that one. Some interesting exchanges there.
Defense. Oh, unlucky James Perez.
Great defense by McCarthy, but ultimately is correct in his own pop-up. And it was one shot too many again. Nice placement by Perez. Second opportunity to score for Gwilym and Scott. Yeah, it's a short return, and when we talk about serves, returns and thirds, those returns have got to be longer than that. It's a short return and it's punished with power by Gwilym. Better return from Perez. Nice punch volley by McCarthy. So you very much feel like McCarthy and Perez need to make a move right now if they're going to trouble Gwilym and Scott. Yeah, and Gwilym and Scott just seem to have a little bit too much power for the partnership of Perez and McCarthy, Simon.
Yeah, I agree. They're just dominating at the net, aren't they? So, you know, on this, when they're not serving, they're, yeah, again, there you go. Sorry, some noise in the background there from people presenting with medals. It feels like they are in control of this game. Just a question of when they can score on their serve.
Yeah, it's the difference between a third shot drive and a third shot drop. There we go again, the third shot drive. And they managed to get to the net very easily from deploying the strategy of speed and power. And that takes them to match point. Match point one, been and gone. So second opportunity here for Martin Scott with ball in hand. Great rescue from Perez, and again that was a great exchange. What a way to win the game for Stuart, William and Martin Scott are impressive with their strategic deployment of power and speed. Perez and McCarthy's soft game not quite up to the same level of consistency as the power on the third shots of William and Scott. So they secure the victory. We'll be back with more action as Rupert Robinson and Chris Freiling make their way on to centre court to take on Brett G and Gary Long. We'll be back after this short break.
With Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle, stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction, great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving, has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to Gloucester here at the Oxtal Tennis Centre for the Franklin UK Pickleball Tour on behalf of PickleB in association with Skechers, ICTO and OBSBot. We roll on to another 50 plus men's 4-0 and above game featuring the ultra impressive Chris Frylink and Rupert Robinson. They're taking on the returning Brett G and Gary Long, and like we said earlier on today, these divisions are combined 4.5 and above and 4-0, and Frylink and Robinson are closer to the 5-0 level than the 4-0 level, that's for sure. So this is going to be tough for G and Long. That's a pop-up from G, punished by Robinson. Yeah, lovely drop by Robinson, and this might be a case of blink and you'll miss it, Simon Farr.
Yeah, I was about to say that. It's a baptism of fire for Ian Long coming up against this pairing of Frylink and Robinson. As you say, I think this could be over quite quickly.
Great movement by Robinson through the transition zone, reading the pop-up on the back of it. Brilliant third. Backspin from Long, just catching Robinson out though. Scoring opportunity. Gary Long, come on. Brett G. Not quite on the third shot there, so second opportunity to score. That ball just goes wide from Gary Long. Not going to get too many more opportunities, I don't think, Simon, to score. We haven't had a pickle so far today, and I hope we don't get one now, but with returns like that mid-court, they're going to get punished over and over again, because for Chris Frylink, it's like taking candy from a baby. And the anticipation from Robinson is A1. Exquisite. Bread and butter here for Robinson and Frylink, who will face sterner tests today, I'm sure, but 6-0. Already a change of ends, and for G and Long, it's about the experience. It's about utilising this opportunity, building upon it, and perhaps facing balls at speeds that they've not faced before, Simon.
Oh yeah, I mean 100% with that. It just comes back harder and quicker than they used to. So, you know, these short half-court returns are just being absolutely punished. So you've got to work on your return and serve. But the other thing they're not used to is the speed of serve they're receiving as well. So just making it all that much harder for them. But they know that they're playing above a team that's way above their level. So, you know, as you say, all you can do is try and learn from it.
And we're at 8-0 already. This could be a pickle, Simon Farr. It could be a donut. It could be a bagel. I hope not. But I fear it. I fear it in abundance.
It does look that way. I suppose you have to have one at one point during the day, especially in this category.
And it's match point, a clear gulp in class. But nevertheless, G and Long will look back on this as an experience. But it's pickle point, donut point, bagel point. Great defence but there it is. Acrylic and Robinson, absolutely brutal. No letting up. And they pickle Brett G and Gary Long in absolutely ruthless style here. We'll leave you to ponder that performance as we take a short break and return with more action from our 3.5 mixed division. We'll be back after this short break.
Here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion. CAS paddle stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving, has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Oxdale's Tennis Centre. Good to see you, Franklin, Skechers, Osbot, and IXCTO. We are going to start now with another 18 plus mixed 3.5 match featuring the brother and sister partnership of Tom Ford and Kiara Ford versus Jake Matthews and Liz McRae. So we'll just try and get them underway now. Just exchanging serves, even though you want to get the stream moving. So we'll tell you what the players are once we know what positions they're taking up. So the Fords will be at the bottom of your screen, and Matthews and McRae will be at the top of your screen.
So 2 more excerpts from the Ford dynasty here. Tom Ford, who grabbed a gold medal last evening, 3.5 men's with his brother Adam. Teaming up with his sister today, Kiara. They appear on the centre court for the first time today, and taking them on is the returning partnership of Matthews and McRae. Jake Matthews with ball in hand, the left-handed Jake Matthews. And that's nice from Liz McRae. Not an easy shot, that. Across the shoulder, on the backhand, above the shoulder as well. Nicely put away by Liz McRae.
Felt like a squash shot, that. Wonder what her background is in rackets. Do you know, Nick?
No. McRae's not a player I'm familiar with, but somebody who showed moments of brilliance here today, and perhaps catch up with her after this game for a brief chat, maybe.
No.
And Kiara's in the kitchen there. Ford. Kiara Ford. I think we're able to call them by their first names for this game. Normally like to reference players by their last names, but we've got 2 Fords here, so it'll be Kiara and Tom.
2 Fords for the price of 1, Nick.
Buy 1, you get 1 free. And it's an electric start here for McRae and Matthews, and I have to be honest, not what I was expecting.
No, I'm glad I didn't say anything at the start, Nick, because I would have definitely got that wrong. I think possibly Cara is a little bit nervous, and that's showing in this scoreline at the moment. The other conversation I'd like to know is how she chose which brother.
Yeah, that's a difficult family dynamic.
I would have loved to have been at the dinner table for that one, Nick.
Perhaps it was Tom that chose her first. Look at the footwork from Tom Ford and the left-hand roll. Extended out horizontally there, just to give him some space at contact. But he tries to come across again, and Matthews exploits the space behind. And once again, Matthews exploits the space behind, recognising that Tom wants to poach across the court and very much keeping him back on his haunches here. That's nice from Chiara, though. That'll be a confidence builder for her.
I think that was going out as well, Nick. From Jake's response.
3 out of the 4 players sporting the Skechers footwear here, one of our title sponsors. Grips seem to be the theme of the day, and if you just take a look at Tom Ford's grip, if you get the opportunity, somebody else who holds the paddle very high on the shaft with his fingers covering the face of the paddle. Not the standard grip, but 1 or 2 players at the lower levels you see adopting that grip. Simon, is it for control? Is it simply a transfer of skills from table tennis, I guess, or is it just a lack of coaching?
All of the above, I think, Nick. It comes from table tennis, but as he improves, Toby Ford, that is going to prove a problem, the way he grips that paddle. It'd be interesting to see how easy it is for him to change it.
Ball on court, will replay the points. And Chiara and Tom yet to get on the board here. So Matthews and McRae, second opportunity to further cement their lead in this game. But a non-scoring side out. Is it a time for Tom Ford and Chiara Ford? That's lovely from McRae once more, and Liz McRae continues to impress here. There we go, there we go. The first point on the board for Chiara and Tom Ford.
I think that grip's a family thing, because Chiara's gripping her paddle exactly the same way as well.
One brings 2. 2 doesn't bring 3 though. That'll be a side out. So there's a little bit of pressure now on this scoring end for McRae and Matthews. Oh, but that neck cord intervention will definitely help. Just catches the shoulder of Chiara, and Matthews and McRae at the turn of ends re-establish a comfortable advantage here. That's lovely control on the backhand side by McRae, and that looks to be her go-to shot, that backhand slice, Simon, especially at the net.
Yeah, I put money on she's played squash. She's too comfortable with that shot, and it's a classic cross shot. We'll have to try and find that out later.
Left-handed Matthews just sends that ball out wide. That ball's just slightly long from Chiara Ford. Got herself into a nice position at the kitchen line, but then just punched the volley long. Yeah, that ball causing some confusion between Matthews and McRae. Nicely placed by Chiara Ford.
Yeah, one of the problems of having a left-hand player when you're not stacking is that middle is pretty much exposed. I think this is a new partnership for Matthews and McRae, so they probably don't want to put the stacking into play for any confusion. Although it seems they're stacking on their serve.
Kiara Ford, an avid cricket player, I'm led to believe. Simon?
Batsman, bowler, all-rounder, do we know?
All-rounder, I believe.
Nice.
So, Ford, Tom and Kiara are just clawing their way back into this game. Great athleticism by Tom Ford. He asked Kiara to switch. She didn't, so he had to recover, and recover he did. Two-point difference now. What was a 5-point lead for Matthews and McRae has dissipated. Make that a 1-point lead. And the sirens are ringing loud for Matthews and McRae. Sending a warning because the Ford ×2 partnership has completed the comeback. Matthews and McRae just taking time out to have a conversation here. Looks like they're going to switch off return of serve here. Watch this. Let's see how it unfolds. It unfolds with McRae not in a stable position to play. The fourth shot of the rally put Ford's in the ascendancy, and they take the lead for the first time.
Feels like Kiara's grown in confidence as this game's gone on. Show that in the scoreline.
Yeah. 8 of the last 11 points have gone to Ford and Ford. And many more exchanges with that too. Great footwork from Tom Ford, and Kiara just applauds him for that. Reads that play well, anticipates nicely. Leaving a lot of space behind him though. There's that backhand from Liz McRae. Do not put the ball there because McRae is deadly on that backhand wing. Just called wide by Tom Ford. Let's take another look at this one. Yeah, definitely wide. And that's it. Kiara and Tom complete the comeback in style. Matthews and McRae will be left wondering what could have been after amassing a 5-0 advantage at the start of that game. But as Tom and Kiara settled into it, they proved to be too good. So they march on. We'll be back after a short break where Freiling and Robinson will be taking on Chard and Johnson. So don't go anywhere, because coming up after a short break, it will be Freiling, Robinson, Johnson and Chard on the show courts.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax less taxing.
To Gloucester, we've got a top tier senior men's game coming up for you next, featuring the undefeated partnerships of Freiling, Robinson, Johnson and Chard in the group stages. Somebody's O has got to go here though at the UK Franklin Tour. 6 events of 14 events coming up this calendar year, this season, this pickleball season for PickleB. Thanks to our sponsors, Franklin on the UK Tour, supplying the X40 balls and the Franklin nets. We've been to Dorset, Cardiff, Hampshire, Basingstoke, Wiltshire, and here we are in Gloucester. Chard receiving at the bottom of your screen, playing with Johnson. Frylink and Robinson at the top of your screen. Frylink currently positioned in the top 5 on the tour. When we look at the ranking points amassed so far for mixed doubles. He's also number 2 in the male standings at Rupert Robinson, number 3. For those not familiar with how those ranking points work, for every tournament entry you get 100 points, and it's the top 4 places that amass points on the UK Franklin Tour. 1,000 for first place, 800 second, 600 third, and 400 fourth. Question remains here, can anybody stop the freight train that is Frylink and Robinson?
They've gone to an early lead here at 4-0.
And that ball just catches Chard on the elbow. That ball going out, but Chard not able to get out the way. Well played, Paul. Chard just arrests that run of 5 points by Frylink and Robinson. So momentum breaker. Can Chard and Johnson trouble the scoreboard here? Yes, they can. The third shot from Johnson, exquisite. Just allows them to get to the kitchen line. And from there, they're very much in the point. And that's going to be the secret here for Chard and Johnson. Got to get to the kitchen line somehow. Frylink and Robinson do a very good job with their serves and returns. They keep their opponents on the baseline for as long as possible, allowing them to attack at the kitchen. Very accurate, very considered, and very much in control of this game yet again. And we haven't seen them tested at all today so far. Frylink and Robinson still in first gear against a really accomplished partnership here of Johnson and Chard, and that just highlights the impressiveness of this performance yet again.
Yeah, I think again we talk about levels, and that you said earlier, Nick, that Chris and Rupert are 5-0s really, whereas Paul and Mark, you'd probably say a strong 4-5, but already the difference in level you can see. They've rushed into a 6-1 lead, and Paul and Mark haven't really done much wrong.
Talk about fortune. Frylink absolutely drills that ball at the net, and it pops over the other side. Tries to put a little bit of extra fizz on the serve, but sends it long. Mark Johnson taking all the pace and power off the ball here. Very clever from Johnson. Not again.
Wow.
It's not Freilink and Robinson who need all of the luck here, Simon. That's incredibly fortunate. Not once, but twice. Powering that ball into the net.
It's an absolute classic of a team that need no help at all, getting all the net chords. Sometimes this game can be very cruel.
The gap was there. The serve was so deep that Chard was stuck on the baseline. So Johnson come across to cover, but then left the gap. Freilink couldn't expose it. And there's no getting past Freilink and Robinson when they're at that non-volley zone. Not too sure what Chard and Johnson can do here. Johnson's tried to slow it down, then he's tried to play a winner. But that's a lovely single-handed backhand from Mark Johnston. That dips below the height of the net. And they double their tally. That's also nice. The shake and bake deployed this time by Johnson and Chard. It was Johnson shaking and Chard baking. Chard just going for a little bit too much there, but Johnson says, I don't mind that. We're going to have to try and do something different here, try and play winners. And that's a nice speed up from Chard as well, possibly going long, but Robinson forced into playing it. So all of a sudden, a few points on the board here for Johnson and Chard.
And they've done well to get back into this match.
Chard backs up, but backs up towards the forehand of Johnson. Just needed to leave that to his partner. And what was straightforward before the change of ends is not entirely straightforward now for Freilink and Robinson. That ball catches the line. What a rescue by Robinson. Great reset. That point had absolutely everything. Unreal action here live from Gloucester. Won by a net kiss. It didn't deserve that ending, but it seemed like that was the only way to end that point. Great defences by all four players there. And Chard just leaves that ball. That ball definitely goes in. Chard either not ready or just struggling with a slight injury. I'm not sure. He winces slightly, but made no attempt to recover that forehand. Is Paul Chard feeling the pinch here physically? He grimaces once more. There might be a muscular injury here for Paul Chard. Well left by Mark Johnson. And Mark Johnson's resetting ability is absolutely unreal.
He's showing those racket skills from other sports, Nick, by sure, and it's a joy to watch. Here we go again.
Oh, that was narrowly perfection from Freilink, who found the angle, just couldn't get the loft. Got to congratulate Chard and Johnson here after going down 6-1. They've made a great game of this, a great fist, a great contest, a great viewing experience for spectators at home. You're joining us on YouTube. Don't forget to drop us a message in the live chat. Like, share and subscribe to the PickleB channel. See action like this regularly. And that's in play from Chard as well. So gap narrows once more. Let's not forget, at the top of your screens, we've got 2 players above the age of 60. Wow! Mark Johnson has arrived once more. Look at the reactions from Mark Johnson. Just as a remark, we've got 2 players above the age of 60. It's Mark Johnson who's playing like an 18-year-old all over again. Simon Farr.
Oh, well, what a game. And if you look at the stats on this second half, they are actually 6-2 ahead because it was 6-0 at the change of ends. It's now 8-6. What a turnaround.
Tim Spurway joins us on the live chat. Tim, nice to see you. Nice to hear from you, rather. Can't see you, but I can hear you. I wish I could see you. That ball is called wide. Johnson and Chard not sure about that. A little bit of frustration there from Chard and Johnson. Nice lob from Chard. Ball just goes long from Robinson. Johnson just fails to pick up the ATP. Net court works to Robinson's advantage. Second scoring opportunity here. Yeah, it's a lovely deep return. That just catches the baseline. So, Freilink and Robinson with a 3-point advantage. It's not been easy for them in this second half. And it remains that way. That ball called wide off the serve. Great return by Johnson. The 5th was nice as well. Just catching Freilink out. So what can Chard and Johnson do here? Miscommunication, Freilink and Robinson. And is there a comeback on Simon Farr?
Oh, it feels like it, Nick. It's got tense. You feel like the pressure's on Freilink and Robinson now. Chard and Johnson, momentum shift in their favour. Oh, see the frustration from Paul Chard there. On a momentum change, and he serves out. suddenly it's 1 point.
Yeah, Chard makes up for the service error there in abundance by working his way through the transition zone quickly. 1 point difference here. Chard got caught in the transition zone, 2 meters ahead of his partner. Wrong positioning by Chard, so after a non-scoring side out last time, Robinson and Freiling will want to get the job done here. And it's an error from Chard once more. So, match point for Robinson and Freiling. Nice backspin from Mark Johnson on the returner serve there. Second match point incoming. That was called long. So 2 match points saved here. 8-10. And Chard and Johnson are still in this. They've fought for their lives here. Fought for the right to be competitive. That's wild from Chard. It's wild. It's wild. It's unnecessary.
You can see the frustration on poor Chard's face. He screamed no when he hit that ball.
Speed up. Body bag. Robinson tags by Chard. The big X40 mark there on the chest of Robinson. 1 point game, 1 point the difference. It's a fair reflection on the action as well, Simon.
Yeah, it's been an amazing change of ends. Say they were at 0 and they're now on 9. Unbelievable. Are we going to have a 10-10 thriller? Oh, it's pulled out, denies Freiling the ATP.
Freiling could be frustrated with Robinson there. It was going to be a showtime moment. Third match point. And that goes in. What a great lob. What a way to win such an enthralling encounter. Game of the day in our men's 50 plus 4-0 and above division, that's for sure. An absolute pleasure to watch the comeback from Chard and Johnson. Freiling and Robinson get the job done. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of all 4 players of both teams later on today. But we'll be back with more action after this short break. Don't go anywhere. With no end product. Can that be different today? Yeah, great defensive win points on your serve at this level. Yeah, and that's a body. And that catch.
Oh, what a point that was.
What a shot.
There we go. And we all ordered burgers because it was a really good burger place. Yeah, good. His logic was actually quite smart, was it? He thought and called it in. So they went with the out call eventually. Nice hands. Oakley and Rogers have been, hang on, we were 10-4 ups.
And that ball just catches. Oh. Wise and Mayo. Great athleticism. What a shot. And again, Simon. Get away with it anyway.
As you said earlier, Nick, she's such a slight thing, Nia Rogers, but the power, I don't know where it comes from. Over the net, it's actually hitting that red line, which is perfect position for your third shot in. And each time,
once again. That ball goes with no end product. Can that be different today?
And towards the end of your day, you'll be playing people of a similar ability.
And Frank Carson doing... That's a great lob. That is a great lob. And a nice backhand. That's huge.
Put money on she's played squash. She's too comfortable with that shot, and it's a classic cross shot. We'll have to try.
And the lob goes in. Space back behind Oki if Mayo fancies it. The speed up again is Chard and Johnson. Nice lob from Chard. Perhaps it was Tom that chose her first. Look at the... Welcome back to Gloucester for the Franklin UK Tour. We're about to get underway here. We've got Emma Chetwood at the top of your screen playing with Neil Jones. They're taking on Jack Cullum and the returning Jasmine Sakpobo. I wonder how she's got on in her first tournament. Yeah, it's nice from Neil Jones, the tall figure of Neil Jones. Ball was there for Sakpoba. Just fires it into the net, unfortunately for her. Yeah, nice power there from Emma Chetwood.
Seem to be stuck on 1-1-1 at the moment.
Yeah, lots of non-scoring side-outs here, which tells me once a team's established at the kitchen line, they're the team in the ascendancy, but nice third from Sekpoba there, earns them a second point. Make that 3, because that's an unreturned serve from Jones. Jones and Chetwood just finding it difficult on their own serve to get to the kitchen line here. Mainly due to inaccuracies on the third, which is not too uncommon at 3.5 level, Simon. It's a discipline, whether it's a third shot drive or drop, or indeed the hybrid version of them both, that players will need to practice back at their clubs to have consistent application during matches.
Yeah, you've watched some high-level play today, the 4-0, 4-5 players, where that third shot, it's just always landing in the kitchen. And you can see at this lower level, inconsistencies, short returns, there you go. And those shots don't come naturally, they take a lot of work.
Well, that takes no work at all when you've got the aid of the net tape. So it's a change of ends here for Culham and Sekpoba. And the last time we saw Culham and Sekpoba, they're on the back end of an 11-1 defeat. This time around, they're 6-1 up.
Sekpoba seems to have shaken her leg there. If you notice, she's taken off her strapping. I think she did that in the first game, actually. But she seems to have grown in confidence as well, which is great to see.
Great defence by Jones. The drive from Chetwood was going long, but Sekpoba's here to play.
Interesting to watch Jones serve there. He was like 2 foot off the baseline. Just stand closer.
That's a nice dink from Jasmine Sekpoba there, just catching Emma Chetwood on the advance towards the centre line. Exploits the space on the outside of the court. Nice defences from the baseline this time from Sapova. And there's a hybrid third drop drive for you, which means the ball comes at you at pace but just dips below the height of the net and causes all sorts of problems there for Jones and Chetwood. So Cullum and Sapova very much on their way to victory here. This time Sapova does leave the ball. She learned her lesson.
She seems to have learnt a lot over the last hour or so, Nick, because she's definitely improved from the game we first saw her play.
Vastly. And I've got to say, Simon, I love to see it.
It's fantastic. One to watch, I think.
Oh. Top edge from Chetwood. Caught in the slips. So, match point here for Cullum and an impressive Jasmine Sapova. And that ball goes long, so that's the end. In express time, Sapova and Cullum get the job done. Commiserations to Chetwood and Jones. I don't know much about them, but great to see them on the show court. Cullum and Sapova impressive, in particular Jasmine Sapova. And we're going to go straight into another game here. Because coming up next on the show court, we've got Willhouse and Katie Wiltshire taking on Matthew Rolls and Charlie Walkley. And we're off and running. Willhouse at the top of your screen, playing with Katie Wiltshire. Matthew Rolls and Charlie Walkley at the bottom of your screen, and the game's coming thick and fast here. And it's an early 2-0 lead for House and Wiltshire. And what an impressive start by Willhouse and Katie Wiltshire. They quickly go into a 3-0 lead. Willhouse from Sidford. Been successful at the 3-0 level. House and Wiltshire, so stepped up to the 3-5 level. Last time they played at 3-5 level was at the English Open last year. They tell me they won about 6 points all day, so how they got on here. House is a former tennis player, used to play rugby. That's nice from Charlie Walkley, though. Just goes to the open side. Catches House unaware. Miscommunication there. But the early signs are that Katie Wiltshire, in particular, is a player with significant talent. That's a nice backhand roll as well from Willhouse, and Maybe only won 6 points at 3-5 level last year in the whole tournament. They definitely don't look out of place here. In fact, they look very comfortable indeed. That's a top edge this time from Walkley. Wiltshire on the speed up.
Do you know Wiltshire's background, Nick? Feels like tennis.
Yeah, I believe she's got a tennis background.
Oh, great lob.
That ball goes long from Walkley, so House and Wiltshire get to 6. Change of ends. And Will House and Katie Wiltshire, the first time on show court. An absolute show on here. Short return. Wiltshire attempts to drive, just puts that ball into the net.
He just got a bit too close to that ball then, didn't she? She's got a bit tied up, so hence the net drive.
I'm impressed with House and Wiltshire, Simon.
Yeah, she looks a natural athlete, doesn't she? I just love the way she's standing, holding the paddle. Her feet are always moving. She's set well.
How fortunate is that? Top edge of the paddle just bounces in court, just as Bar's describing them as athletes. A little bit of fortune there for Wiltshire and House.
Wow! Great point. Great point.
Matthew Rolls take a bow. The onslaught from Wiltshire, defended by Rolls, showing great hand-eye coordination there, but not showing too much of it there.
Is it always the case? You play an amazing shot and then the next one's awful? I think that must have happened 10 times today, Nick. Do you think?
Easily 10 times. Walkley tries to redirect that ball. Just calms herself as she returns to the kitchen line. That catches the sideline. It's a nice rescue from House.
Just showing a bit of inexperience there, Wiltshire, being caught mid-court. House in the back of the court. It's not ideal in pickleball. You don't want to be split.
Look at the standard here, though, Simon. 3.5 level if you're watching at home, ladies and gentlemen. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw all 4 of these players in a couple of months' time playing at 4-0 or above, because they're definitely showing they've got the ability and the shots. Next up, it's consistency for them.
Yeah, and also just reading the game a bit better, isn't it? You know, slightly better positions for certain shots. And you're right, Nick, they will be in the 4-0 pretty quickly.
So 2-point game now. Charlie Walkley. Nice placement by Walkley. The double-handed backhand from Wiltshire was nice, but defended by Walkley. House leaves the space in behind on the backhand side, so all of a sudden, what looked like a cakewalk for House and Wiltshire. Oh, great defence. Oh, House wanted an ATP. He fancied it. Just didn't wait quite long enough. So we're tied at 9-9. What a great game. What a great advert for Pickleball here at 3-5 level. That's not coming back. Wiltshire with an overhead smash. So second scoring opportunity, tied at 9-9. Drop serve. Lovely double-handed backhand once more from Wiltshire. Sets up the winning opportunity for House. 2 points from victory here. Wiltshire fancied it. And it's just pulled out. Haven't got a replay on that. So we stick with the call. Second server. But Wiltshire makes amends there. So match point here for Wiltshire and House. Side out.
Just try and do a bit
match point saved, Simon.
Yeah, just trying to do a bit too much with that backhand then, wouldn't she, bless her? Here we go.
And that's an error. And it's 10-10. And after saving, match point Rolls and Walkley have 2 match points of their own.
We love a 10-point thriller.
Oh, what a rescue. What a rescue again. Katie Wiltshire, can you believe it? Picks the ball up with the narrowest of margins left and then defends the onslaught from Rolls with a volley over his head and then a win across court. Second match point. And Katie Wiltshire is nowhere near a 3.5 player. Let me tell you that, Simon Farr.
She's 4-0 all day long, or not 4-5. It's just brilliant to watch.
Second match point, saved 2 match points. It's their own second match point. And that's saved. Well played. This time, Charlie Walkley. Third match point, Wiltshire and House. Can they get over the line? It's a classic at 3-5 level here.
What's a third?
Oh, mid-court drive goes into the net. Walkley and Rolls have saved 3 match points. They had 2 of their own. This is a third match point here. Walkley, Rolls. And they get the job done. Charlie Walkley and Matthew Rolls. I don't know how they've done it, but they get over the line here. Great performance from Wheelhouse and Katie Wiltshire. Remember the name because that was impressive. She'll be back, I'm sure, in future for more. Rolls and Walkley, they secure victory in an entertaining encounter. Great action here on the live stream, and coming up next we've got a men's semi-final for you. Do not go anywhere. It's Nathan Hill and Ian Marshall taking on Chris Frylink and Rupert Robinson. We'll be back after this short break. Some here to turn this final on its head. Not over yet.
Into the net. And this could get interesting.
That ball lands. It's electric. What a reset. Oliver Jones, take a bow on that. Yeah, well played.
Cracking into the transition zone.
Great defensive from McCarthy here. And I don't mind the aggression.
Very nice.
And what second time in as many points. And Hill.
Is another thing entirely.
What a red to the ground. Great base, great foundation. Promotes the opportunity for him to play that shot. And it's out of leave. But it's more an unwinner of finishing like a train. And look. And we have our welcome back to Gloucester at the UK Franklin Pickleball Tour for PickleB. Powered by Skechers, ICTO and ObsBot. It's men's semi-final action here at senior level. Johnson and Chard taking on Hill and Marshall. The other semi-final on court 2, that's already underway. Unwin and Saunders taking on Frylink and Robinson. We'll bring you news of that one as it develops. But here, this is anybody's game. And we're underway. Marshall and Hill at the bottom of your screen. Johnson and Chard at the top. And if Johnson and Chard can replicate their second half of the Frylink Robinson group game, they're very much in this semi-final, Simon.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting contest. I think if Chard and Johnson can just stay with Hill and Marshall, he'll put them under pressure. They've definitely got the shots and the skill level to match them.
Already you can see the strategy from Hill and Marshall. Avoid Mark Johnson, freeze Mark Johnson out the game. All three exchanges so far, they've targeted Paul Chard. And again, It's 3-0, but 4 exchanges here. They're freezing out Johnson. They're targeting Chard. And that's why, because when Johnson's in the game, Johnson dominates.
Yeah, open play there. They had to go away from the strategy, and Mark just jumps in and wins the point.
That ball lands in as well. Hill tries to leave it, but again, it's a speed up on Chard. Chard, there's a target on your back. Hill and Marshall are coming for you. Nathan, frustrated with himself, was also in the non-volley zone there. There's a point on the board here for Chard and Johnson. Look where the return goes. Look where the fourth goes. Mark Johnson's going to have to step across here. Look at the drive from Ian Marshall. Opens up his hips, opens up his shoulders, drives that ball down the line, catches the baseline. Impressive from Marshall. And the Northern boys of Hill and Marshall are on fire here. And the strategy and the tactics are spot on from Hill and Marshall, Simon Farr. And Mark Johnson has got to step across, because it's clear who's being frozen. It's clear who's being targeted.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see now change of ends, where they've had a little chat and come up with a better strategy.
Marshall's just got a tendency on occasions to speed up from positions where you really shouldn't be speeding up from, and at a higher level that'll prove costly for him. So something for him to look back on.
Yeah, certainly shouldn't be doing that when the opponents are serving. Can get away with it on your own serve. Chard nets that one. You can feel the pressure on his back. He slumps back to receive serve.
Yeah, the pressure is obvious here.
So 1-8. They've got to score some points on this side out. Chard puts it long. Definitely feel the pressure is all on him at the moment.
It's like he's wearing red, not black. And Hill and Marshall have just said, fire against Paul Chard.
A non-scoring side out. That's just not enough. Anything you can do on this level at the moment. You've got to win. Got to score points on your serve.
It's the respect they've got for Mark Johnson, because there's a classic example. When Johnson's in the game, he's got the ability to hurt you. So you can only applaud the tactics by Marshall and Hill here. Once again, look at the quality, look at the class of Mark Johnson. Nothing phases that man at all.
And we've raised it before. He just walks away like he's lost the point. You never know what he's thinking.
Nice control by Hill at the kitchen line. Cap on backwards, casually walking towards his mark.
Yeah.
Nice from Marshall, just exploits the space that Chard leaves behind. Another non-score inside out, Simon.
Yeah, you feel the writing's on the wall here, don't you? Just not being able to score any points off their serves. You can't win the game if you're not scoring off your serve.
Rare error from Johnson there. So it's 2 points for victory here for Hill and Marshall. 2 points away from getting into the gold medal match. Chard and Johnson potentially staring a bronze medal match. But look at that from Paul Chard. A consolation possibly, but nevertheless just highlighting the quality he has got. Match point. Ian Marshall. Chris. That goes long, so 1 match point saved here. Johnson and Chard still in this game. It's lovely from Johnson. The third shot is beautiful, but it's well handled by Marshall, who just puts the ball on the opposite side. Once more. Nice speed up this time from Marshall. So they save 1 match point. They're going to have to save 2 more here. Gold medal match awaits for Marshall and Hill. And there it is, Nathan Hill and Ian Marshall get over the line. They wait to see who they will play in the final. Will it be Saunders and Unwin? Will it be Robinson and Freilink? That game still goes on court 2. Commiserations to Johnson and Chard. They go into our bronze medal match, but we'll go to a short break. And when we return, we'll have news of the other semi-final before bringing you that men's final here live from Gloucester. We'll be back after this short break. Change of ends. Matthews and McRae.
Play, that's quality. Pretty much exposed. I think this is a new partnership for Matthews and McRae, so they probably want to put That's huge. Absolutely. A pair split like that, you really want to go for person close to the net, really. What a
of ends.
Hopefully watch them. Hang on, we were 10-4 ups.
Now on this scoring end for McRae and Matthews. Oh, Simon.
Yeah, always tricky when there's a difficult line call. As you know in pickleball, it's down to the
great exchange at the kit.
and also it depends on the external event. So we know that the Paris Open is on this weekend, and there's a lot of R4-5 players.
That's lovely. Oh, great hand. Yeah, and the win. No. 3 times in a row. Tickle him.
How much fun they have. They're always having a bit of a laugh and a joke, and even if they make him.
Great. What a rescue again. KT Wiltshire, can you believe it? Great athleticism. That one's not. That one's not did out horizontally there, just to give him some space at contact.
What do you think, Nick?
Oh, that's world class. It's an Ernie, and look at the. Yeah, the return of serve was the problem.
Over the net, it's actually hitting that red line, which is perfect position for your third shot in, and each time
once again space back behind Oki if Mayo fancies it. The speed up again is called it in, so they went with the out call eventually. Nice hands. That was a great exchange with no end product. Can that be different today? So good. Hey, Korean Matthews here, looking to get the job done. Wise and Mayo. That ball was going long.
Yeah, it was.
That ball was going. And that ball just catches. That ball goes. Oh. Match point, and there it is. Yeah, pulling to trouble the scoreboard then. It's all been about Rogers and Oak so far. And that's not coming back either. Wise and Mayo can't get forward.
What's a reset?
Oh! Quality pickleball from Nia Rogers. And that catch, perhaps it was Tom that chose her first. Look at the and a nice backhand. Yes, but has played table tennis.
It's the way he grips his paddle. He's got his full finger on the.
Yeah, it's another.
And I think probably a little bit of pressure on Hill and Marshall because.
Welcome back to Gloucester at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre here, live with me, Nick Hobbis. We're reaching the end of our action here at the 6th Franklin UK Tour event after 2 fantastic days of action here from the county of Gloucestershire in the UK. And what a way to finish the weekend in association with Skechers, ICTO, Obspot, and of course PickleB. We're proud to bring you the men's final at senior division featuring Nathan Hill, Ian Marshall, Chris Freilink and Rupert Robinson. Best of 3 games, first to 11, win by 1. 3 out of the 4 players here all feature heavily in the ranking lists on the UK Franklin Tour. Thanks to Franklin for their sponsors, sponsorship of ball nets and the tour itself. We're about to get underway here. Freilink serves, Marshall returns, and Robinson's in the kitchen. I don't think people realise it. Nice from Marshall. That'll be the type of start that Hill and Marshall want. Simon Farr joins me once more here for the final time today. And what a game this is set to be, Simon.
Yeah, we called this at the very start, Nick, that this would be the final, and indeed it is, and it's going to be quality. We've both been looking forward to this game. Oh, okay, yeah.
Now watch the closing stages of the second semi-final played on court 2 between Freilink, Robinson against Saunders and Unwin, and it was a 11-4 victory for Freilink and Robinson. So comfortable in that semi-final. But this is a different challenge altogether. Nathan Hill implores his partner to watch that ball as it goes long, and watch he does. Yeah, the return from Hill is mid-court, sets up the drive third, followed by the drive fifth. That draws the error. And Freilink and Robinson will put pace on this ball at every opportunity. And once again, Hill is not expecting the drive up, what he should do, because Robinson will utilise his forehand down the centre to drive over and over again. Yeah, great dominance from Hill and Marshall at the kitchen line there, but a good exchange from all four players, demonstrating all facets of the game.
Started as they mean to go on. Deal. Oh, slight error from Chris Freiling there. Rare.
Yeah, Freiling just moving as he played that volley, was looking to get to the kitchen line and got caught in process. Nice from Hill. Resets back into the kitchen. Ball drops below the height of the net. Freiling finds it difficult to keep it in play on the attack. Just needed to reset himself. Might have been going long. Might have been going long, but Freiling played at it, got the top edge. And the game's back and forth here. Hill and Marshall, who had an early lead, lost that lead very quickly to Freiling and Robinson, but have re-established themselves here. Well played. Rupert Robinson picks that ball up off his toes, resets it into the kitchen, and then he's right at the kitchen line to put the volley away as well. No. Freiling in the kitchen line again. ATP attempt from Marshall, called out by Freiling. So side out, 2 points the difference once more. Freiling just plays that ball forward rather than up. So second scoring opportunity here, and Hill and Marshall have done a really good job of just ascertaining a lead. That ball catches the line, rescued by Hill. Nicely placed by Freiling though. No need for power when you've got precision like that. Nicely defended by Hill. Forced Freiling to play one more shot. This time Freiling catches the net tape, so the lead stays with Marshall and Hill, and they've got a chance to extend it. Crucial stages of the first game here. Marshall's forehand, a weapon when the opportunity to volley is there, Simon.
Yeah, and I've got to say, I'm really impressed with the start of Hill and Marshall. We said at the beginning of the game we felt that probably it was Freiling and Robinson's to win. Oh, and that just goes in. But actually, Hill and Marshall have come out all guns blazing and certainly making a game of it.
Yeah, it's a lovely backhand from Freiling.
Slight confusion of the stack there, I believe.
Lady Luck shines for Hill and Marshall. The net tape tickle.
It's an 8-5 lead. You feel the pressure now is on Robinson and Freiling. Should have been put away by Nathan Hill. See the frustration on his face.
Yeah.
He knows it.
Yeah, that's a crucial exchange, that. Will Freiling and Robinson punish the error? Great smash by Freiling, and the error is punished. That gap closes to 2, should have been 4, and is now 2. That's a well-constructed point by Freilink and Robinson. Second serve here. 1 point game. Once again, a power attack from Robinson and Freilink, and we're level at 8-all. And how big, how costly that error was from Nathan Hill. They had a 3-point lead at the time. Could have gone 4 points with an easy volley, put the ball out. Freilink and Robinson went on a 3-point streak and were tied at 8-8. Ball possibly going out, but crucially, after tying the game at 8-all, Marshall and Hill have now got game point. That ball goes long by Freilink, who will possibly be relieved to get to the other end after finding difficulty with the kitchen line. Hill and Marshall impressive in taking that first game comfortably. 11-8, and work to do for Freilink and Robinson, Simon.
Yeah, and you feel the pressure's going to be on those two because they would have thought they would have won that game, and now they're 1 game down, have to win the next 2. Hill and Marshall are playing very, very well and consistent pickleball. They're dealing with the pace that Freilink and Robinson are giving to them, but also playing some smart pickleball as well. So this is going to be a really interesting change of ends. I do think that kitchen caused Chris Freilink some problems, so hopefully he can relax now on the other side of the court, and we'll see what that kitchen problem does to the Hill and Marshall partnership. I think from the last time they were here, they seemed to cope with it quite well.
So a must-win second game here for Freilink and Robinson. Marshall and Hill get us underway. And that's what Hill and Marshall have done well so far in this final. Repeatedly put the ball back onto their opponent's side of the court, forcing one more shot and putting it into difficult areas at that as well. That's a lovely drive from Nathan Hill. It's flat. It's dipping just as it passes the net. It's a difficult trajectory to read for Freilink. Not the start Freilink and Robinson needed. The ball comes off the top of the net. Frustration from Hill. And we're tied at 2-2. That's brilliant from Nathan Hill. What a great exchange. Speed up defence, and then attack. Fires that volley into the baseline.
You saw Nathan Hill just back off slightly off the kitchen line then and then move back to it. Brilliant pickleball. What a pickup.
Oh, defences once more from Nathan Hill. Reactions like a cat at the kitchen line. Robinson poaches across, but to no avail.
That's
and
an easy
Marshall and
point.
Hill are performing here, Simon.
Yeah, and that's an easy point for them. Non-return serve. I'll take those all day long.
Oh. Fortune favours the brave. And Freilink, the brave there, just utilises the Franklin net to his advantage. Slow motion serve. Great return from Freilink. That's lovely on the backhand side. Freilink reading the speed up down the middle. Wasn't there. He was stretching, he was reaching, it wasn't there. Just needed to reset on the fifth. And it's the fifth shot for me, Simon, that's causing all the difficulty for Robinson and Freilink here. They're just getting it all wrong. Once again, the fifth shot once more, but Hill steps across.
Yeah, I think the pressure definitely feels like it is on Freilink and Robinson. They'll be disappointed that they're behind, although it's only 1 point. They'd like to think they should be able to get ahead by a few points by now, but Marshall and Hill are taking the game to them for sure.
Non-scoring side out.
Feels a bit tense, Nick, doesn't it, this exchange?
Yeah, it does. Bit nervy. Both teams know what's riding on this match. And that's a pop-up from Freilink. Went for the top spin lob. Another non-scoring side out. So we've had 3 non-scoring side outs in a row here. Both teams just finding it difficult on serve to garner the advantage. Yeah, Nathan Hill's got to get forward a little bit quicker than that because the resets into the kitchen were quality. Just didn't move his feet quick enough forward. That's a nice overhead angle from Freilink. And it's another non-scoring side out. 4 in a row here in the second game of our men's doubles senior final. That ball goes wide. It's tense, it's nervous, it's edgy.
You feel that the team that breaks the deadlock might go on a bit of a roll, maybe. It's great defence.
Oh. A point is scored. And it's scored by Freilink and Robinson. They break the deadlock. We're tied at 3-all. Lovely top spin lob by Freilink, and Hill would be better advised leaving that to the player on the forehand side. They take a lead.
What a get. Oh.
Switched hands, didn't he, Simon Farr? Yeah. Kept it in play, but then it was nicely put away at the second time of asking.
defense from Nathan Hill.
Great anticipation by Ian Marshall. Great defence by Hill initially. Keeps that ball in play, but look at the anticipation here for Marshall. And then the top spin roll. Nice power from Freilink at the feet of Marshall. We're tied at 4-4. Must-win game for Freilink and Robinson. Hill and Marshall took the first 11-8. It's a good serve. Poor return. Great third. That ball goes in by Marshall. Hands battle at the kitchen line. Defence, defence, defence. Attack.
Nathan has said at the earlier point, just take the pace off the ball, and that's exactly what Marshall did with that last shot.
Great leave. Chris Freilink with a nod and a duck. He manages to avoid the ball.
Backwards.
Not entirely sure that's accurate, but we're going with it anyway. Nathan Hill is pumped up here, nice and vocal. Great defences once more by Marshall and Hill. So it's a slender lead for Freilink and Robinson here. That ball goes in from Freilink, left by Marshall. It was a bad leave. Freilink, all the composure and seemingly all the time in the world just to find that gap that he created himself with a beautiful backspin drop. Serve goes long. Ouch. Feels crucial, Simon.
Yep, and then we go again. Another brilliant point played by Chris Freilink, and then his next point, he serves out. Made up for that one though.
Yeah, it's a great backhand. I don't like the speed up from Marshall there. Right to the midriff of Freilink, who's expecting it. That diagonal speed up would be better suited in a direct line, straight forward ahead of himself.
Good touch.
Just clip the top edge of the paddle of Robinson. Can't play the ball twice, as you know. And Hill and Marshall have just struggled to score freely here, Simon, and that's the difference in this second game.
Yeah, no, whether that's a combination of the quality of returns from Freilink and Robinson, but yeah, they seem to have taken their foot off the gas a little bit. We do not want to give Freilink and Robinson a big lead.
That's a great reset by Nathan Hill, who at times is just showing absolute class here on his defensive game especially.
Slight interference to the court there.
Neck cord, then body bag. Tickle, then stamp. Nathan Hill marked by the X40. Frustration etched all over his face. What a reset. What a reset by Freilink. Freilink and Robinson are digging in. They're showing their mettle, showing their class.
That's what I said they didn't want to happen, is suddenly it's a 4-point lead.
Hill and Marshall have got to score. And the last 6 side outs, Simon, they've only amassed 1 point, Hill and Marshall.
Yeah, and as you said, I think that's the difference of game one, is that Freilink and Robinson are just giving them nothing on their service. So they're dominating at the net, keeping them back on the baseline.
And there's another rare point for Marshall and Hill in this second game. Scored freely in the first, but found it difficult in the second so far. But like London buses, as they say, when you wait for one, it's 2 that arrive. So all of a sudden, the gap narrows to 2. Was 4. Pace off. Pace off. Pace on. Pace off. Wax on, wax off. Mr. Miyagi. It's all happening here.
I was going to say, when was the last time he went to London? About 4 arrived when I was there.
Ouch. Opportunity there for Freilink. Just missed. Great call by Nathan Hill. Great partner communication. Marshall was shaping up for the big forehand. He had the best angle to detect that was going out. Crucial exchanges coming up here. Crucial side out. Robinson tries to poke, tries to jerk, but sends the ball long. Nice speed up from Hill. It was low as well as fast. We're tied at 8-all. Hill and Marshall are 3 points away from gold. They've turned this game around. A 4-point deficit. Gone.
Oh,
that ball was going long. The ball was going long, Simon.
It wasn't it? I could see that from here. Oh, that's a point lost.
Will that prove costly?
Oh.
Will that prove costly? Oh my word, they could have taken a lead and be serving for a 2-point advantage. As it is, it's 8-8, ball in hand for Freilink. We haven't got a replay on that, but it's a kitchen fault that's called. by Oak. So, Firelink with ball in hand, they take a lead. Hill disputes it. Great defence. And Firelink and Robinson have turned it around. What a big pitching call that was. They took the point, they took the next. Are they going to take this game? It's 10-8 in a must-win second game. Firelink Robinson, 2 game points. And there it is. Firelink and Robinson get over the line. A frustrated Hill walks away disconsolate. He's left to rue what might have been the volley from Marshall on the baseline that was going out to 8-8 is a game changer. And all of a sudden, we're tied at 1 game all. Hill and Marshall could have been walking away with a gold medal. As it is, they're walking back for a drink, knowing they've got to come back on court to play a third.
And Nathan Hill's going to let that kitchen call get out of his head. He doesn't let that get into his psyche. Lewis Oak just doing what I'd asked him to do, was to watch the kitchen line, just to make the game fair for everyone. So it's Firelink and Robinson. Oh, this is going to be tense, Nick.
The decider. 1 game all. Winner takes all. And it's all to play for. Seems like we're finishing at a good stage as well as my voice starts to slightly disappear. Oh, it's been a long 2 days commentating. 2 days that have been thoroughly enjoyable though, Simon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hobbies, for your expert commentary and your very, very long shifts on the mic. I could barely speak this morning, so I'm actually quite chuffed I can still talk.
Yeah, Simon Farr, an absolute warrior here, joining me as co-commentator for the day. Back to the action here. Firelink and Robinson continue to do what they do best. Robinson just checking with our unofficial referee here that his feet were fine, and they were. Serve goes wide from Firelink. Can't afford errors like that.
Not on this level.
It's a rare dinking exchange, and the net cord comes to the aid this time of Marshall. The ball was going out, but when it's fired at you from such a short distance, it's difficult to get out the way of those.
And Hill was admonishing Firelink and Robinson that they won all the net cords, so now they get one back in their favour.
That's nice from Hill. Just catches Firelink out, advancing to central. There is a kitchen fork called by Oak.
Now Nathan likes Lewis Oak.
Vicky Derodi's been online to say, come on Nathan Hill and Ian Marshall. What a great final this is, brought to you by PickleB on the UK Franklin Tour for Skechers, ICTO and HubSpot.
Yeah. don't know why some of these players are struggling. There's a yellow line there, Nick. You just don't never step on the yellow line.
That's not a red line, yellow line fault. That's just an encroachment, a normal foot fault. That's not a confusion. That's just a normal foot fault. So an unofficial referee at the side here calling foot faults. And we're pleased to have him because it's only right that the accurate version of the game is played here. Ultimately, Hill and Marshall have amassed a 4-point lead.
Defense. Kitchen again.
I like that play by Freilink. Just driving back behind Marshall that sets the play up. They manage to get to the kitchen line and stay out. And as a result, win the point there. Swing and a miss. Rupert Robinson tries to recorrect his mistake. Strike one. Unreturned serve from Nathan Hill, who looks down at the acrylic surface, looking for something to blame. 4-point gap becomes 2. 4-point gap becomes 1. And this is what Freilink and Robinson can do. Great reset by Marshall. Hill imploring him to get the ball bouncing in the kitchen. That's the strategy. Slow this game down. Reduce the volleying capacity of Robinson and Freilink. Because as we saw there, when that ball's in the air on the volley, Freilink and Robinson will punish you, Simon.
Yeah, it was the great angle there, wasn't it? Nathan can do anything with that at all. He's absolutely bang on the money. Slow the game down and get them to the kitchen line, get them into a dinking exchange. Lovely angle again.
It's great point construction because he controls Marshall there, keeping Marshall on the backhand side. And that's got to be the tactic. Exploit the backhand side of Marshall, encourage Hill across, and then take advantage of the space you've created.
Exactly to the points mirrored, really, that cross-court angle. Means they get the serve back, 5-4. They'll want to change ends ahead, definitely. Great reset volley by Nathan Hill.
Touch, finesse from Hill, soft hands. Baby smooth from Hill. Rare dinking exchange. It's a foot fault. It's not a confusion. It's a foot fault again from Freilink. There's no confusion there, Simon Farr. That's just normal pickleball play.
Yeah.
Causing a football error. Looking to take advantage too soon from Freilink. Too eager. Rather than maintaining a level of patience. Non-scoring side out though, and a very quick turnaround. It shows the momentum of this final. Again, there's the play on the backhand side. Freilink's been listening. Just catches Marshall out. We're tied in the deciding game of our men's final. And for the first time in the final, It's Freilink and Robinson who take the lead for the very first time in our men's senior 4-0 and above final. They've been behind all the way, managed to claw that second game, and now they've got a 1-point lead. Hill and Marshall have got to slow this game down, get the ball bouncing in the non-volley zone. Simon Farr.
Yeah, exactly what Nathan had said earlier, but they just can't seem to take the pace off this ball. That ball's called out. Freilink and Robinson look quite surprised.
Got a replay on this. Let's just have a quick look. Look good to me. Freilink is looking to speed up at every opportunity, Simon, and the guy's got great dinking ability at the kitchen line, but for some reason is intent on power, and a little bit more power.
Heard Nathan Hill scream, just make the ball bounce.
Yeah, Marshall's off balance. Just got to reset the ball, put the ball into the kitchen. Base was there for an easy volley for Freilink. So, non-scoring side out. Pop-up from Marshall, exploited by Robinson. If Marshall's going to defend that top spin drop, it has to be behind Robinson or back to Freilink. Great overhead defence once more by Nathan Hill. 2-point lead though. This is crucial. This exchange is absolutely massive in the context of the championship here.
Yeah, Hill and Marshall want to give any more points. Oh, he does.
It's a lovely drop. It's a great drop. It's a change in strategy. It's a surprise for Nathan Hill. Yeah, he wasn't expecting it, as he just said. 3-point lead. Robinson came for the Ernie, but the defence from Marshall kept the ball tight to the net. He wasn't there in time. Got to score now. Hill and Marshall got to find a way to score. Great reset. Got to get forward. Yeah, they're just not getting forward. The reset's beautiful. They've got to advance to the kitchen line a little bit quicker, Simon.
Yeah, I think they've got to have faith in that drop shot they put in and get into that kitchen very quickly. Otherwise, they're just going to keep stuck back on the baseline. They're not going to win the game from there.
2 steps, split step. 2 steps, split step. Advance in fine increments. Fortune. Look. Neck kiss. The tickle favours Marshall. It closes the gap to 2. It's a missed third, and look at Freilink and Robinson. They're buoyed by that mistake. They fancy it, they want it, they like it. Oh, Rupert Robinson on the short return opens up, but can't get the ball down in time.
It's a rare error from Rupert Robinson. He's been pretty faultless all afternoon. Great reset.
Ball just goes long. Hill puffs his cheeks out. He knows how crucial that was. Non-scoring side out. What can Hill and Marshall do here? Can they find out a way to win a point? No, they can't, because again, it's a cross-court dink that's too long. Frylink with a top spin roll volley. The story of the game. Touch, finesse, backspin. From top spin to backspin to a potential game win. It's better from Nathan Hill, and once that ball bounces, Hill and Marshall look a lot more controlled.
Yeah, he said it a lot, you know, take the pace off the ball. Here we go, here we go.
Ball's called out, ball's called long. It was the lob from Robinson. 2 points from gold, 2 points from victory, 2 points from the championship.
Great reset by Rupert Robinson.
What an unbelievable reset. And here we go for the UK Franklin Pickleball Tour. On behalf of PickleB, in association with our sponsors, Skechers, HubSpot and ICTO, it's championship point. And there it is. Frylink and Robinson complete a comeback of all comebacks. It was only in the latter stages of the third game that they were ahead in the final. Highly competitive, highly engaging, highly enthralling. Victory is Frylink's. The gold medal is Robinson's. Commiserations to Hill and Marshall. They take silver. We're going to cut live to interviews shortly. So join me in a few moments' time where I'll catch up with our winners and our runners-up. We'll be back after this short break. Core 5 level over in Paris as opposed to the pro level, and I've won gold medals, but actually that's a great lob from Mark Johnson. Look at the
plate, that's quality. Batsman, bowler, all-rounder, do you know?
Wow!
Great point. Yeah, when a pair split like that, you really want to go for the person close to the net, really.
What a...
What do you think, Nick?
Oh, that's world class. It's an Ernie, and look at the... Is it now for Oakham Rogers? Yes, it is. That go. Yeah, great exchange at the kit. Welcome back to Gloucester here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre, where the senior men's doubles final has concluded, and concluded in some style by Rupert Robinson and Chris Frylink, who join me now. Chris, congratulations on yet another gold medal.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was some hard work this last one. We earned that one, but they played really, really well. So.
Yeah, Rupert, for the large majority of that final, you seem to be on the back foot, and in the second game in particular, had to claw back an advantage, went on to sneak that second game, and then reached the lead for the first time in the latter stages of the third game. A tough, competitive game.
Very, very tough. They're really strong competitors, and as you said, we had to really ground our way through that first game, and then second game, and then the third one. So it wasn't really easy, but we managed to pull through, and it was a good one. We really enjoyed that one.
This is the partnership everybody is talking about at senior level here in the UK as it currently stands. Does it feel like you've got targets on your back?
Yes, we do. Now I think so. We're nearly halfway through the year, so yeah. But we just have to keep on pushing and pushing and get better and better and keep drilling and results will come from that.
What's next for the team, Chris? You move on to further competitions before the English Open?
Yeah, we've got a break until end of June is our next competition together. So end of June in Basingstoke. So a little bit of a break between now and then. Just practice. So
practice, and more practice. And as you can see, perfect practice makes for perfect results, because once again, it's Freilich and Robinson who dominate here on the UK Franklin Tour. Congratulations to you, Chris. Congratulations to Rupert. You thoroughly entertain us every time you're on court, and we look forward to seeing more of you in action pretty soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That was Rupert Robinson and Chris Freilich joining us here on the live stream. I was under the impression I was going to grab a quick word with our silver medalists as well. They seem to have escaped slightly, so we'll hit some highlights before summing up the day here. But once again, all the glory goes to Rupert Robinson and Chris Freilich. We'll be back with more interviews shortly, so don't go anywhere. It's a great third by Beaumont, but the cross-court response. And the lob goes in. E2 here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. And that's a lovely... That's a great lob. That is a great lob. The guy's got great dinking ability at the kitchen line, but for some reason his intent... That's lovely. A little bit of pressure now on this scoring end for McRae. We're back live here, and the silver medalists have quickly gone to discuss what might have been clearly. But that's it for the weekend here in Gloucester at the Oxtal Tennis Centre. We thank you for joining us at home in what's been a thoroughly entertaining weekend with some headline results on day one and day two. To summarise, day two, it was success for Oak and Neil Rogers in our mixed doubles this morning, concluding with more success for Robinson and Freilich. A brief opportunity for me to thank Franklin for their support on the UK Tour. That was tour event number 6. Number 7 comes up in Cardiff in a few weeks' time. Also, thank you to our supporting sponsors, Skechers, Obsbot and ICTO. From the production and technical manager, Colin Moore, to the tournament directors, Simon Farr and Steve Beale. Thank you for joining us this weekend. We'll be back with more in the near future. But for me, Nick Obbis, it's been great having you. It was showtime, and now it's home time. Good evening and good night.
Event. So we know that the Paris Open is on this weekend, and there's a lot of R4-5 players. They're stacking as well, so it's quite a... Here we go.
ATP from... Yeah, great defended out horizontally there, just to give him some space at contact. There we go.
It's another net tickle, Nick. Defense. Defense. My goodness. Wow.
And a nice